Section 15 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 15, Chapter 11, Parts 4 through 6. Part 4. Cecil Ayleston was a good deal of a mystic, a good deal of a ritualist, a bit of a rogue, something of a scholar, frequently a drunkard, more frequently an ascetic, always a gentleman, and always an adventurer. He was 32 now. At Winchester and New College, he had been known for sprinting, snobbishness, and Greek and versification. He had taken orders, served as a curate in a peculiarly muddy and ancient and unlighted church in the East End, and become fanatically Anglo-Catholic. While he was considering taking the 3 vows and entering a Church of England monastery, his vicar kicked him out, and no one was ever quite certain whether it was because of his Romish tendencies or the Navy's daughter whom he had got with child. He was ordered down to a bleak, square stone church in Cornwall, but he resigned and joined the Plymouth Brethren, among whom, in resounding, galvanized iron chapels in the Black Country, he had renown for denunciation of all the pleasant sins. He came to Liverpool for a series of meetings. He wandered by the Hookesson docks, saw a liner ready for sea, bought a steerage ticket, took the passport which he had ready for a promised flight to Rio with the wife of an evangelical merchant in coals, and without a word to the brethren or the ardent lady of the coals, sailed sulkily off to America. In New York, he sold neckties in a department store. He preached in a mission. He tutored the daughter of a great wholesale fish dealer, and wrote nimble and thoroughly irritating book reviews. He left town 2 hours ahead of the fish dealer's eldest son, and turned up in Waco, Texas, teaching in a business college, in Winona, Minnesota, preaching in a Nazarene chapel in Carmel, California, writing poetry and real estate brochures, and in Miles City, Montana, as a summer supply in a congregational pulpit. He was so quiet, so studious here, that the widow of a rancher picked him up and married him. She died. He lost the entire fortune in 2 days at Tijuana. He became extra pious after that, and was converted from time to time by Billy Sunday, Gypsy Smith, Beater Wolf, and several other embarrassed evangelists who did not expect a convert so early in the campaign and had made no plans to utilize him. It was in Ishpeming, Michigan, where he was conducting a shooting gallery, while he sought by mail a mastership in Groton School. Then he heard and was more than usually converted by Sharon Falconer. He fell in love with her, and with contemptuous steady resolution he told her so. At the moment she was without a permanent man first assistant. She had just discharged a really useful loud-voiced United Brethren D.D. for hinting to delighted sons of Belial that his relationships to her were at least brotherly. She took on the Reverend Cecil Ayleston. He loved her terrifyingly. He was so devoted to her that he dropped his drinking, his smoking, and a tendency to forgery, which had recently been creeping up on him, and he did wonders for her. She had been too emotional. He taught her to store it up and fling it all out in one overpowering, catastrophic evening. She had been careless of grammar and given to vulgar barnyard illustrations. He taught her to endure sitting still and reading Swinburne and Jowett, Potter and Jonathan Edwards, Newman and Sir Thomas Browne. He taught her to use her voice, to use her eyes, and in more private relations, to use her soul. She had been puzzled by him, annoyed by him, led meekly by him, and now she was weary of his supercilious devotion. He was more devoted to her than to life, and for her he refused a really desirable widow who could have got him back into the Episcopal fold and acquired for him the rich sort of church for which he longed after these months of sawdust and sweaty converts. Part 5. When Elmer descended from the train in Lincoln Friday afternoon, he stopped before a red and black poster announcing that Elmer Gantry was a power in the machinery world, that he was an eloquent and entertaining speaker, and that his address, Increasing Sales with God and the Gideons, would be a revelation of the new world of better business. "Jiminy," said the power in the machinery world, "I'd rather see a sermon of mine advertised like that than sell 10 million plows." He had a vision of Sharon Falconer in her suite in late afternoon, lonely and clinging in the faded golden light, clinging to him. But when he reached her room by telephone, she was curt. No, sorry, can't see you this afternoon. See you at dinner, 5:45. He was so chastened that he was restrained and uncommenting when she came swooping into the dining room, a knot-browed, efficient, raging Sharon. And then he found that she had brought Cecil Ilston. "Good evening, sister, brother Ilston," he boomed sedately. "Evening. You ready to speak?" "Absolutely." She lightened a little. "That's good. Everything else has gone wrong, and these preachers here think I can travel an evangelistic crew on air. Give 'em fits about tightwad Christian businessmen, will you, Elmer? How they hate to loosen up. Cecil, kindly don't look at me as if I had bitten somebody. I haven't." "Not yet." Ilston ignored her, and the two men watched each other like a panther and a buffalo. But a buffalo with a clean shave and ever so much scented hair tonic. "Brother Ilston," said Elmer, "I noticed in the account of last evening's meeting that you spoke of Mary and the anointing with spikenard, and you quoted these Idols of the King by Tennyson, or that's what the newspaper said." "That's right. But do you think that's good stuff for evangelism? All right for a regular church, especially with a high-class rich congregation, but in a soul-saving campaign?" "My dear Mr. Gantry, Miss Falconer and I have decided that even in the most aggressive campaign there is no need of vulgarizing our followers." "Well, that isn't what I'd give 'em." "And what, pray, would you give them?" "The good old-fashioned hell, that's what." Elmer peeped at Sharon and felt that she was smiling with encouragement. "Yes, sir, like the hymn says, the hell of our fathers is good enough for me." "Quite so. I'm afraid it isn't good enough for me, and I don't know that Jesus fancied it particularly." "Well, you can be dead sure of one thing. When he stayed with Mary and Martha and Lazarus, he wouldn't loaf around drinking tea with them." "Why not, my dear man? Don't you know that tea was first imported by caravan train from Ceylon to Syria in 627 B.C.? No, didn't know just when. Why, of course, you've merely forgotten it. You must have read it in your university days of the great Epicurean expedition of Thalazar, when he took the 1,100 camels. Thalastar, you remember?" "Oh, yes, I remember his expedition, but I didn't know he brought in tea." Why, naturally. Rather. Miss Falconer, the impetuous Mr. Shoop, wants to sing just as I am for his solo tonight. Is there any way of preventing it? Albert is a good, saved soul, but just as he is too fat. Won't you speak to him? Oh, I don't know. Let him sing it. He's brought in lots of souls on that, yawned Sharon. Mangy little souls. Oh, stop being so supercilious. When you get to heaven, Cecil, you'll complain of the way the seraphims— Oh, do shut up. I know it's seraphim. My tongue just slipped. You'll complain of the kind of corsets they wear. I'm not at all sure but that you really do picture that sort of heaven, with corseted angels and yourself with a golden mansion on the celestial park lane. Cecil Ilston, don't you quarrel with me tonight. I feel vulgar. That's your favorite word. I do wish I could save some of the members of my own crew. Elmer, do you think God went to Oxford? Sure. And you did, of course. I did not, by golly. I went to a hick college in Kansas, and I was born in a hick town in Kansas. Me too, practically. Oh, I did come from a frighteningly old Virginia family, and I was born in what they call a mansion. But still, we were so poor that our pride was ridiculous. Tell me, did you split wood and pull mustard when you were a boy? Did I? Say, you bet I did. They sat with their elbows on the table, swapping boasts of provincial poverty, proclaiming kinship, while Cecil looked frosty. Part 6. Elmer's speech at the evangelistic meeting was a cloudburst. It had structure as well as baritone melody, choice words, fascinating anecdotes, select sentiment, chaste point of view, and resolute piety. Elmer was later to explain to admirers of his public utterances that nothing was more important than structure. What, he put it to them, would they think of an architect who was fancy about paint and clapboards, but didn't plan the house? And tonight's euphemisms were full of structure. In one part, he admitted that despite his commercial success, he had fallen into sin before the hour when, restless in his hotel room, he had idly fingered o'er a Gideon Bible and been struck by the parable of the talents. In part 2, he revealed, by stimulating examples from his own experience, the cash value of Christianity. He pointed out that merchants often preferred a dependable man to a known crook. Hitherto he had, perhaps, been a shade too realistic. He felt that Sharon would never take him on in place of Cecil Ilston unless she perceived the poetry with which his soul was gushing. So in part 3, he explained that what had made Christianity no mere dream in ideal, but a practical human solvent, was love. He spoke very nicely of love. He said that love was the morning star, the evening star, the radiance upon the quiet tomb, the inspirer equally of patriots and bank presidents. And as for music, what was it but the very voice of love? He had elevated his audience, 1,300 they were and respectful, to a height of idealism from which he made them swoop now, like eagles, to a pool of tears. For, O my brothers and sisters, important though it is to be prudent in this world's affairs, it is the world to come that is alone important. And this reminds me, in closing, of a very sad incident which I recently witnessed. In business affairs, I had often had to deal with a very prominent man named Jim Leffingwell. I can give his name now because he has passed to his eternal reward. Old Jim was the best of good fellows, but he had a fatal defect. He drank liquor. He smoked tobacco. He gambled. And I'm sorry to say that he did not always keep his tongue clean. He took the name of God in vain. But Jim was very fond of his family, particularly of his little daughter. Well, she took sick. Oh, what a sad time that was to that household. How the stricken mother tiptoed into and out of the sick room. How the worried doctors came and went, speeding to aid her. As for the father, poor old Jim, he was bowed with anguish as he leaned over that pathetic little bed, and his hair turned gray in a single night. There came the great crisis, and before the very eyes of the weeping father, that little form was stilled, and that sweet, pure, young soul passed to its Maker. Lef came to me sobbing, and I put my arms around him as I would round a little child. "Oh, God," he sobbed, "that I should have spent my life in wicked vices, and that the little one should have passed away, knowing her dad was a sinner." Thinking to comfort him, I said, "Old man, it was God's will that she be taken. You have done all that mortal man could do, the best of medical attention, the best of care. I shall never forget how scornfully he turned upon me." "And you call yourself a Christian?" he cried. "Yes, she had medical attention, but one thing was lacking, the one thing that would have saved her. I could not pray." And that strong man knelt in anguish, and for all my training in trying to explain the ways of God to my fellow businessmen, there was nothing to say. It was too late. Oh, my brothers, my fellow businessmen, are you going to put off repentance till it's too late? That's your affair, you say. Is it? Is it? Have you a right to inflict upon all that you hold nearest and dearest the sole burden of your sins? Do you love your sins better than that dear little son, that bonny daughter, that loving brother, that fine old father? Do you want to punish them? Do you? Don't you love someone more than you do your sins? If you do, stand up. Isn't there someone here who wants to stand up and help a fellow businessman carry this gospel of great joy to the world? Won't you come? Won't you help me? Oh, come. Come down and let me shake your hand." And they came, dozens of them, weeping while he wept at his own goodness. They stood afterward in the secluded space behind the white and gold platforms, Sharon and Elmer, and she cried, "Oh, it was beautiful. Honestly, I almost cried myself. Elmer, it was just fine." Didn't I get 'em? Didn't I get 'em? Didn't I? Say, Sharon, I'm so glad it went over, because it was your show, and I wanted to give you all I could. He moved toward her, his arms out, and for once he was not producing the false ardor of amorous diplomacy. He was the small boy, seeking the praise of his mother. But she moved away from him, begging, not sardonically, "No, please." "But you do like me." "Yes, I do." "How much?" "Not very much. I can't like anyone very much, but I do like you. Some day I might fall in love with you. A tiny bit. If you don't rush me too much, but only physically. No one," proudly, "can touch my soul." "Do you think that's decent? Isn't that sin? She flamed at him. I can't sin. I am above sin. I am really and truly sanctified. Whatever I may choose to do, though it might be sin in one unsanctified, with me God will turn it to his glory. I can kiss you like this. Quickly she touched his cheek. Yes, or passionately, terribly passionately, and it would only symbolize my complete union with Jesus. I have told you a mystery. You can never understand, but you can serve me. Would you like to? Yes, I would, and I've never served anybody yet. Can I? Oh, kick out this tea-drinking, mollycoddled Cecil, and let me work with you. Don't you need arms like these about you, just now and then, defending you? Perhaps, but I'm not to be hurried. I am I. It is I who choose. Yes, I guess probably it is, Sharon. I think you've plumb hypnotized me or something. No, but perhaps I shall if I ever care to. I can do anything I want to. God chose me to do his work. I am the reincarnation of Joan of Arc, of Catherine of Siena. I have visions. God talks to me. I told you once that I haven't had the brains to rival the men evangelists. Lies! False modesty. They are God's message, but I am God's right hand. She chanted it with her head back, her eyes closed, and even while he quaked, My God, she's crazy. He did not care. He would give up all to follow her. Numbingly he told her so, but she sent him away. And he crept off in a humility he had never known. End of section 15. Section 16 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 16, Chapter 12, Part 1. 2 more series of meetings Sharon Falconer held that summer, and at each of them the power in the machinery world appeared and chronicled his conversion by the Gideon Bible and the eloquence of Sister Falconer. Sometimes he seemed very near her. The next time she would regard him with bleak china eyes. Once she turned on him with, You smoke, don't you? Why, yes. I smelled it. I hate it. Will you stop it entirely? And drinking? Yes, I will. And he did. It was an agony of restlessness and craving, but he never touched alcohol or tobacco again, and he really regretted that, in evenings thus made vacuous, he could not keep from an interest in waitresses. It was late in August, in a small Colorado city, after the second of his appearances as a saved financial titan, that he implored Sharon, as they entered the hotel together, Oh, let me come up to your room, please. I never have a chance to just sit and talk with you. Very well. Come in half an hour. Don't phone, just come right up to Suite B. It was a half hour of palpitating, of almost timorous expectancy. In every city where she held meetings, Sharon was invited to stay at the home of one of the elect, but she always refused. She had a long standard explanation that she could devote herself more fully to the prayer life if she had her own place, and day by day filled it more richly with the aura of spirituality. Elmer wondered whether it wasn't the aura of Cecil Ilston for which she had her suite, but he tried to keep his aching imagination away from that. The half-hour was over. He swayed upstairs to Suite B and knocked. A distant "Come in." She was in the bedroom beyond. He inched into the stale hotel parlor wallpaper with 2-foot roses, a table with an atrocious knobby gilt vase, 2 stiff chairs, and a grudging settee arranged around the wall. The lilies which her disciples had sent her were decaying in boxes, in a wash bowl, in a heap in the corner. Round a china cuspidor lay faint rose petals. She sat awkwardly on the edge of one of the chairs. He dared not venture beyond the dusty brocade curtains which separated the 2 rooms, but his fancy ventured fast enough. She threw open the curtains and stood there, a flame blasting the faded apartment. She had discarded her white robe for a dressing gown of scarlet with sleeves of cloth of gold, gold and scarlet, riotous black hair, long white face. She slipped over to the settee and summoned him. "Come." He diffidently dropped his arm about her, and her head was on his shoulder. His arm drew tighter, but, "Oh, don't make love to me," she sighed, not moving. "You'll know it all right when I want you to. Just be nice and comforting tonight." "But I can't always." "I know. Perhaps you won't always have to. Perhaps... Oh, what I need tonight is some salve for my vanity. Have I ever said that I was a reincarnated Joan of Arc? I really do half believe that sometimes. Of course, it's just insanity. Actually, I'm a very ignorant young woman with a lot of misdirected energy and some tiny idealism. I preached elegant sermons for 6 weeks, but if I stayed in a town 6 weeks and 1 day, I'd have to start the music box over again. I can talk my sermons beautifully, but Cecil wrote most of them for me, and the rest I cheerfully stole." "Do you like Cecil?" "Oh, he is a nice, jealous, big, fat man." She, who that evening had been a disturbing organ note, was lisping baby talk now. "Damn it, Sharon, don't try to be a baby when I'm serious." "Damn it, Elmer, don't say damn it. Oh, I hate the little vices, smoking, swearing, scandal, drinking just enough to be silly. I love the big ones, murder, lust, cruelty, ambition." "And Cecil? Is he one of the big vices that you love?" "Oh, he's a dear boy. So sweet the way he takes himself so seriously." "Yes, but he must make love like an ice cream cone." "You might be surprised." There. The poor man is just longing to have me say something mean about Cecil. I'll be obliging. He's done a lot for me. He really knows something. He isn't a splendid cast-iron statue of ignorance like you or me." "Now, you look here, Sharon. After all, I am a college graduate and practically a B.D., too." "That's what I said. Cecil really knows how to read, and he taught me to quit acting like a hired girl, bless him. But, oh, I've learned everything he can teach me, and if I get any more of the highbrow in me, I'll lose touch with the common people, Bless their dear, sweet, honest souls. Chuck him. Take me on. Oh, it isn't the money. You must know that, dear. In 10 years, at 38, I can be sales manager of the Pequot, probably 10,000 a year, and maybe someday the president at 30,000. I'm not looking for a job, but, oh, I'm crazy about you. Except for my mother, you're the only person I've ever adored. I love you. Hear me? Damn it, yes, damn it, I said, I worship you. Oh, Sharon, 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 it wasn't really bunk when I told 'em all tonight how you had converted me, because you did convert me. Will you let me serve you? And will you maybe marry me? No, I don't think I'll ever marry exactly. Perhaps I'll chuck Cecil, poor sweet lad, and take you on. I'll see. Anyhow, let me think. She shook off his encircling arm and sat brooding, chin on hand. He sat at her feet spiritually as well as physically. She beatified him with, in September, I'll have only 4 weeks of meetings at Vincennes. I'm going to take off all October before my winter work. You won't know me then. I'm dandy speaking indoors in big halls. And I'm going down to our home, the old Falconer family place in Virginia. Pappy and Mam are dead now, and I own it. Old plantation. Would you like to come down there with me? Just us two, for a fortnight in October? Would I? My God! Could you get away? If it cost me my job. Then I'll wire you when to come after I get there. Hanning Hall, Broughton, Virginia. Now I think I'd better go to bed. Dear, sweet dreams. Can't I tuck you into bed? No, dear. I might forget to be Sister Falconer. Good night. Her kiss was like a swallow's flight, and he went out obediently, marveling that Elmer Gantry could for once love so much that he did not insist on loving. Part 2. In New York, he had bought a suit of Irish homespun and a heather cap. He looked bulky but pleasantly pastoral as he gaped romantically from the Pullman window at the fields of Virginia. Oh, Virginie, oh, Virginie, he hummed happily. Worn fences, Negro cabins, gallant horses in rocky pastures, a longing to see the gentry who rode such horses, and ever the blue hills. It was an older world than his baking Kansas, older than Mizpah Seminary, and he felt a desire to be part of this traditional age to which Sharon belonged. Then, as the miles which still separated him from the town of Broughton crept back of him, he forgot the warm-tinted land in anticipation of her. He was recalling that she was the aristocrat, the more formidable here in the company of FFV friends. He was more than usually timid, and more than usually proud of his conquest. For a moment at the station he thought that she had not come to meet him. Then he saw a girl standing by an old country buggy. She was young, veritably a girl, in middy blouse deep cut at the throat, pleated white skirt, white shoes. Her red tam-o'-shanter was rakish. Her smile was a country grin as she waved to him. And the girl was Sister Falconer. "Oh, God, you're adorable," he murmured to her as he plumped down his suitcase, and she was fragrant and soft in his arms as he kissed her. "No more," she whispered. "You're supposed to be my cousin, and even very nice cousins don't kiss quite so intelligently." As the carriage jerked across the hills, as the harness creaked and the white horse grunted, he held her hand lightly in butterfly ecstasy. He cried out at the sight of Hanning Hall as they drove through the dark pines, among shabby grass plots, to the bare sloping lawn. It was out of a storybook. A brick house, not very large, with tall white pillars, white cupola, and dormer windows with tiny panes. And across the lawn paraded a peacock in the sun. Out of a storybook, too, was the pair of old negroes who bowed to them from the porch and hastened down the steps. The butler with green tailcoat and white mustache almost encircling his mouth, and the mammy in green calico with an enormous grin and a histrionic courtesy. "They've always cared for me since I was a tiny baby," Sharon whispered. "I do love them. I do love this dear old place. That's," she hesitated, then defiantly, "that's why I brought you here." The butler took his bag up and unpacked, while Elmer wandered about the old bedroom, impressed, softly happy. The hall was a series of pale landscapes, manor houses beyond avenues of elms. The bed was a four-poster, the fireplace of white enameled posts and mantel, and on the broad oak boards of the floor, polished by generations of forgotten feet, were hooked rugs of the days of crinoline. "Golly, I'm so happy I've come home," sighed Elmer. When the butler was gone, Elmer drifted to the window, and "Golly," he said again. He had not realized in the buggy that they had climbed so high. Beyond the rolling pastures and woods was the Shenandoah, glowing with afternoon. "Shenandoah," he crooned. Suddenly he was kneeling at the window, and for the first time since he had forsaken Jim Lefferts and football and joyous ribaldry, his soul was free of all the wickedness which had daubed it. Oratorical ambitions, emotional orgasm, dead sayings of dull seers, dogmas, and piety. The golden winding river drew him, the sky uplifted him, and with outflung arms he prayed for deliverance from prayer. "I've found her. Sharon. Oh, I'm not going to go on with this evangelistic bunk, trapping idiots into holy monkey shines. No, by God, I'll be honest. I'll tuck her under my arm and go out and fight. Business. Put it over. Build something big, and laugh, not snivel and shake hands with church members. I'll do it." Then and there ended his rebellion. The vision of the beautiful river was hidden from him by a fog of compromises. How could he keep away from the evangelistic drama if he was to have Sharon? And to have Sharon was the one purpose of life. She loved her meetings, and she would never leave them, and she would rule him. And he was exalted by his own oratory. Besides, there is a lot to all this religious stuff. We do good. Maybe we jolly 'em into emotions too much, but don't that wake folks up from the ruts? Of course it does. So he put on a white turtleneck sweater, and with a firm, complacent tread he went down to join Sharon. She was waiting in the hall, so light and young in her middy blouse and red tam. "Let's not talk seriously. I'm not Sister Falconer. I'm Sharon today. Gee, to think I've ever spoken to 5,000 people. Come on. I'll race you up the hill." The wide lower hall, traditionally hung with steel engravings and a Chickamauga sword, led from the front door under the balcony of the staircase to the garden at the back, still bold with purple asters and golden zinnias. Through the hall she fled, through the garden, past the stone sundial, and over the long rough grass to the orchard on the sunny hill. No ceremonious Juno now, but a nymph, and he followed heavily, graceless, but pounding on inescapable, thinking less of her fleeting and tenderness than of the fact that since he had stopped smoking, his wind certainly was a lot better. Certainly was. "You can run," she said as she stopped, panting by a walled garden with espalier roses. "You bet I can, and I'm a grand footballer, a bearcat at tackling, my young friend." He picked her up, while she kicked and grudgingly admired. "You're terribly strong." But the day of halcyon October sun was too serene even for his coltishness, and sedately they tramped up the hill, swinging their joined hands. Sedately they talked. Ever so hard he tried to live up to the Falconer family, an old mansion and darky mammies, of the world-menacing perils of higher criticism, and the genius of E.O. Excel as a composer of sacred but snappy melodies. Part 4. While he dressed, that is, while he put on the brown suit and a superior new tie, Elmer worried. This sure intimacy was too perfect. Something would interrupt it. Sharon had spoken vaguely of brothers, of high-nosed aunts and cousins, of a cloud of Falconer witnesses, and the house was large enough to secrete along its corridors a horde of relatives. Would he, at dinner, have to meet hostile relics who would stare at him and make him talk and put him down as a piece of Terwilliger provinciality? He could see the implications in their level, faded eyes. He could see Sharon, swayed by their scorn, and delivered from such uncertain fascination as his lustiness and boldness had cast over her. "Damn," he said, "I'm just as good as they are." He came reluctantly downstairs to the shabby, endearing drawing-room, with its whatnot of curios, a Chinese slipper, a stag carved of black walnut, a shell from Madagascar, with its jar of tried cattails, its escritoire and gate-legged table, and a friendly old couch before the white fireplace. The room, the whole spreading house, was full of whispers and creakings and dead, suspicious eyes. There had been no whispers and no memories in the cottage at Paris, Kansas. Elmer stood wistful, a little beaten boy, his runaway hour with the daughter of the manor house ended, too worshipping to resent losing the one thing he wanted. Then she was at the door, extremely unevangelistic, pleasantly worldly, in an evening frock of black satin and gold lace. He had not known people who wore evening frocks. She held out her hand gaily to him, but it was not gaily that he went to her, meekly rather, resolved that he would not disgrace her before the suspicious family. They came hand in hand into the dining-room, and he saw that the table was set for two only. He almost giggled, thought maybe there'd be a lot of folks, but he was saved, and he did not bustle about her chair. He said grace at length. Candles and mahogany, silver and old lace, roses and wedgwood, canvas-back, and the butler in bottle green. He sank into a still happiness as she told riotous stories of evangelism, of her tenor soloist, the plump Adelbert Shoup, who loved creme de coco, of the Swedish farmer's wife who got her husband prayed out of drinking, cursing, and snuff habits, then tried to get him prayed out of playing checkers, whereupon he went out and got marvelously pickled on raw alcohol. "I've never seen you so quiet before," she said. "You really can be nice." "Happy?" "Terribly." The roof of the front porch had been turned into an outdoor terrace, and here, wrapped up against the cool evening, they had their coffee and peppermints in long deck chairs. They were above the treetops, and as their eyes widened in the darkness, they could see the river by starlight, the hoot of a wandering owl. Then the kind air, the whispering air, crept around them. "Oh, my God, it is so sweet, he sighed as he fumbled for her hand and felt it slip confidently into his. Suddenly he was ruthless, tearing it all down. "Too darn sweet for me, I guess. Sharon, I'm a bum. I'm not so bad as a preacher, or I wouldn't be if I had the chance. But me, I'm no good. I have cut out the booze and tobacco for you. I really have. But I used to drink like a fish. Until I met you, I never thought any woman, except my mother, was any good. I'm just a second-rate traveling man. I come from Paris, Kansas, and I'm not even up to that hick because they are hard-working and decent there, and I'm not even that. And you're not only a prophetess, which you sure are, the real thing, but you're a Falconer. Family, old servants, this big old house. Oh, it's no use. You're too big for me, just because I do love you terribly, because I can't lie to you." He had put away her slim hand, but it came creeping back over his, her fingers tracing the valleys between his knuckles, while she murmured, "You will be big. I'll make you. And perhaps I'm a prophetess, a little bit, but I'm also a good liar. You see, I'm not a Falconer. There isn't any. My name is Katie Jonas. I was born in Utica. My dad worked on a brickyard. I picked out the name Sharon Falconer while I was a stenographer. I never saw this house till 2 years ago. I never saw these old family servants till then. They worked for the folks that owned the place, and even they weren't Falconers. They had the aristocratic name of Sprugg. Incidentally, this place isn't a quarter paid for. And yet I'm not a liar. I'm not. I am Sharon Falconer now. I've made her by prayer and by having a right to be her. And you're going to stop being poor Elmer Gantry of Paris, Kansas. You're going to be the Reverend Dr. Gantry, the great captain of souls. Oh, I'm glad you don't come from anywhere in particular. Cecil Ilston? Oh, I guess he does love me, but I always feel he's laughing at me. Hang him! He notices the infinitives I split and not the souls I save. But you? Oh, you will serve me, won't you? Forever. And there was little said then. Even the agreement that she was to get rid of Cecil to make Elmer her permanent assistant was reached in a few casual assents. He was certain that the steely film of her dominance was withdrawn. Yet, when they went in, she said gaily that they must be early abed, up early tomorrow, and that she would take 10 pounds off him at tennis. When he whispered, "Where is your room, sweet?" she laughed with a chillingly impersonality. You'll never know, poor lamb. Elmer the bold, Elmer the enterprising, went clumping off to his room, and solemnly he undressed. Wistfully he stood by the window, his soul riding out on the darkness to incomprehensible destinations. He humped into bed and dropped towards sleep, too weary with fighting her resistance to lie thinking of possible tomorrows. He heard a scratching noise. It seemed to him that it was the doorknob turning. He sat up, throbbing. The sound was frightened away, but began again, a faint grating, and the bottom of the door swished slowly on the carpet. The fan of pale light from the hall widened, and craning he could see her, but only as a ghost, a white film. He held out his arms desperately, and presently she stumbled against him. "No, please." Hers was the voice of a sleepwalker. "I just came in to say good night and tuck you into bed. Such a bothered, unhappy child. Into bed. I'll kiss you good night and run." His head burrowed into the pillow. Her hand touched his cheek lightly, yet through her fingers, he believed, flowed a current which lulled him into slumber, a slumber momentarily but deep with contentment. With an effort he said, "You too, you need comforting. Maybe you need bossing. When I get over being scared of you." "No, I must take my loneliness alone. I'm different, whether it's cursed or blessed, but lonely, yes, lonely." He was sharply awake as her fingers slipped up to his cheek, across the temple, into his swart hair. "Your hair is so thick," she said drowsily. "Your heart beats so, dear Sharon." And suddenly, clutching his arm, she cried, "Come, it is the call." He was bewildered as he followed her, white in her nightgown trimmed at the throat with white fur, out of his room, down the hall, up a steep little stairway to her own apartments, the more bewildered to go from that genteel corridor with its forget-me-not wallpaper and stiff engravings of Virginia worthies, and to a furnace of scarlet. Her bedroom was as insane as an oriental cozy corner of 1895. A couch high on carven ivory posts, covered with a mandarin coat, unlighted brass lamps in the likeness of mosques and pagodas, gilt papier-mâché armor on the walls, a wide dressing table with a score of cosmetics in odd Parisian bottles, tall candlesticks, the twisted and flowered candles lighted, and over everything a hint of incense. She opened a closet, tossed a robe to him, and cried, "For the service of the altar," and vanished into a dressing-room beyond. Diffidently, feeling rather like a fool, he put on the robe. It was of purple velvet embroidered with black symbols unknown to him, the collar heavy with gold thread. He was not quite sure what he was to do, and he waited obediently. She stood in the doorway, posing, while he gaped. She was so tall, and her hands at her side, the backs up and the fingers arched, moved like lilies on the bosom of a stream. She was fantastic in a robe of deep crimson, adorned with golden stars and crescents, swastikas and Tau crosses. Her feet were in silver sandals, and round her hair was a tiara of silver moons set with steel points that flickered in the candlelight. A mist of incense floated about her, seemed to rise from her, and as she slowly raised her arms, he felt in schoolboyish awe that she was veritably a priestess. Her voice was under the spell of the sleepwalker once more as she sighed, "Come, it is the chapel." She marched to a door part hidden by the couch and led him into a room. Now he was no longer part amorous, part inquisitive, but all uneasy. What hanky-panky of construction had been performed he never knew. Perhaps it was merely that the floor above his small room had been removed so that it stretched up 2 stories. But in any case, there it was, a shrine bright as bedlam at the bottom, but seeming to rise through darkness to the sky. The walls were hung with black velvet. There were no chairs, and the whole room focused on a wide altar. It was an altar of grotesque humor or madness, draped with Chinese fabrics, crimson, apricot, emerald, gold. There were 2 stages of pink marble. Above the altar hung an immense crucifix with the Christ bleeding at nail wounds and pierced side, and on the upper stage were plaster busts of the Virgin, Saint Teresa, Saint Catherine, a garish Sacred Heart, a dolorous simulacrum of the dying Saint Stephen. But crowded on the lower stages was a crazy rout of what Elmer called heathen idols. Ape-headed gods, crocodile-headed gods, a god with 3 heads and a god with 6 arms, a jade and ivory Buddha, an alabaster naked Venus, and in the center of them all a beautiful, hideous, intimidating, and alluring statuette of a silver goddess with a triple crown and a face as thin and long and passionate as that of Sharon Falconer. Here Sharon suddenly knelt, waving him to his knees as she cried, "It is the hour! Blessed Virgin, Mother Hera, Mother Frigga, Mother Ishtar, Mother Isis, dread Mother Astarte of the weaving arms, it is thy priestess. It is she who after the blind centuries and the groping years shall make it known to the world that ye are one, and that in me are ye all revealed, and that in this revelation shall come peace and wisdom universal, the secret of the spheres and the pit of understanding. Ye who have leaned over me and on my lips pressed your immortal fingers, take this, my brother, to your bosoms. Open his eyes, release his pinions, Spirit, make him as the gods, that with me he may carry the revelation for which 1,000,000 grievous years the world has panted. O rosy cross and mystic power of ivory, hear my prayer. O sublime April crescent, hear my prayer. O sword of undaunted steel most excellent, hear thou my prayer. O serpent with unfathomable eyes, hear my prayer. Ye veiled ones and ye bright ones from caves forgotten, the peaks of the future that clanging today, join in me. Lift up, receive him. Dread nameless ones, yea, lift us then, mystery on mystery, sphere above sphere, dominion on dominion, to the very thrones. She picked up a Bible which lay by her on the long velvet cushion at the foot of the altar. She crammed it into his hands and cried, "Read, read, quickly!" It was open at the Song of Solomon, and bewildered he chanted, "How beautiful are thy feet with shoes, O prince's daughter! The joints of thy thighs are like jewels, the work of the hands of a cunning workman. Thy 2 breasts are like 2 young roes. Thy neck is as a tower of ivory. The hair of thine head like purple. The king is held in the galleries. How fair and how pleasant art thou, O love, for delights. She interrupted him, her voice high and a little shrill. O mystical rose, O lily most admirable, O wondrous union, O Saint Anna, Mother Immaculate, Demeter, Mother Beneficent, Lakshmi, Mother most shining, behold, I am his, and he is yours, and ye are mine. As he read on, his voice rose like a triumphant priest's. I said, I will go up to the palm tree. I will take hold of the boughs thereof. That verse he never finished, for she swayed sideways as she knelt before the altar and sank into his arms, her lips parted. Part 4. They sat on the hilltop, looking down on noon in the valley, sleepily talking till he roused with, Why won't you marry me? No, not for years anyway. I'm too old, 32 to your, 28 or 9? And I must be free for the service of our Lord. You do know I mean that. I am really consecrated, no matter what I may seem to do. Sweet, of course I do. Oh, yes. But not to marry. It's good at times to be just human, but mostly I have to live like a saint. Besides, I do think men converts come in better if they know I'm not married. Damn it, listen. Do you love me a little? Yes, a little. Oh, I'm as fond of you as I can be of anyone except Katie Jonas, dear child. She dropped her head on his shoulder casually now, in the bee-thrumming orchid aisle, and his arm tightened. That evening they sang gospel hymns together to the edification of the old family servants, who began to call him Doctor. End of section 16. Section 17 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 17, Chapter 13, Part 1. Not until December did Sharon Falconer take Elmer on as assistant. When she discharged Cecil Eilstrom, he said, in a small, cold voice, This is the last time, my dear prophet and peddler, that I shall ever try to be decent. But it is known that for several months he tried to conduct a rescue mission in Buffalo, and if he was examined for insanity, it was because he was seen to sit for hours staring. He was killed in a gambling den in Juarez, and when she heard of it, Sharon was very sorry. She spoke of going to fetch his body, but she was too busy with holy work. Elmer joined her at the beginning of the meetings in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He opened the meetings for her, made announcements, offered prayer, preached when she was too weary, and led the singing when Adelbert Shoup, the musical director, was indisposed. He developed a dozen sound sermons out of encyclopedias of exegesis, handbooks for evangelists, and manuals of sermon outlines. He had a powerful discourse used in the For Men Only service on the strength and joy of complete chastity. He told how Jim Leffingwell saw the folly of pleasure at the deathbed of his daughter, and he had an uplifting address suitable to all occasions on love as the morning and the evening star. He helped Sharon, whereas Cecil had held her back, or so she said. While she kept her vocabulary of poetic terms, Elmer encouraged her in just the soapbox denunciation of sin which had made Cecil shudder. Also, he spoke of Cecil as Osiric, which she found very funny indeed, and as Percy and Algernon. He urged her to tackle the biggest towns, the most polite or rowdy audiences, and to advertise herself, not in the wet-kitten high church phrases approved by Cecil, but in a manner befitting a circus, an Elks convention, or a new Messiah. Under Elmer's urging, she ventured for the first time into the larger cities. She descended on Minneapolis and, with the support of only church sects as the Full Gospel Assembly, the Nazarenes, the Church of God, and the Wesleyan Methodists, she risked her savings in hiring an armory and inserting 2-column, 6-inch advertisements of herself. Minneapolis was quite as enlivened as smaller places by Sharon's voice and eyes, by her Grecian robes, by her gold and white pyramidal altar, and the prophets were gratifying. Thereafter she sandwiched Indianapolis, Rochester, Atlanta, Seattle, the 2 Portlands, Pittsburgh, in between smaller cities. For 2 years, life was a whirlwind to Elmer Gantry. It was so frantic that he could never remember which town was which. Everything was a blur of hot sermons, writhing converts, appeals for contributions, trains, denunciation of lazy personal workers, denunciations of Adelbert Shoup for getting drunk, firing of Adelbert Shoup, taking back of Adelbert Shoup, when no other tenor so unctuously pious was to be found. Of one duty he was never weary, of standing around and being impressive and very male for the benefit of lady-seekers. How tenderly he would take their hands and moan, "Won't you hear the dear Saviour's voice calling, sister?" And all of them, spinsters with pathetic dried girlishness, misunderstood wives, held fast to his hand and were added to the carefully kept total of saved souls. Sharon saw to it that he dressed the part, double-breasted dark blue with a dashing tie in winter, and in summer white suits with white shoes. But however loudly the skirts rustled about him, so great was Sharon's intimidating charm that he was true to her. If he was a dervish figure these 2 years, she was a shooting star, inspired in her preaching, passionate with him, then a naughty child who laughed and refused to be serious even at the sermon hour, gallantly generous, then a tight-fisted virago squabbling over 10 cents for stamps. Always, in every high-colored mood, she was his religion and his reason for being. Part 2. When she attacked the larger towns and asked for the support of the richer churches, Sharon had to create several new methods in the trade of evangelism. The churches were suspicious of women evangelists. Women might do very well in visiting the sick, knitting for the heathen, and giving strawberry festivals, but they couldn't shout loud enough to scare the devil out of sinners. Indeed, all evangelists, men and women, were under attack. Sound churchmen here and there were asking whether there was any peculiar spiritual value in frightening people into groveling maniacs. They were publishing statistics which asserted that not 10% of the converts at emotional revival meetings remained church members. They were even so commercial as to inquire why a pastor with a salary of $2,000 a year, when he got it, should agonize over helping an evangelist to make $10,000, $40,000. All these dollars had to be answered. Elmer persuaded Sharon to discharge her former advance agent. He had been a minister and contributor to the religious press till the unfortunate affair of the oil stock, and hire a real press agent trained in newspaper work, circus advertising, and real estate promoting. It was Elmer and the press agent who worked up the new technique of risky but impressive defiance. Where the former advanced man had begged the ministers and wealthy laymen of the town to which Sharon wanted to be invited to appreciate her spirituality, and had sat nervously about hotels, the new salesman of salvation was brusque. "I can't waste my time and the Lord's time waiting for you people to make up your minds. Sister Falconer is especially interested in this city because she has been informed that there is a subterranean quickening here, such as would simply jam your churches with a grand new outpouring of the Spirit, provided some real expert like her came to set the fuss aright. But there are so many other towns begging for her services that if you can't make up your minds immediately, we'll have to accept their appeals and pass you up. Sorry, can only wait till midnight tonight. Reserved my Pullman already." There were ever so many ecclesiastical bodies who answered that they didn't see why he waited till even midnight. But if they were thus intimidated into signing the contract, an excellent contract drawn up by a devout Christian Scientist lawyer named Finkelstein, they were the more prepared to give spiritual and financial support to Sharon's labors when she did arrive. The new press agent was finally so impressed by the beauties of evangelism, as contrasted with his former circuses and real estate, that he was himself converted, and sometimes when he was in town with the troupe, he sang in the choir and spoke to YMCA classes in journalism. But even Elmer's arguments could never get him to give up a sturdy, plodding devotion to poker. Part 3. The contract signed, the advanced man remembered his former newspaper labors, and for a few days he became touchingly friendly with all the reporters in town. There were late parties at his hotel. There was much sending of bellhops for more bottles of Wilson and White Horse and Green River. The press agent admitted that he really did think that Miss Falconer was the greatest woman since Sarah Bernhardt, and he let the boys have stories, guaranteed held exclusive, of her beauty, the glories of her family, her miraculous power of fetching sinners or rain by prayer, and the rather vaguely dated time when, as a young girl, she had been recognized by Dwight Moody as his successor. South of the Mason-Dixon line, her grandfather was merely Mr. Falconer, a bellicose and pious man, but far enough north he was General Falconer of Old Virginia, preferably spelled that way, who had been the adviser and solace of General Robert E. Lee. The press agent also wrote the posters for the Ministerial Alliance, giving Satan a generous warning as to what was to happen to him. So when Sharon and the troop arrived, the newspapers were eager, the walls and shop windows were scarlet with placards, and the town was breathless. Sometimes 1,000 people gathered at the station for her arrival. There were always a few infidels, particularly among the reporters, who had doubted her talents. But when they saw her in the train vestibule, in a long white coat, when she had stood there a second with her eyes closed, lost in prayer for this new community, when slowly she held out her white, nervous hands in greeting, then the advance agent's work was 2/3 done here, and he could go on to whiten new fields for the harvest. But there was still plenty of discussion before Sharon was rid of the forces of selfishness and able to get down to the job of spreading light. Local committees were always stubborn. Local committees were always jealous. Local committees were always lazy. And local committees were always told these facts with vigor. The heart of the arguments was money. Sharon was one of the first evangelists to depend for all her profit not on a share of the contributions, nor on a weekly offering, but on the one night devoted entirely to a voluntary thank offering for her and her crew alone. It sounded unselfish, and it brought in more. Every devotee saved up for that occasion, and it proved easier to get one $50 donation than a dozen of $1 each. But to work up this lone offering to suitably thankful proportions, a good deal of loving and efficient preparation was needed. Reminders given by the chief pastors, bankers, and other holy persons of the town, the distribution of envelopes over which devotees were supposed to brood for the whole 6 weeks of the meetings, and innumerable newspaper paragraphs about the self-sacrifice and heavy expense of the evangelists. It was over these innocent, necessary precautions that the local committees always showed their meanness. They liked giving over only one contribution to the evangelist, but they wanted nothing said about it till they themselves had been taken care of, till the rent of the hall or the cost of building a tabernacle, the heat, the lights, the advertising, and other expenses had been paid. Sharon would meet the committees, a score of clergymen, a score of their most respectable deacons, a few angular Sunday school superintendents, a few disappointing wives, in a church parlor, and for the occasion she always wore the gray suit and an air of metropolitan firmness, and swung a pair of pince-nez with lenses made of window glass. While in familiar words the local chairman was explaining to her that their expenses were heavy, she would smile as though she knew something they could not guess, and then let fly at them breathlessly, "I'm afraid there is some error here. I wonder if you are quite in the mood to forget all material things and really throw yourselves into the self-abnegating glory of a hot campaign for souls? I know all you have to say. As a matter of fact, you've forgotten to mention your expenses for watchmen, extra hymn books, and hiring camp chairs. But you haven't got the experience to appreciate my expenses. I have to maintain almost as great a staff, not only workers and musicians, but all my other representatives whom you never see, as though I had a factory. Besides them, I have my charities. There is, for example, the old ladies' home, which I keep up entirely. Oh, I shan't say anything about it, but if you could see those poor aged women turning to me with such anxious faces." Where that old ladies' home was, Elmer never learned. "We came here without any guarantees. We depend wholly on the free will offering of the last day, and I'm afraid you are going to stress the local expenses so that people will not feel like giving on the last day, even enough to pay the salaries of my assistants. I'm taking, if it were not that I abominate the pitiful and character-destroying vice of gambling, I'd say that I'm taking such a terrible gamble that it frightens me. But there it is, and—" While she was talking, Sharon was sizing up this new assortment of clergy. The cranks, the testy male old maids, the advertising and pushing demagogues, the commonplace pulpit holders, the straddling young liberals, the real mystics, the kindly fathers of their flocks, and the lovers of righteousness. She had picked out as her advocate the most sympathetic, and she launched her peroration straight at him. "Do you want to ruin me so that never again shall I be able to carry the message, to carry salvation to the desperate souls who are everywhere waiting for me, crying for my help? Is that your purpose? You, the elect, the people chosen to help me in the service of the dear Lord Jesus himself? Is that your purpose? Is it? Is it?" She began sobbing, which was Elmer's cue to jump up and have a wonderful new idea. He knew, did Elmer, that the dear brethren and sisters had no such purpose. They just wanted to be practical. Well, wouldn't it be a good notion for the committee to go to the well-to-do church members and explain the unparalleled situation? Tell them that this was the Lord's work, and that aside from the unquestioned spiritual benefits, the revival would do so much good that crime would cease and taxes thus be lessened, that workmen would turn from agitation to higher things and work more loyally at the same wages. If they got enough pledges from the rich for current expenses, those expenses would not have to be stressed at the meetings, and people would properly be coached to save up for the final thank offering, not have to be nagged, to give more than small coins at the nightly collections. There were other annoyances to discuss with the local committee. Why, Elmer would demand, hadn't they provided enough dressing rooms in the tabernacle? Sister Falconer needed privacy. Sometimes just before the meeting, she and he had to have important conferences. Why hadn't they provided more volunteer ushers? He must have them at once to train them, for it was the ushers, when properly coached, who could ease struggling souls up to the altar for the skilled finishing touches by the experts. Had they planned to invite big delegations from the local institutions? From Smith Brothers Ketchup Factory? From the car shops? From the packing house? Oh, yes, they must plan to stir up these institutions. An evening would be dedicated to each of them. The representatives would be seated together, and they'd have such a happy time singing their favorite hymns. By this time, a little dazed, the local committee were granting everything, and they looked almost convinced when Sharon wound up with a glad, ringing, "All of you must look forward and joyfully to a sacrifice of time and money in these meetings. We have come here at great sacrifice, and we are here only to help you." Part 4. The afternoon and evening sermons, those were the high points of the meetings, when Sharon cried out in a loud voice, her arms out to them, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it's not," and "all our righteousness is as filthy rags," and "we have sinned and come short of the glory of God," and "oh, for the man to arise in me, that the man I am may cease to be," and "get right with God," and "I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God into salvation." But before even these guaranteed appeals could reach wicked hearts, the audience had to be prepared for emotion, and to accomplish this, there was as much labor behind Sharon's eloquence as there is of wardrobes and scene shifters and box offices behind the frenzy of Lady Macbeth. Of this preparation, Elmer had a great part. He took charge, as soon as she had trained him, of the men personal workers, leaving the girls to the director of personal work, a young woman who liked dancing and glass jewelry, but who was admirable at listening to the confessions of spinsters. His workers were bank tellers, bookkeepers in wholesale groceries, shoe clerks, teachers of manual training. They canvassed shops, wholesale warehouses, and factories, and held noon meetings in offices where they explained that the most proficient use of shorthand did not save one from the probability of hell. For Elmer explained, that prospects were more likely to be converted if they came to the meetings with a fair amount of fear. When they were permitted, the workers were to go from desk to desk, talking to each victim about the secret sins he was comfortably certain to have. And both men and women workers were to visit the humbler homes and offer to kneel and pray with the flowery and embarrassed wife, the pipe-wreathed and shoeless husband. All the statistics of the personal work, so many souls invited to come to the altar, so many addresses to workmen over their lunch pails, so many cottage prayers, with the length of each, were rather imaginatively entered by Elmer and the director of personal work on the balance sheet, which Sharon used as a report after the meetings and as a talking point for the sale of future meetings. Elmer met daily with Adalbert Shoup, that yearning and innocent tenor who was in charge of music to select hymns. There were times when the audiences had to be lured into confidence by "Softly and tenderly, Jesus is calling." Times when they were to feel brotherly and rustic with "It's the old-time religion. It was good enough for Paul and Silas, and it's good enough for me." And times when they had to be stirred by "At the Cross" or "Onward, Christian Soldiers." Adalbert had ideas about what he called worship by melody, but Elmer saw that the real purpose of singing was to lead the audience to a state of mind where they would do as they were told. He learned to pick out letters on the typewriter with 2 fingers, and he answered Sharon's mail, all of it that she let him see. He kept books for her in a ragged, sufficient manner on checkbook stubs. He wrote the nightly story of her sermons, which the newspapers cut down and tucked in among stories of remarkable conversions. He talked to local church pillars of so rich and moral that their own pastors were afraid of them. And he invented an aid to salvation, which to this day is used in the more evangelistic meetings, though it is credited to Adalbert Shoup. Adalbert was up to most of the current diversions. He urged the men and the women to sing against each other. At the tense moment when Sharon was calling for converts, Adalbert would skip down the aisle, fat but nimble, pink with coy smiles, tapping people on the shoulder, singing the chorus of a song right among them, and often returning with 3 or 4 prisoners of the sword of the Lord, flapping his plump arms and caroling, they're coming," which somehow started a stampede to the altar. Adalbert was, in his girlish enthusiasm, almost as good as Sharon or Elmer at announcing, "Tonight you are all of you to be evangelists, every one of you now. Shake hands with the person to your right and ask them if they're saved." He gloated over their embarrassment. He really was a man of parts. Nevertheless, it was Elmer, not Adalbert, who invented the "Hallelujah" yell, remembering his college cheers, remembering how greatly it had encouraged him in kneeing the opposition tackle or jabbing the rival center's knee. Elmer observed to himself, why shouldn't we have yells in this game, too? He himself wrote the first one, known in history. "Hallelujah, praise the Lord, how, how. Hallelujah, praise God, how, how. Altogether I feel better, how. For the salvation of the nation. Amen." That was a thing to hear when Elmer led them, when he danced before them, swinging his big arms and bellowing, "Now again, 2 yards to gain, 2 yards for the Savior. Come on, boys and girls, it's our team. Going to let 'em down? Not on your life. Come on, then, you chipmunks, and let me hear you knock the old roof off. How. Many a hesitating boy, a little sickened by the intense brooding femininity of Sharon's appeal, was thus brought up to the platform to shake hands with Elmer and learn the benefits of religion. Part 5. The gospel crew could never consider their converts as human beings, like waiters or manicurists or brakemen, but they had in each of them a professional interest, as surgeons take in patients, critics in an author, fishermen in trout. They were obsessed by the gaffer in Terre Haute who got converted every single night during the meetings. He may have been insane. He may have been a plain drunk. But every evening he came in looking etanoil and thoroughly backslidden. Every evening he slowly spoke to his higher needs during the sermon, and when the call for converts came, he leapt up, shouted, "Hallelujah, I found it," and galloped forward, elbowing the real and valuable prospects out of the aisle. The crew waited for him as campers for a mosquito. In Scranton, they had unusually exasperating patients. Scranton had been saved by a member of other evangelists before their arrival, and had become almost an aesthetic. 10 nights they sweated over the audience without a single sinner coming forward. And Elmer had to go out and hire 6 convincing converts. He found them in a mission near the river, and explained that by giving a good example to the slothful, they would be doing the work of God, and that if the example was good enough, he would give them $5 apiece. The missioner himself came in during the conference and offered to get converted for 10, but he was so well known that Elmer had to give him the 10 to stay away. His game of converts was very impressive, but thereafter no member of the evangelistic troop was safe. The professional Christians besieged the tent night and day. They wanted to be saved again, and when they were refused, they offered to produce new converts at $5 apiece, $3 apiece, 50 cents and a square meal. By this time, enough authentic and free enthusiasts were appearing, and though they were fervent, they did not relish being saved in company with hobos who smelled. When the 6 cappers were thrown out bodily by Elmer and Art Nichols, they took to coming to the meetings and catcalling, so that for the rest of the series they had to be paid $1 a night each to stay away. No, Elmer could not consider the converts human. Sometimes when he was out in the audiences, playing the bullying hero that Judson Roberts had once played with him, he looked up at the platform, where a row of men under conviction knelt with their arms on chairs and their broad butts toward the crowd, and he wanted to snicker and wield a small plank. But 5 minutes after, he would be up there, kneeling with a sewing machine agent, with the day after shakes, his arm around the client's shoulders, pleading in the tones of a mother cow, "Can't you surrender to Christ, brother? Don't you want to give up all the dreadful habits that are ruining you, keeping you back from success? Listen, God'll help you make good. And when you're lonely, old man, remember He's there, waiting to talk to you." Part 6. They generally, before the end of the meetings, worked up gratifying feeling. Often young women knelt panting, their eyes blank, their lips wide with ecstasy. Sometimes, when Sharon was particularly fired, they actually had the phenomenon of the great revivals of 1800. People twitched and jumped with the holy jerks. Old people, under the Pentecostal inspiration, spoke in unknown tongues, completely unknown. Women stretched out senseless, their tongues dripping, and once occurred what connoisseurs regard as the highest example of religious inspiration. 4 men and 2 women crawled about a pillar, barking like dogs, barking the devil out of the tree. Sharon relished these miracles. They showed her talent. They were sound manifestations of divine power. But sometimes they got the meetings a bad name, and cynics prostrated her by talking of holy rollers. Because of this maliciousness and because of the excitement which she found in meetings so favored by the Holy Ghost, Elmer had particularly to comfort her afterward. Part 7. All the members of the evangelistic crew planned effects to throw a brighter limelight on Sharon. There was feverish discussions of her costumes. Adalbert had planned the girdled white robe in which she appeared as priestess, and he wanted her to wear it always. "You are so queenly," he whimpered. But Elmer insisted on changes, on keeping the robe for crucial meetings, and Sharon went out for embroidery golden velvet frocks, and at meetings for business women, smart white flannel suits. They assisted her also in the preparation of new sermons. Her message was delivered under a hypnotism of emotion without connection with her actual life. Now Portia, now Ophelia, now Francesca, she drew men to her, did with them as she would. Or again, she saw herself as veritably the scourge of God. But however richly she could pour out passion, however flamingly she used the most exotic words and the most complex sentiments, when someone had taught them to her, it was impossible for her to originate any sentiment more profound than, "I'm unhappy." She read nothing, after Cecil Eilstrom's going, but the Bible and the advertisements of rival evangelists in the bulletin of the Moody Bible Institute. Lacking Cecil, it was a desperate and cooperative affair to furnish Sharon with fresh sermons as she grew tired of acting the old ones. Adalbert Shoup provided the poetry. He was fond of poetry. He read Ellis Wheeler Wilcox, James Whitcomb Riley, and Thomas More. He was also a student of philosophy. He could understand Ralph Waldo Trine perfectly, and he furnished for Sharon's sermons both the couplets about home and little ones, and the philosophical points about willpower, thoughts are things, and love is beauty. Beauty is love, love is all. The lady director of personal work had unexpected talent in making up anecdotes about the deathbeds of drunkards and agnostics. Lily Anderson, the pretty though anemic pianist, had once been a school teacher and had read a couple of books about scientists, so she was able to furnish data with which Sharon absolutely confuted the rising fad of evolution. And Art Nichols, the cornetist, provided rude but moral Maine humor, stories about horse trading, cabbages, and hard cider, very handy for cajoling skeptical businessmen. But Elmer, being trained theologically, had to weave all the elements, dogma, poetry, to the effect that God's palette held the sunsets or ever the world began. Confessions of the dismally damned and stories of Maine barn dances into one ringing whole. And meanwhile, besides the Reverend Sister Falconer and the Reverend Mr. Gantry, thus cooperative, there were Sharon and Elmer and a crew of quite human people with grievances, traveling together, living together, not always in a state of happy innocence. End of section 17. Section 18 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 18, Chapter 14, Part 1. Sedate as a long-married couple, intimate and secure, were Elmer and Sharon on most days, and always he was devoted. It was Sharon who was incalculable. Sometimes she was a priestess and a looming disaster. Sometimes she was intimidating in grasping passion. Sometimes she was thin and writhing and anguished with chagrined doubt of herself. Sometimes she was pale and nun-like and still. Sometimes she was a chilly business woman, and sometimes she was a little girl. In the last quite authentic role, Elmer loved her fondly, except when she assumed it just as she was due to go out and hypnotize 3,000 people. He would beg her, "Oh, come on now, Shara. Please be good. Please stop pouting and go out and lambaste 'em." She would stomp her foot while her face changed to a round childishness. "No, don't want to go evangel. Want to be bad, bad. Want to throw things, want to go out and spank a bald man on the head. Tired of souls, want to tell 'em all to go to hell." "Oh, gee, please, Shara. Gosh all fishhooks. They're waiting for you. Albert has sung that verse twice now." "I don't care. Sing it again. Sing songs, losh songs. Going to be bad. Going out and drop mice down Adalbert's fat neck. Fat neck. Fat holy neck." But suddenly, "I wish I could. I wish they'd let me be bad. Oh, I get so tired, all of them reaching for me, sucking my blood, wanting me to give them the courage they're too flabby to get for themselves." And a minute later, she was standing before the audience, rejoicing, "Oh, my beloved, the dear Lord has a message for you tonight." And in 2 hours, as they rode in a taxi to the hotel, she was sobbing on his breast, "Hold me close. I'm so lonely and afraid and cold." Part 2. Among his various relations to her, Elmer was Sharon's employee, and he resented the fact that she was making 5 times more than he of that money for which he had a reverent admiration. When they had first made plans, she had suggested, "Dear, if it all works out properly, in 3 or 4 years I want you to share the offerings with me. But first I must save a lot. I've got some vague plans to build a big center for our work, maybe with a magazine and a training school for evangelists. When that's paid for, you and I can make an agreement. But just now, how much have you been making as a traveling man?" "Oh, about 300 a month, about 3,500 a year." He was really fond of her. He was lying to the extent of only 500. "Then I'll start you in at 3,800, and in 4 or 5 years I hope it'll be 10,000, maybe twice as much." And she never, month after month, discussed salary again. It irritated him. He knew that she was making more than 20,000 a year, and that before long she would probably make 50,000. But he loved her so completely that he scarce thought of it oftener than 3 or 4 times a month. Part 3. Sharon continued to house her troupe in hotels for independence, but an unfortunate misunderstanding came up. Elmer had stayed in her room, engaged in a business conference, so late that he accidentally fell asleep across the foot of her bed. So tired were they both that neither of them awoke till 9 in the morning, when they were aroused by Adalbert Shoup knocking and innocently skipping in. Sharon raised her head to see Adalbert giggling. "How dare you come into my room without knocking, you sausage?" she raged. "Have you no sense of modesty or decency? Beat it, potato!" When Adalbert had gone simpering out, cheeping, "Honest, I won't say anything," then Elmer fretted, "Golly, do you think he'll blackmail us?" "Oh, no. Adalbert adores me. Us girls must stick together. But it does bother me. Suppose it had been some other guest of the hotel." People misunderstand and criticize so. Tell you what let's do. Hereafter, in each town, let's hire a big house, furnished for the whole crew. Still be independent, but nobody around to talk about us. And probably we can get a dandy house quite cheap from some church member. That would be lovely. When we get sick of working so hard all the time, we could have a party just for ourselves and have a dance. I love to dance. Oh, of course, I roast dancing in my sermons, but I mean, when it's with people like us that understand, it's not like with worldly people, where it would lead to evil. A party. Though Art Nichols would get drunk. Oh, let him. He works so hard. Now, you skip. Wait, aren't you going to kiss me good morning? They made sure of Adalbert's loyalty by flattering him, and the press agent had orders to find a spacious, furnished house in the city to which they were going next. Part 4. The renting of furnished houses for the Falconer evangelistic party was a ripe cause for new quarrels with the local committees, particularly after the party had left town. There were protests by the infuriated owners that the sacred workers must have been, as one deacon undertaker put it, simply raising the very devil. He asserted that the furniture had been burned with cigarette stubs, that whiskey had been spilled on the rugs, that chairs had been broken. He claimed damages from the local committee. The local committee sent the claims on to Sharon. There was a deal of fervent correspondence, and the claims were never paid. Though usually it did not come out till the series of meetings was finished, so that there was no interference with saving the world, these arguments about the private affairs of the evangelistic crew started most regrettable rumors. The ungodly committed loud scoffings. Sweet, repressed old maids wondered what might really have happened, and speculated together in delightful horror as to whether there should have been anything worse than drinking going on. But always a majority of the faithful argued logically that Sister Falconer and Brother Gantry were righteous. Therefore they could do nothing unrighteous. Therefore the rumors were inspired by the devil and spread by saloon keepers and infidels, and in face of this persecution of the godly, the adherents were the more lyric in support of the Falconer party. Elmer learned from the discussions of damages a pleasant way of reducing expenses. At the end of their stay, they simply did not pay the rent for their house. They informed the local committee, after they had gone, that the committee had promised to provide living quarters, and that was all there was to it. There was a lot of correspondence. Part 5. One of Sharon's chief troubles was getting her crew to bed. Like most actors, they were high-strung after their show. Some of them were too nervous to sleep until they had read the Saturday Evening Post. Others never could eat till after the meeting, and till 1 o'clock they fried eggs and scrambled eggs and burnt toast and quarreled over the dishwashing. Despite their enlightened public stand against the demon rum, some of the performers had to brace up their nerves with an occasional quart of whiskey, and there was dancing and assorted glee, though sometimes she exploded all over them. Usually Sharon was amiably blind, and she had too many conferences with Elmer to give much heed to the parties. Lily Anderson, the pale pianist, protested. They might all, she said, go to bed early so they could be up early. They ought, she said, to go oftener to the cottage prayer meetings. The others insisted that this was too much to expect of people exhausted by their daily 3 hours of work. But she reminded them that they were doing the work of the Lord, and they ought to be willing to wear themselves out in such service. They were, they said, but not tonight. After days when Art Nichols, the cornetist, and Adolph Klebs, the violinist, had such heads at 10 o'clock in the morning that they had to take pick-me-ups, would come days when all of them, even Art and Adolph, were hysterically religious, when quite privately they prayed and repented and raised their voices in ululating quavers of divine rapture, till Sharon said fiercely that she didn't know whether she preferred to be waked up by hell-raising or hallelujahs. Yet once she bought a traveling phonograph for them, and many records, half hectic dances and half hymns. Part 6. Though her presence nearly took away his need of other stimulants, of tobacco and alcohol, and most of his cursing, it was a year before Elmer was altogether secure from the thought of them. But gradually he saw himself certain of future power and applause as a clergyman. His ambition became more important than the titillation of alcohol, and he felt very virtuous and pleased. Those were big days, rejoicing days, sunny days. He had everything: his girl, his work, his fame, his power over people. When they held meetings in Topeka, his mother came from Paris to hear them, and she watched her son addressing 2,000 people. All the heavy graveyard doubts which had rotted her after his exit from Mizpah Seminary vanished. He felt now that he belonged. The gospel crew accepted him as their assistant foreman, as bolder and stronger and trickier than any save Sharon, and they followed him like family dogs. He imagined a day when he would marry Sharon, supersede her as leader, letting her preach now and then as a feature, and become one of the great evangelists of the land. He belonged. When he encountered fellow evangelists, no matter how celebrated, he was pleased but not awed. Didn't Sharon and he meet no less an evangelist than Dr. Howard Bancock Bench, the great Baptist defender of the literal interpretation of the Bible, president of the True Gospel Training School for Religious Workers, editor of The Keeper of the Vineyard, and author of Fool Errors of So-Called Science? Didn't Dr. Bench treat Elmer like a son? Dr. Bench happened to be in Joliet on his way to receive his 6th D.D. degree from Abner College during Sharon's meetings there. He lunched with Sharon and Elmer. "Which hymns do you find the most effective when you make your appeal for converts, Dr. Bench?" asked Elmer. "Well, to tell you, Brother Gantry," said the authority, "I think just as I am, and Jesus, I am coming home, hit real folksy hearts like nothing else." "Oh, I'm afraid I don't agree with you," protested Sharon. "It seems to me, of course you have far more experience and talent than I, Dr. Bench." "Not at all, my dear sister," said Dr. Bench with a leer which sickened Elmer with jealousy. "You are young, but all of us recognize your genius." "Well, thank you very much, but I mean, they're not lively enough. I feel we ought to use hymns with a swing to them, hymns that make you dance right up to the mourner's bench." Dr. Bench stopped gulping his fried pork chops and held up a flabby, white, holy hand. "Oh, Sister Falconer, I hate to have you use the word dance regarding an evangelistic meeting. What is the dance? It is the gateway to hell. How many innocent girls have found in the dance hall the allurement which leads to every nameless vice?" 2 minutes of information about dancing, given in the same words that Sharon herself often used, and Dr. Bench wound up with a hearty, "So I beg of you not to speak of dancing to the mourner's bench." "I know, Dr. Bench, I know, but I mean in the sacred senses of David dancing before the Lord." "But I feel there was a different meaning to that. If you only knew the original Hebrew, the word should not be translated danced, but was moved by the Spirit." Really? I didn't know that. I'll use that. They all looked learned. What methods, Dr. Bench, asked Elmer, do you find the most successful in forcing people to come to the altar when they resist the Holy Ghost? I always begin by asking those interested in being prayed for to hold up their hands. Oh, I believe in having them stand up if they want prayer. Once you get a fellow to his feet, it's so much easier to coax him out into the aisle and down to the front. If he just holds his hand up, he may pull it down before you can spot him. We've trained our ushers to jump right in the minute anybody gets up and say, "Now, brother, won't you come down in front and shake hands with Sister Falconer and make your stand for Jesus?" No, said Dr. Bench. My experience is that there are many timid people who have to be led gradually. To ask them to stand up is too big a step. But actually, we're probably both right. My motto as a soul saver, if I may venture to apply such a lofty title to myself, is that one should use every method that, in the vernacular, will sell the goods. I guess that's right, said Elmer. Say, tell me, Dr. Bench, what do you do with converts after they come to the altar? I always try to have a separate room for 'em. That gives you a real chance to deepen and richen their new experience. They can't escape if you close the door, and there's no crowd to stare and embarrass them. I can't see that, said Sharon. I believe that if the people who come forward are making a stand for Christ, they ought to be willing to face the crowd, and it makes such an impression on the whole bunch of the unsaved to see a lot of seekers at the mourner's bench. You must admit, Brother Bench, Dr. Bench, I should say, that lots of people who just come up to revival for a good time are moved to conviction epidemically by seeing others shaken. No, I can't agree that that's so important as making a deeper impression on each convert, so that each goes out as an agent for you, as it were. But everyone to his own methods. I mean, so long as the Lord is with us and behind us. Say, Dr. Bench, said Elmer, how do you count your converts? Some of the preachers in this last town accused us of lying about the number. On what basis do you count them? Why, I count everyone, and we use a recording machine that comes down to the front and shakes hands with me. What if some of them are merely old church members warmed over? Isn't it worth just as much to give new spiritual life to those who've had it and lost it? Of course it is. That's what we think. And then we got criticized there in that fool town. We tried, that is, Sister Falconer here tried, a stunt which was new for me. We opened up some of the worst dives and blind tigers by name. We gave street numbers. The attack created a howling sensation. People just jammed in, hoping we'd attack other places. I believe that's a good policy. We're going to try it here next week. It puts the fear of God into the wicked and slams over the revival. There's a danger in that sort of thing, though, said Dr. Bench. I don't advise it. Trouble is, in such an attack, you're liable to offend some of the leading church members, the very folks that contribute the most cash to a revival. They're often the owners of buildings that get used by unscrupulous persons for immoral purposes, and while they, of course, regret such unfortunate use of their property, if you attack such places by name, you're likely to lose their support. Why, you might lose thousands of dollars. It seems to me wiser and more Christian just to attack vice in general. How much orchestra do you use, Dr. Bench? Asked Sharon. All I can get hold of. I'm carrying a pianist, a violinist, a drummer, and a cornetist, besides my soloist." "But don't you find some people objecting to fiddling?" "Oh, yes, but I jolly him out of it by saying I don't believe in letting the devil monopolize all these art things," said Dr. Bench. "Besides, I find that a good tune, sort of a nice, artistic, slow, sad one, puts folks into a mood where they'll come across both with their hearts and their contributions. By the way, speaking of that, what luck have you folks had recently in raising money, and what method do you use?" "It's been pretty good with us, and I need a lot because I'm supporting an orphanage," said Sharon. "We're sticking to the idea of the free will offering the last day. We can get more money than any town would be willing to guarantee beforehand. If the appeal for the free will offering is made strong enough, we usually have pretty fair results." "Well, yes, I use the same method, but I don't like the term free will offering or thank offering. It's been used so much by merely second-rate evangelists who, and I grieve to say there are such people, put their own gain before the service of the kingdom, and it's got a commercial sound. In making my own appeal for contributions, I use love offering." "That's worth thinking over, Dr. Bench," sighed Sharon. "But oh, how tragic it is that we, with our message of salvation, if the sad old world would but listen, we could solve all its sorrows and difficulties. Yet with this message ready, we have to be practical and raise money for our expenses and charities. Oh, the world doesn't appreciate evangelists. Think of what we could do for a resident minister. These preachers who talk about conducting their own revivals make me sick. They don't know the right technique. Conducting revivals is a profession. One must know all the tricks. With all modesty, I figure that I know just what will bring in the converts." "I'm sure you do, Sister Falconer," from Bench. "Say, do you and Brother Gantry like union revivals?" "You bet your life we do," said Brother Gantry. "We don't conduct a revival unless we can have the united support of all the evangelical preachers in town." "I think you are mistaken, Brother Gantry," said Dr. Bench. "I find that I have the most successful meetings with only a few churches, but all of them genuinely okay. With all the preachers joined together, you have to deal with a lot of these 2x4 hick preachers with churches about the size of woodsheds and getting maybe $1,100 a year. And yet they think they have the right to make suggestions. No, sir. I want to do business with the big town preachers that are used to doing things in a high-grade way and that don't kick if you take a decent-sized offering out of town." "Yeah, there's something to be said for that," said Elmer. "That's what the happy sing evangelist, Bill Buttle, said to us one time." "But I hope you don't like Brother Buttle," protested Dr. Bench. "Oh, no. Anyway, El didn't like him," said Sharon, which was a wifely slap at Elmer. Dr. Bench snorted. "He's a scoundrel. There's rumors about his wife's leaving him. Why is it that in such a high calling as ours there are so many rascals? Take Dr. Mortonby, calling himself a cover-to-cover literalist, and then his relations to young women who sing for him. I would shock you, Sister Falconer, if I told you what I suspect." "Oh, I don't know. I haven't met him, but I hear dreadful things," wailed Sharon. "And Wesley Ziegler, they say he drinks, and an evangelist. Why, if any person connected with me were so much as to take one drink, out he goes." That's right. Isn't it dreadful?" mourned Dr. Bench. "And take this charlatan Edgars, this obscene ex-gambler with his disgusting slang. The hypocrite. Joyously, they pointed out that this rival artist in evangelism was an ignoramus, that a passer of bogus checks, the other doubtful about the doctrine of the premillennial coming. Joyously, they concluded that the only intelligent and moral evangelists in America were Dr. Bench, Sister Falconer, and Brother Gantry, and the lunch broke up in an orgy of thanksgiving. There's the worst swell-headed and four-flusher in America, that Bench, and he's shaky on Jonah, and I've heard he chews tobacco, and then pretending to be so swell and citified. Be careful of him, said Sharon to Elmer afterward, and, oh, my dear, my dear. End of section 18. Section 19 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 19, Chapter 15, Part 1. It was not her eloquence, but her healing of the sick, which raised Sharon to such eminence that she promised to become the most renowned evangelist in America. People were tired of eloquence, and the whole evangelist business was limited, since even the most ardent were not likely to be saved more than 3 or 4 times, but they could be healed constantly, and of the same disease. Healing was later to become the chief feature of many evangelists, but in 1910 it was advertised chiefly by Christian Scientists and the New Thoughters. Sharon came to it by accident. She had regularly offered prayers for the sick, but only absent-mindedly. When Elmer and she had been together for a year, during her meetings in Schenectady, a man led up his deaf wife and begged Sharon to heal her. It amused Sharon to send out for some oil. It happened to be shotgun oil, but she properly consecrated it, to anoint the woman's ears and to pray lustily for healing. The woman screamed, "Glory to God! I've got my hearing back." There was a sensation in the tabernacle, and everybody itched with desire to be relieved of whatever ailed him. Elmer led the healed deaf woman aside and asked her name for the newspapers. It is true that she could not hear him, but he wrote out his questions, she wrote the answers, and he got an excellent story for the papers and an idea for their holy work. Why, he put it to Sharon, shouldn't she make healing a regular feature? "Oh, I don't know that I have any gift for it," considered Sharon. "Sure you have. Aren't you psychic? Well, you bet. Go to it. We might pull off some healing services. I bet the collections would bust all records, and we'll have a distinct understanding with the local committee that we get all over a certain amount, besides the collection the last day. Well, we might try one. Of course, the Lord may have blessed me with special gifts that way, and to him be all the credit. Oh, let's stop in here and have an ice cream soda. I love banana splits. I hope nobody sees me. I feel like dancing tonight. Anyway, we'll talk over the possibility of healing. I'm going to take a hot bath the minute we get home with Lush bath salts. Lush and Lush and Lush. The success was immense. She alienated many evangelical pastors by divine healing, but she won all the readers of books about willpower, and her daily miracles were reported in the newspapers. And, or so it was reported, some of her patients remained cured. She murmured to Elmer, "You know, maybe there really is something to this healing, and I get an enormous thrill out of it. telling the lame to chuck their crutches, and that man last night, that cripple, he did feel a lot better. They decorated the altar now with crutches and walking sticks, all given by grateful patients, except such as Elmer had been compelled to buy to make the exhibit inspiring from the start. Money gambled in. One grateful patient gave Sharon $5,000, and Elmer and Sharon had their only quarrel, except for the occasional spats of temperament. With the increase in profits, he demanded a raise of salary, and she insisted that her charities took all she had. "Yeah, I've heard a lot about him," said he, "the old ladies' home and the orphanage and the hoosegow for retired preachers. I suppose you carry him along with you on the road." "Do you mean to insinuate, my good friend, that I—" They talked in a thoroughly spirited and domestic manner, and afterward she raised his salaries to $5,000 and kissed him. With the money so easily come by, Sharon burst out in hectic plans. She was going to buy a 10,000-acre farm for a Christian socialist colony and a university, and she went so far as to get a 3-month option on 200 acres. She was going to have a great national daily paper, with crime news, scandal, and athletics omitted, and a daily Bible session on the front page. She was going to organize a new crusade, an army of 10 million, which would march through heathen countries and convert the entire world to Christianity in this generation. She did, at last, actually carry out one plan and create a headquarters for her summer meetings. At Clontarf, a resort on the New Jersey coast, she bought the pier on which Benno Hackenschmidt used to give grand opera. Though the investment was so large that even for the initial payment it took almost every penny she had saved, she calculated that she would make money because she would be absolute owner and not have to share contributions with local churches. And remaining in one spot, she would build up more prestige than by moving from place to place and having to advertise her virtues anew in every town. In a gay frenzy, she planned that if she was successful, she would keep the Clontarf Pier for summer and build an all-winter tabernacle in New York or Chicago. She saw herself another Mary Baker Eddy, an Angie Besant, and a Catherine Tingley. Elmer Gantry was shocked when she hinted that, who knows, the next Messiah might be a woman. And that woman might now be on earth, just realizing her divinity. The pier was an immense structure, built of cheap knotty pine, painted in a hectic red with gold stripes. It was pleasant, however, on hot evenings. Round it ran a promenade out over the water, where once lovers had strolled between acts of the opera, and giving on the promenade were many barn-like doors. Sharon christened it the Waters of Jordan Tabernacle, added more and redder paint, more gold, and erected an enormous revolving cross, lighted at night with yellow and ruby electric bulbs. The whole gospel crew went to Clontarf in early June to make ready for the great opening on the evening of the 1st of July. They had to enlist volunteer ushers and personal workers, and Sharon and Adalbert Shoup had notions about a large robed choir with 3 or 4 paid soloists. Elmer had less zeal than usual in helping her, because an unfortunate thing had gone and happened to Elmer. He saw that he really ought to be more friendly with Lily Anderson, the pianist. While he remained true to Sharon, he had cumulatively been feeling that it was sheer carelessness to let the pretty and anemic and virginal Lily be wasted. He had been driven to notice her through indignation at Art Nichols, the cornetist, for having the same idea. Elmer was fascinated by her unwickedness. While he was continuing to be devoted to Sharon, over her shoulder he was always looking at Lily's pale sweetness, and his lips were moist. Part 2. They sat on the beach by moonlight, Sharon and Elmer, the night before the opening service. All of Clontarf, with its miles of comfortable summer villas and gingerbread hotels, was excited over the tabernacle, and the Chamber of Commerce had announced, "We commend to the whole Jersey coast this high-class spiritual feature, the latest addition to the manifold attractions and points of interest at the snappiest of all summer colonies." A choir of 200 had been coaxed in, and some of them had been persuaded to buy their own robes and mortar boards. Near the sand dune against which Sharon and Elmer lolled was the tabernacle, over which the electric cross turned solemnly, throwing its glare now on the rushing surf, now across the bleak sand. "And it's mine," Sharon trembled. "I've made it. 4,000 seats, and I guess it's the only Christian tabernacle built out over the water. Elmer, it almost scares me. So much responsibility. Thousands of poor troubled souls turning to me for help. And if I fail them, if I'm weak or tired or greedy, I'll be murdering their very souls. I almost wish I were back safe in Virginia." Her enchanted voice wove itself with the menace of the breakers, feeble against the crash of broken waters, passionate in the lull, while the great cross turned its unceasing light. "And I'm ambitious, Elmer. I know it. I want the world, but I realize what an awful danger that is. But I never had anybody to train me. I'm just nobody. I haven't any family, any education. I've had to do everything for myself, except what Cecil and you and another man or two have done, and maybe you. All came too late. When I was a kid, there was no one to tell me what a sense of honor was. But, oh, I've done things. Little Katie Jonas of Railroad Avenue, little Katie with her red flannel skirt and torn stockings, fighting the whole Killarney Street gang and giving Pup Monahan one on the nose, by Jiminy, and not 5 cents a year even for candy. And now it's mine. That tabernacle there, look at it. That cross, that choir you can hear practicing. Why, I'm the Sharon Falconer you read about, and tomorrow I become people reaching out to me healing them. No, it frightens me. It can't last. Make it last for me, Elmer. Don't let them take it away from me." She was sobbing, her head on his lap, while he comforted her clumsily. He was slightly bored. She was heavy, and though he did like her, he wished she wouldn't go on telling that Katie Jonas Utica story. She rose to her knees, her arms out to him, her voice hysteric against the background of the surf. "I can't do it. But you? I'm a woman. I'm weak. I wonder if I oughtn't to stop thinking I'm such a marvel. If I oughtn't let you run things and just stand back and help you. Ought I?" He was overwhelmed by her good sense, but he cleared his throat and spoke judiciously. "Well, now, I'll tell you. Personally, I'd never have brought it up, but since you speak of it yourself, I don't admit for a minute that I've got any more executive ability or oratory than you have. Probably not half as much. And after all, you did start the show. I came in late, but same time, while a woman can put things over just as good as a man, or better for a while, she's a woman, and she isn't built to carry on things like a man would. See how I mean? Would it be better for the kingdom if I forgot my ambition and followed you?" "Well, I didn't say it'd be better. You've certainly done fine, honey. I haven't got any criticisms, but at the same time, I do think we ought to think it over." She had remained still, a kneeling silver statue. Now she dropped her hands against his knees, crying, "I can't give it up. I can't. Must I?" He was conscious that people were strolling near. He growled, "Say, for heaven's sake, Shara, don't holler and carry on like that. People might hear." She sprang up. "Oh, you fool, you fool!" And she ran from him along the sands, through the rays of the revolving cross, into the shadow. He angrily rubbed his back against the sand dune and grumbled, "Damn these women, all alike, even Sherry, always getting temperamental on you about nothing at all." Still, I did kind of go off half-cocked, considering she was just beginning to get the idea of letting me boss the show. Oh, hell, I'll jolly her out of it. He took off his shoes, shook the sand out of them, and rubbed his sole of one stocking foot slowly, agreeably, for he was conceiving a thought. If Sharon was going to pull stuff like this on him, he ought to teach her a lesson. Choir practice was over. Why not go back to the house and see what Lily Anderson was doing? There was a nice kid, and she admired him. She'd never dare bawl him out. Part 3. He tiptoed to Lily's virgin door and tapped lightly. "Vesp?" He dared not speak. Sharon's door, in the bulky old house they had taken in Clontarf, was almost opposite. He tapped again, and when Lily came to the door in a kimono, he whispered, "Shh, everybody asleep. May I come in just a second? Something important to ask you." Lily was wondering, but obviously she felt a pallid excitement as he followed her into the room with its violet embroidered doilies. "Lily, I've been worrying. Do you think Adalbert ought to have the choir start with 'A Mighty Fortress Is Our God' tomorrow, or something a little snappier? Get the crowd and then shoot in something impressive." "Well, honestly, Mr. Gantry, I don't believe they could change the program now." "Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Sit down and tell me how the choir practice went tonight. I bet it went swell with you pounding the box." "Oh, now," as she perched lightly on the edge of the bed, "you're just teasing me, Mr. Gantry." He sat beside her, chuckling bravely. "I can't even get you to call me Elmer." "Oh, I wouldn't dare, Mr. Gantry. Miss Falconer would call me down." "Well, you just let me know if anybody ever dares to try to call you down, Lily. Why, I don't know whether Sharon appreciates it or not, but the way you spiel the music gives as much power to our meetings as her sermons or anything else." "Oh, no. You're just flattering me, Mr. Gantry. Oh, say, I have a trade last for you." "Well, let's see. Oh, I remember. That Episcopalian preacher, the big, handsome one, he said you ought to be on the stage. You had so much talent." "Oh, go on. You're kidding me, Mr. Gantry." "No, honest, he did. Now, what's mine? Though I'd rather have you say something nice about me." "Oh, now you're fishing." "Well, sure I am, with such a lovely fish as you." "Oh, it's terrible the way you talk." Laughter, silvery peals, several peals. "But I mean, this great opera soloist that's down for our opening says you look so strong that she's scared of you." "Oh, she is she? Are you? Huh? Are you? Tell me." Somehow her hand was inside his, and he squeezed it, while she looked away and blushed, and at last breathed, "Yes, kind of." He almost embraced her, but it was a mistake to rush things, and he went on in his professional tone. "But to go back to Sharon and our labors, it's all right to be modest, but you ought to realize how enormously your playing adds to the spirituality of the meetings." "I'm so glad you think so. But honest, to compare me to Miss Falconer for bringing souls to Christ, why, she's just the most wonderful person in the world." "Well, that's right. You bet she is." Only I wish she felt like you do. I don't really think she cares so much for my playing. Well, she ought to. I'm not criticizing you, understand? She certainly is one of the greatest evangelists living. But just between you and I, she has one fault. She doesn't appreciate any of us. She thinks it's her that does the whole darn thing. As I say, I admire her, but by golly, it does make me sore sometimes to never have her appreciate your music. I mean the way it ought to be appreciated. See how I mean? Oh, that is so nice of you, but I don't deserve... But I've always appreciated it, don't you think, Lily? Oh, yes, indeed you have, and it's been such an encouragement. Oh, well, say I'm just tickled to death to have you and say that, Lily. A firmer pressure on her frail hand. Do you like to have me like your music? Oh, yes. But do you like to have me like you? Oh, yes, of course. We're all working together, like sister and brother. Lily, don't you think we might ever be, don't you think we could be just a little closer than sister and brother? Oh, you're just being mean. How could you ever like poor little me when you belong to Sharon? What do you mean, me belong to Sharon? Say, I admire her tremendously, but I'm absolutely free. You can bet your life on that. And just because I've always been kind of shy of you, you have been such a kind of flower-like beauty, you might say, that no man, no, not the coarsest, would ever dare to ruffle it. And because I've stood back, sort of feeling like I was protecting you, maybe you think I haven't appreciated all your qualities? She swallowed. Oh, Lily, all I ask is for the chance now and then. Whenever you're down in the mouth, and all of us must feel like that, unless we think we're the whole cheese and absolutely own the gospel game, whenever you feel that way, let me have the privilege of telling you how greatly one fellow appreciates the loveliness that you scatter along the road. Do you really feel that way? Well, maybe I can play the piano, but personally I'm nothing. Nothing. It isn't true. It isn't true, dearest. Lily, it's so like your modesty not to appreciate what sunshine you bring into the hearts of all of us, dear, and how we cherish... The door shot open. In the doorway stood Sharon Falconer in a black and gold dressing gown. Both of you, said Sharon, are discharged, fired. Now, don't ever let me see your faces again. You can stay tonight, but see to it that you're out of the house before breakfast. Oh, Miss Falconer, Lily wailed, thrusting away Elmer's hand. But Sharon was gone with the bang of the door. They rushed into the hall. They heard the key in her lock, and she ignored their rappings. Lily glared at Elmer. He heard her key also, and he stood alone in the hall. Part 4. Not until 1 a.m, sitting in flabby dejection, did he have his story shaped and watertight. It was a heroic spectacle, that of the Reverend Elmer Gantry climbing from the second-story balcony through the Sharon's window, tiptoeing across the room, plumping on his knees by her bed, and giving her a large, plashy kiss. I am not asleep, she observed, in tones level as a steel rail, while she drew the comforter about her neck. In fact, I'm awake for the first time in 2 years, my young friend. You can get out of here. I won't tell you all I've been thinking, but among others, you're an ungrateful dog that bit the hand that took you out of the slimy gutter. You're a liar, an ignoramus, a four-flusher, and a rotten preacher. By God, But then she giggled, and his plan of action came back to him. He sat firmly on the edge of the bed, and calmly he remarked, "Sharon, you're a good deal of a damn fool. You think I'm going to deny flirting with Lily? I won't take the trouble to deny it. If you don't appreciate yourself, if you don't see that a man that's ever associated with you simply couldn't be interested in any other woman, then there's nothing I can say. My God, Shara, you know what you are. I could no more be untrue to you than I could to my religion. As a matter of fact, want to know what I was saying to Lily, to Miss Anderson? I do not. Well, you're going to be. As I came up the hall, her door was open and she asked me to come in. She had something to ask me. Well, it seems the poor young woman was wondering if her music was really up to your greatness. That's what she called it, especially now that the Jordan Tabernacle will give you so much more power. She spoke of you as the greatest spiritual force in the world, and she was wondering whether she was worthy. She did, eh? Well, she isn't, and she can stay fired. And you, my fine young liar, if you ever so much as look at another wench again, I'll fire you for keeps. Oh, Elmer, how could you, beloved, when I've given you everything? Oh, lie, go on lying. Tell me a good, strong lie that I'll believe, and then kiss me. Part 5. Banners, banners, banners lifting along the rafters, banners on the walls of the tabernacle, banners moving to the air that sifted in from the restless night of the opening of Waters of Jordan Tabernacle, night of the beginning of Sharon's crusade to conquer the world. The town of Clontar and all the resorts nearby felt there was something they did not quite understand, something marvelous, and by all means to be witnessed. And from up and down the Jersey coast, by motor, by trolley, the religious had come. By the time the meeting began, all of the 4,000 seats were filled, 500 people were standing, and outside waited a throng, hoping for miraculous entrance. The interior of the pier was barn-like, were shamelessly patched against the ravages of winter storms, but they were hectic with the flags of many nations, with immense posters, blood red on white, proclaiming that in the mysterious blood of the Messiah was redemption from all sorrow, that in his love was refuge and safety. Sharon's pretentious white and gold pyramidal altar had been discarded. She was using the stage draped with black velvet, against which hung a large crystal cross, and the seats for the choir of 200 behind a golden pulpit were draped with white. A white wooden cross stood by the pulpit. It was a hot night, but through the doors along the pier the cool breeze filtered in, and the sounds of waters, the sounds of wings, as the gulls were startled from their roosts. Every one felt an exultation in the place, a coming of marvels. Before the meeting, the gospel crew, backstage, were excited as a theatrical company on a first night. They rushed with great rapidity, nowhere in particular, and tripped over each other and muttered, "Say, gee, gee." To the last, Adelbert Shoup was giving needless instructions to the new pianist, who had been summoned by telegraph from Philadelphia, Lily Anderson. She professed immense piety, but Elmer noted that she was a pretty fluffy thing with a warm eye. The choir was arriving, along with the first of the audience. They filtered down the aisle, chattering, feeling important. Naturally, as the end of the pier gave on open water, there was no stage entrance at the back. There was only one door, through which members of opera castles had been wont to go out to the small rear platform for fresh air between acts. The platform was not connected with the promenade. It was to this door that Sharon led Elmer. Their dressing rooms were next to each other. She knocked. He had been sitting with a Bible and an evening paper in his lap, reading one of them. He opened to find her flaming with exultation, a joyous girl in a dressing gown over her chemise. Seemingly she had forgotten her anger of the night. She cried, "Come, see the stars!" Defying the astonishment of the choir, who were filing into the chorus dressing room to assume their white robes, she led him to the door, out on the railed platform. The black waves glittered with lights. There was spaciousness and a windy peace upon the waters. "Look, it's so big, not like the cities where we've been shut up," she exulted. "Stars and the waves that come clear from Europe. Europe! Castles on green shore. I've never been. And I'm going. And there'll be great crowds at the ship to meet me, asking for my power. Look!" A shooting star had left a scrawl of flame in the sky. "Elmer, it's an omen for the glory that begins tonight. Oh, dearest, my dearest, don't ever hurt me again." His kiss promised it. His heart almost promised it. She was all human while they stood fronting the sea, but in half an hour after, when she came out in the robe of white satin and silver lace, with a crimson cross on her breast, she was prophetess only, and her white forehead was high, her eyes were strange with dreaming. Already the choir were chanting. They were starting with the doxology, and it gave Elmer a feeling of doubt. Surely doxology was the end of things, not the beginning? But he looked impassive, the brooding priest in frock coat and white bow tie, portly and funereal, as he moved magnificently through the choir and held up his arms to command silence for his prayer. He told them of Sister Falconer and her message, of their plans and desires at Clontarf, and asked for a minute of silent prayer for the power of the Holy Ghost to descend upon the tabernacle. He stood back. His chair was upstage beside the choir as Sharon floated forward. Not human, a goddess, tears thick in lovely eyes as she perceived the throng that had come to hear her. "My dear ones, it is not I who bring you anything, but you who in your faith bring me strength," she said shakily. Then her voice was strong again. She rose on the wave of drama. "Just now, looking across the sea to the end of the world, I saw an omen for all of us, a fiery line written by the hand of God, a glorious shooting star. Thus he apprised us of his coming and bade us be ready. Oh, are you ready? Are you ready? Will you be so ready when the great day comes?" The congregation was stirred by her lyric earnestness. But outside there were less devout souls. 2 workmen had finished polishing the varnished wooden pillars as the audience began to come. They slipped outside on the promenade along the pier and sat on the rail, enjoying the coolness, slightly diverted by hearing the sermon. "Not a bad spieler, that woman. Puts it all over this guy Reverend Golding uptown," said one of the workmen, lighting a cigarette and keeping it concealed in his palm as he smoked. The other tiptoed along the promenade to peer through the door and returned mumbling, "Yeah, and a swell looker. Same time, though, tell you how I feel about it. A woman's all right in their place, but it takes a real he-male to figure out this religious business." "She's pretty good at that," yawned the first workman, snapping away his cigarette. "Say, let's beat it. How about a little glass of beer? We can go along this platform and get out at the front, I guess." "All right. You buying?" The workman moved away. dark figures between the sea and the doors that gave on the bright auditorium. The discarded cigarette nestled against the oily rags which the workmen had dropped on the promenade beside the flimsy walls of the tabernacle. A rag glowed round the edges, worm-like, then lit in circling flame. Sharon was chanting, "What could be more beautiful than a tabernacle like this set on the bosom of the rolling deep? Oh, think what the mighty tides have meant in Holy Writ, the face of the waters on which moved the Spirit of Almighty God when the earth was but a whirling and chaotic darkness. Jesus baptized in the sweet waters of Jordan, Jesus walking on the waves. So could we today if we had but his faith. Oh, dear God, strengthen thou our unbelief, give us faith like unto thine own." Now Elmer, sitting back listening, was moved as in his first adoration for her. He had become so tired of her poetizing that he almost admitted to himself that he was tired. But tonight he felt her strangeness again, and in it he was humble. He saw her straight back, shimmering in white satin. He saw her superb arms as she stretched them out to these thousands, and in hot secret pride he gloated that in this beauty, beheld and worshipped of so many, belonged to him alone. Then he noticed something else. A third of the way back, coming through one of the doors opening on the promenade, was a curl of smoke. He startled, he almost rose. He feared to rouse a panic, and set with his brain a welter of terrified jelly, till he heard the screams, "Fire! Fire!" And he saw the whole audience and the choir leaping up, screaming, while the flimsy door jamb was alight, and the flame rose fan-like toward the rafters. Only Sharon was in his mind, Sharon standing like an ivory column against the terror. He rushed toward her. He could hear her wailing, "Don't be afraid. Go out slowly." She turned toward the choir as with wild white robes they charged from their bank of seats. She clamored, "Don't be afraid. We're in the temple of the Lord. He won't harm you. I believe. Have faith. I'll lead you safely through the flames." But they ignored her, streamed past her, thrusting her aside. He seized her arm. "Come here, Shara. The door at the back. We'll jump over and swim ashore." She seemed not to hear him. She thrust his hand away and went on demanding, her voice furious with mad sincerity, "Who will trust the Lord of God of hosts? Now we'll try out our faith. Who will follow me?" Since 2/3 of the auditorium was to the shoreward side of the fire, and since the wide doors to the promenade were many, most of the audience were getting safely out, save for a child crushed, a woman fainting and trampled. But toward the stage of the flames, driven by the sea wind, were beating up through the rafters. Most of the choir and the audience down front had escaped, but all who were now at the back were cut off. He grasped Sharon's arm again. In a voice with abject fear, he shouted, "For God's sake, beat it! We can't wait!" She had an insane strength. She thrust him away so sharply that he fell against a chair, bruising his knee. Furious with pain, senseless with fear, he raged, "You can go to hell!" and galloped off, pushing aside the last of the hysterical choir. He looked back and saw her, quite alone, holding up the white wooden cross which had stood by the pulpit, marching steadily forward, a tall figure paled against the screen of flames. All of the choir who had not got away remembered or guessed the small door at the back. So did Albert and Art Nichols, and all of them were jamming toward it. That door opened inward, only it did not open with a score of victims thrust against it. In howling panic, Elmer sprang among them, knocked them aside, struck down a girl who stood in his way, yanked open the door, and got through it. The last, the only one to get through it. He never remembered leaping, but he found himself in the surf, desperately swimming toward the shore, horribly cold, horribly bound by heavy clothes. He humped out of his coat. In the inside pocket was Lily Anderson's address, as she had given it to him before going that morning. The sea, by night, though it was glaring now with the flames from above, seemed infinite in its black sightlessness. The waves thrust him along the piles. Their mossy slime was like the feel of serpents to his frantic hands, and the barnacles cut his palms. But he struggled out from beneath the pier, struggled toward the shore, and as he swam and panted, more and more was the sea blood-red about him. In blood he swam, blood that was icy cold and tumultuous and roaring in his ears. His knees struck sand, and he crawled ashore among a shrieking, torn, sea-soaked crowd. Many had leapt from the rail of the promenade and were still fighting the surf, wailing and beaten. Their wet and corpse-like heads were seen clearly in the glare. The pier was only a skeleton, a cage round a boiling of flame, with dots of figures still dropping from the promenade. Elmer ran out a little into the surf and dragged in a woman who had already safely touched bottom. He had rescued at least 30 people who had already rescued themselves before the reporters got to him, and he had to stop and explain the cause of the fire, the cost of the tabernacle, the amount of insurance, the size of the audience, the number of souls revived by Miss Falconer during all her campaigns, and the fact that he had been saving both Miss Falconer and Adalbert Shoup when they had been crushed by a falling rafter. 111 people died that night, including all of the gospel crew save Elmer. It was Elmer himself who, at dawn, found Sharon's body lying on a floor beam. There were rags of white satin clinging to it, and in her charred hand was still the charred cross. End of section 19, chapter 15. Section 20 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 20, Chapter 16, Part 1. Though to the commonplace and unspeculative eye, Mrs. Evans Riddle was but a female blacksmith, yet Mrs. Riddle and her followers knew, in a bland, smirking way, that she was instituting an era in which sickness, poverty, and folly would be ended forever. She was the proprietor of the Victory Thought Power Headquarters, New York. Not even in Los Angeles was there a more important center of predigested philosophy and pansy-painted ethics. She maintained a magazine filled with such starry thoughts as, "All the world's a road, whereupon we are but fellow wayfarers." She held morning and vesper services on Sunday at Utopian Hall on 87th Street, and between moments of silent thought, she boxed with the inexplicable. She taught, or farmed out, classes in concentration, prosperity, love, metaphysics, Oriental mysticism, and the fourth dimension. She instructed small select circles how to keep one's husband, how to understand Sanskrit philosophy without understanding either Sanskrit or philosophy, and how to become slim without giving up pastry. She healed all the diseases in the medical dictionary, and some which were not. And in personal consultations, at $10 the half hour, she explained to unappetizing elderly ladies how they might rouse passion in a football hero. She had a staff, including a real Hindu Swami. Anyway, he was a real Hindu. But she was looking for a first assistant. The Reverend Elmer Gantry had failed as an independent evangelist. He had been quite as noisy and threatening as the average evangelist. To reasonably large gatherings, he had stated that the judgment day was rather more likely to occur before 6 a.m., and he had told all the chronic anecdotes of the dying drunkard. But there was something wrong. He could not make it go. Sharon was with him, beckoning him, intolerably summoning him, intolerably rebuking him. Sometimes he worshipped her as the shadow of a dead god. Always he was humanly lonely for her, and her tantrums and her electric wrath and her abounding laughter. In pulpits he felt like an impostor, and in hotel bedrooms he ached for her voice. Worst of all, he was expected everywhere to tell of her brave death in the cause of the Lord. He was very sick about it. Mrs. Evans Riddle invited him to join her. Elmer had no objection to the malted milk of new thought, but after Sharon, Mrs. Riddle was too much. She shaved regularly, she smelled of cigar smoke, yet she had a nickering fancy for warm masculine attentions. Elmer had to earn a living, and he had taken too much of the drug of oratory to be able to go back to the road as a traveling salesman. He shrugged when he had interviewed Mrs. Riddle. He told her that she would be an inspiration to a young man like himself. He held her hand. He went out and washed his hand, and determined that since he was to dwell in the large brownstone home, which was both her thought power headquarters and her home, he would keep his door locked. The preparation for his labors was not too fatiguing. He read through 6 copies of Mrs. Riddle's magazine, and just as he had learned the trade terms of evangelism, so he learned the technologies of new thought, the cosmic law of vibration. I affirm the living thought. He labored through a chapter of the essence of Oriental mysticism, occultism, and esotericism, and accompanied 7 pages of the Bhagavad Gita, and thus was prepared to teach disciples how to win love and prosperity. In actual practice, he had much less of treading the Himalayan heights than of pleasing Mrs. Evans Riddle. Once she discovered that he had a small fancy for sitting up after midnight with her, she was rather sharp about his bringing in new chelas, as, out of Kim, she called paying customers. Occasionally, he took Sunday morning service for Mrs. Riddle at Utopian Hall when she was weary of curing rheumatism, or when she was suffering from rheumatism, and always he had to be at Utopian to give spiritual assistance. She liked to have her hairy arms stroked just before she went out to preach, and that was not too hard a task. Usually he could recover while she was out on the platform. She turned over to him the personal consultations with spinsters, and he found it comic to watch their sharp noses quivering, their dry mouths wobbling. But his greatest interest was given to the prosperity classes. To one who had never made more than $5,000 a year himself, it was inspiring to explain before dozens of pop-eyed and admiring morons how they could make $10,000, $50,000, $1 million a year. And all this by the wonder power of suggestion, by aggressive personality, by the divine rhythm. In fact, by merely releasing the inner self-shine. It was fun. It was an orgy of imagination for him who had never faced any titan of success of larger dimensions than the chairman of a local evangelistic committee to instruct a 30-a-week bookkeeper how to stalk into Morgan's office, fix him with a penetrating eye of the initiate, and borrow $100,000 on the spot. But always he longed for Sharon, with a sensation of emptiness real as the faintness of hunger and long tramping. He saw his days with her as adventures footloose, scented with fresh air. He hated himself for having ever glanced over his shoulder, and he determined to be a celibate all his life. In some ways he preferred New Thought, standard Protestantism. It was safer to play with. He had never been sure but that there might be something to the doctrines he had preached as an evangelist. Perhaps God really had dictated every word of the Bible. Perhaps God had dictated every word of the Bible. Perhaps there really was a hell of burning sulfur. Perhaps the Holy Ghost really was hovering around watching him and reporting. But he knew with serenity that all of his new thoughts, his theosophical utterances, were pure and uncontaminated bunk. No one could deny his theories because none of his theories meant anything. It did not matter what he said so long as he kept them listening, and he enjoyed the buoyancy of power as he bespelled his classes with long, involved, fruity sentences rhapsodic as perfume advertisements. How agreeable on bright winter afternoons, in the gilt and velvet elegance of the lecture hall, to look at smart women and moan, "And, oh, my beloved, can you not see? Do you not perceive? Have not your earthbound eyes ingathered the supremacy of the Raja's quality, which each of us, by that inner contemplation, which is the all, however cloaked by the seeming, can consummate and build loftily to higher aspiring spheres?" Almost any Hindu word was useful. It seemed that the Hindus have hidden powers which enable them to do whatever they want to, except possibly to get rid of the Mohammedans, the plague, and the cobra. Soul breathing was also a good thing to talk about whenever he had nothing to say, and you could always keep an audience of satin-bosomed ladies through the last quarter hour of lecturing by coming down hard on concentration. But with all these agreeable features, he hated Mrs. Riddle, and he suspected that she was, as he put it, holding out the coin on him. He was to have a percentage of the profits, besides his thin salary of $2,500 a year. There never were any profits, and when he hinted that he would like to see her books, entirely out of admiration for the beauties of accountancy, she put him off. So he took reasonable measures of reprisal. He moved from her house. He began to take for himself the patients who came for personal consultations and to meet them in the parlor of his new boarding house in Harlem. And when she was not present at his Utopian Hall meetings, he brought back to Victory Thought Power headquarters only so much of the collection as, after prayer and meditation, and figuring on an envelope seemed suitable. That did it. Mrs. Evans Riddle had a regrettable suspiciousness. She caused a marked $20 bill to be placed in the collection at Vespers, a year before Elmer had gone to work for higher powers, and when he brought her the collection money, minus the $20, she observed loudly with her grinning, swami-looking heathenish and sultry across the room, "Gantry, you're a thief. You're fired. You have a contract, but you can sue and be damned. Jackson," a large Negro houseman appeared, "throw out this crook, will you?" Part 3. He felt dazed and homeless and poor, but he started out with prosperity classes of his own. He did very well at prosperity, except that he couldn't make a living out of it. He spent from month to 4 months in each city. He hired the ballroom at the second-best hotel for lectures 3 evenings a week, and advertised himself in the newspapers as though he were a cigarette or brand soap. "The world owes you $1 million. Why don't you collect it? What brought millions to Rockefeller, Morgan, and Carnegie? Willpower. It's within you. Learn to develop it. You can. The world-mastering secrets of the Rosicrucians and Hindu sages revealed in 12 lessons by the renowned psychologist Elmer Gantry, Ph.D., D.D., Ph.D. Write or phone for free personal consultation. The Bowers Motel, Maine and Sycamore. His students were school teachers who wanted to own tea rooms, clerks who wanted to be sales managers, clergymen who wanted to be newspapermen, and newspapermen who wanted to be real estate dealers who wanted to be bishops, and widows who wanted to earn money without loss of elegance. He lectured to them in the most beautiful language, all out of Mrs. Riddle's magazine. He had a number of phrases, all stolen, and he made his disciples repeat them in chorus, in the manner of all religions. Among the more powerful incantations were, "I can be whatever I will to be. I turn my opened eyes on myself and possess whatever I desire. I am God's child. God created all good things, including wealth, and I will to inherit it. I am resolute. I am utterly resolute. I fear no man, whether in offices or elsewhere. Power is in me, encompassing you to my demands. Hold fast, O subconscious, the thought of prosperity. In the divine book of achievements, my name is written in gold. I am thus the world's nobility, and now, this moment, I take possession of my kingdom. I am part of universal mind, and thus I summon to me my rightful universal power. Daily, my subconscious shall tell me to not be content and go on working for someone else." They were, all of them, ready for $1 million a year, except their teacher, who was ready for bankruptcy. He got pupils enough, but the overhead was huge, and his pupils were poor. He had to hire the ballroom, pay for advertising. He had to appear gaudy with a suite in the hotel, fresh linen and newly pressed morning coat. He sat in $20 a day red plush suites, wondering where would he get breakfast. He was so dismayed that he began to study himself. He determined, with the resoluteness of terror, to be loyal to any loves or associates he might have hereafter, to say in his prayers and sermons practically nothing except that he believed. He yearned to go back to Mizpah Seminary and to get Dean Trosper's forgiveness, take a degree, and return to the Baptist pulpit in however barren a village. But first, he must earn enough money to pay for a year in the seminary. He had been in correspondence with the manager of the O'Hearn House in Zenith, a city 400,000 in the state of Winnemac, 100 miles from Mizpah. This was in 1913, before the Hotel Thornleigh was built, and Gil O'Hearn, with his new yellow brick tavern, was trying to take the fashionable business of Zenith away from the famous but decayed Grand Hotel. Intellectual ballroom lectures add to the smartness of a hotel almost as much as a great cocktail mixer, and Mr. O'Hearn had been moved by the prospects of the learned and magnetic Dr. Elmer Gantry. Elmer could take the O'Hearn offer on a guarantee and be sure of a living, but he needed money for a week or two before the fees should come in. From whom could he borrow? Didn't he remember reading in a Mizpah alumni bulletin that Frank Shallard, who had served with him in the rustic church at Schonheim, now had a church near Zenith? He dug out the bulletin and discovered that Frank was in Eureka, an industrial town of 40,000. Elmer had enough money to take him to Eureka. All the way there, he warmed up the affection with which a borrower recalls an old acquaintance who is generous and a bit soft. End of section 20. Section 21 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 21, Chapter 17, Part 1. Frank Shallard had graduated from Mizpah Theological Seminary and taken his first pulpit. And now that he was a minister, theoretically different from all ordinary people, he was wondering whether there was any value to the ministry whatsoever. Of what value were the doggerel hymns raggedly sung? What value in sermons, when the congregation seemed not at all different from people who never heard sermons? Were all ministers and all churches, Frank wondered, merely superstitious survivals, merely fire insurance? Suppose there were such things as inspiring sermons. Suppose there could be such a curious office as minister, as professional good man, such a thing as learning goodness just as one learned plumbing or dentistry. Even so, what training had he or his classmates or his professors, whose D.D. degrees did not protect them from indigestion and bad tempers, in the trade of professional goodness? He was supposed to cure an affliction called vice, but he had never encountered vice. He didn't know just what were the interesting things that people did when they were being vicious. How long could a drunkard listen to the counsel of one who had never been inside a saloon? He was supposed to bring peace to mankind, but what did he know of the forces which cause wars, personal or class or national? What of drugs, passion, criminal desire, of capitalism, banking, labor, wages, taxes, international struggles for trade, munitions trust, ambitious soldiers? He was supposed to comfort the sick, but what did he know of sickness? How could he tell when he ought to pray and when he ought to recommend salts? He was supposed to explain to troubled mankind the purposes of God Almighty, to chat with him, and even advise him about his duties as regards rainfall and the church debt. But which God Almighty? Professor Bruno Zeklin had introduced Frank to 100 gods besides the Jewish Jehovah or Yahweh, who had been but a poor and rather surly relation of such serene aristocrats as Zeus. He was supposed to have undergone a mystic change whereby it was possible to live without normal appetite. He was supposed to behold girls' ankles without interest, and for light amusement to be satisfied by reading church papers and shaking hands with deacons. But he found himself most uncomfortably interested in the flicker of ankles. He longed for the theater, and no repentance could keep him from reading novels, though his professors had exposed them as time-wasting and frivolous. What had he learned? Enough Hebrew and Greek to be able to crawl through the Bible by using lexicons, so that, like all his classmates, once they were out of the seminary, he always read it in English. A good many of the more condemnatory texts of the Bible, rather less than the average holy roller carpenter evangelist. The theory that India and Africa have woes because they are not Christianized, but that Christianized Bangor and Des Moines have woes because the devil, a being obviously more potent than omnipotent God, sneaks around, counteracting the work of Baptist preachers. He had learned in theory the ways of raising money through church fairs. He had learned what he was to say on pastoral visits. He had learned that Roger Williams, Adoniram Judson, Luther, Calvin, Jonathan Edwards, and George Washington were the greatest men in history, that Lincoln was given to fervent prayer at all crises, and that Ingersoll had called his non-existent son to his deathbed and bidden him become an Orthodox Christian. He had learned that the Pope at Rome was plotting to come to America and get hold of the government, and was prevented only by the denunciations of the Baptist clergy, with a little help from the Methodists and Presbyterians. That most crime was caused either by alcohol or by people leaving the Baptist fold for Unitarianism, and that clergymen ought not to wear red ties. He had learned how to assemble Jewish texts, Greek philosophy, and Middle Western evangelistic anecdotes into a sermon, and he had learned that poverty is blessed, but that bankers make the best deacons. Otherwise, as he wretchedly examined his equipment, facing his career, Frank did not seem to have learned anything whatever. From Elmer Gantry's relations to Lulu Bains, from Harry Zins's almost frank hint that he was an atheist, Frank perceived that a preacher can be a scoundrel or a hypocrite and still be accepted by his congregation. From the manners of Dean Trosper, who served his God with vinegar, he perceived that a man may be free of all the skilled sins, may follow every rule of the church, and still bring only fear to his flock. Listening to the celebrated divines who visited the seminary and showed off to the infant prophets, he perceived that a man could make scholarly and violent sounds, and yet not say anything which remained in the mind for 6 minutes. He concluded, in fact, that if there was any value in churches and a ministry, of which he was not very certain, in any case there could be no value in himself as a minister. Yet he had been ordained. He had taken a pulpit. It was doubtful whether he could have endured the necessary lying had it not been for Dean Trosper's bullying and his father's confusing pleas. Frank's father was easygoing enough, but he had been a Baptist clergyman for so many years that the church was sacred to him. To have had his son deny it would have broken him. He would have been shocked to be told that he was advising Frank to lie, but he explained that the answers to the ordination examination were, after all, poetic symbols, sanctified by generations of loving usage, that they need not be taken literally. So Frank Shallard, pupil of Bruno Zeklin, said nervously to an examining cleric that, yes, he did believe that baptism by immersion was appointed by God himself as the only valid way of beginning a righteous life. That, yes, unrepentant sinners would go to a literal hell. That, yes, these unrepentant sinners included all persons who did not go to evangelical churches if they had the chance. And that, yes, the maker of a universe with stars 100,000 light years apart was interested, furious, and very personal about it if a small boy played baseball on Sunday afternoon. Half an hour after the ordination and the somewhat comforting welcome by veterans of the ministry, he hated himself and ached to flee. But again, the traditional not wanting to hurt his father kept him from being honest. So he stayed in the church and went on hurting his father for years instead of for a day. Part 2. It was a lonely and troubled young man, the Frank Shallard, who for his first pastorate came to the Baptist church at Catawba, a town of 1,800, in the same state with Zenith and the Mizpah Seminary. The town liked him and did not take him seriously. They said his sermons were real poetic. They admired him for being able to sit with old Mrs. Randall, who had been an invalid for 30 years, a bore for 60, and never ill a day in her life. They admired him for trying to start a boys' club, though they did not go so far in their support as to contribute anything. They all called him Reverend, and told him that he was amazingly sound in doctrine for one so unfortunately well educated, and he stayed on in a vacuum. Frank felt well about his fifth sermon in Catawba, felt that he was done with hesitations. He had decided to ignore controversial theology, ignore all dogma, and concentrated on the leadership of Jesus. That was his topic. There in the chapel with its walls of glaring robin's egg blue, the eager-eyed, curly-haired boy, his rather shrill voice, the wail of the violin as he gave his picture of Jesus, the kindly friend, the unfailing refuge, the gallant leader. He was certain that he had done well. He was thinking of it on Monday morning as he walked from his boarding house to the post office. He saw one Lem Staples, a jovial horse doctor who was known as the village atheist, sitting on a decayed carriage seat in front of the Fashion Livery barn. Doc Staples was a subscriber to the Truth Seeker, a periodical said to be infidel, and he quoted Robert Ingersoll, Ed Howe, Colonel Watterson, Elbert Hubbard, and other writers who were rumored to believe that a Catholic was as good as a Methodist or Baptist. The doc lived alone, batching it, in a little yellow cottage, and Frank had heard that he sat up till all hours, 11 and even later, playing cribbage in Mort Bloom's saloon. Frank disliked him and did not know him. He was prepared to welcome honest inquiry, but a fellow who was an avowed atheist. Why, Frank raged, he was a fool. Who made the flowers, the butterflies, the sunsets, the laughter of little children? Those things didn't just happen. Besides, why couldn't the man keep his doubts to himself and not to take from other people the religion which was their one comfort and strength in illness, sorrow, and want? A matter not of morality, but of reverence for other people's belief. In fact, of good taste. This morning, as Frank scampered down Vermont Street, Lem Staples called to him, "Fine day, Reverend. Say, in a hurry?" No, not especially." "Come, sit down. Couple of questions I'm worried about." Frank sat, his neck prickling with embarrassment. "Say, Reverend, old Ma Gherkins was telling me about your sermon yesterday. You figure that no matter what kind of a creed a fella's got, the one thing we can all bank on absolute is the teaching of Jesus? Why, yes, that's it roughly, Doctor. And you feel that any sensible fellow will follow his teaching? Why, yes, certainly. And you feel that the churches, no matter what faults they may have, do hand out this truth of Jesus better than if we didn't have no churches at all? Well, certainly. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in the church. Then can you tell me why it is that 9/10 of the really sure enough on the job of membership of the churches is made up of two classes? The plumb ignorant that are scared of hell and that swallow any fool doctrine. And second, the awful respectable folks that play the church so's to seem more respectable. Why is that? Why is it the high-class skilled workman and the smart professional man usually snicker at the church and don't go near it once a month? Why is it? It isn't true. Perhaps that's why. Frank felt triumphant. He looked across at the pile of rusty horseshoes and plowshares among the mullein weeds beside the blacksmith shop. He reflected that he could clean up this town, be a power for good. Less snappishly, he explained, "Naturally, I haven't any statistics about it, but the fact is that almost every intelligent and influential man in the country belongs to some church or other." Yeah, belongs. But does he go? Frank plodded off, annoyed. He tried to restore himself by insisting that Doc Staples was a lout, very amusing in the way he mingled rustic grammar with half-digested words from his adult reading. But he was jarred. Here was the common man whom the church was supposed to convince. Frank remembered from his father's pastorates how many theoretical church members seemed blithely able, month on month, to stay away from the sermonizing. He remembered the merchants who impressively passed the contribution plate, yet afterward, in conversation with his father, seemed to have but vague notions of what the sermons had been. He studied his own congregation. There they were, the stiff-collared village respectables and the simple, kindly, rustic mass who understood him only when he promised heaven as a reward for a life of monogamy and honest chicken-raising, or threatened them with hell for drinking hard cider. Catawba had, its only urban feature, a furniture factory with unusually competent workmen, few of whom attended church. Now, Frank Shallard had all his life been insulated from what he gently despised as the working class. Maids at his father's house, and the elderly, devout, and incompetent Negroes who attended the furnace, plumbers or electricians coming to the parsonage for repairs, railwaymen to whom he tried to talk on journeys. Only these had he known, and always with unconscious superiority. Now he timidly sought to get acquainted with the cabinet makers as they sat at lunch in the factory grounds. They accepted him good-naturedly, but he felt that they chuckled behind his back when he crept away. For the first time, he was ashamed of being a preacher, of being a Christian. He longed to prove he was nevertheless a real man, and didn't know how to prove it. He found that all cabinet makers, save the Catholics, laughed at the church and thanked the God in whom they did not believe that they did not have to listen to sermons on Sunday mornings, when there were beautiful back porches to sit on, beautiful sporting news to read, and beautiful beer to drink. Even the Catholics seemed rather doubtful about the power of purchased mass to help their deceased relatives out of purgatory. Several of them admitted that they merely did their Easter duty, went to confession and Mass but once a year. It occurred to him that he had never known how large a race of intelligent and independent workmen there were in between the masters and the human truck horses. He had never known how casually these manual aristocrats despised the church and how they jeered at their leaders, officers of the AFL, who played safe by adhering to a valuable Christianity. He could not get away from his discoveries. They made him self-conscious as he went about the village streets, trying to look like a junior prophet and feeling like a masquerader. He might have left the ministry but for the Reverend Andrew Pengilly, pastor of the Catawba Methodist Church. Part 3. If you had cut Andrew Pengilly to the core, you would have found him white clear through. He was a type of clergyman favored in pious fiction, yet he actually did exist. To every congregation he had served these 40 years, he had been a shepherd. They had loved him, listened to him, and underpaid him. In 1906, when Frank came to Catawba, Mr. Pengilly was a frail, stooped veteran with silver hair, thin silver mustache, and a slow smile which embraced the world. Andrew Pengilly had gone into the Civil War as a drummer boy, slept blanketless and barefoot, and wounded in the frost of Tennessee mountains, and came out, still a child, to clerk in a store and teach Sunday school. He had been converted at 10, but at 25 he was overpowered by the preaching of Osage Joe, the Indian evangelist, became a Methodist preacher, and never afterward doubted the peace of God. He was married at 30 to a passionate singing girl with kind lips. He loved her so romantically, just to tuck the crazy quilt about her was poetry, and her cowhide shoes were to him fairy slippers. He loved her so ungrudgingly that when she died in childbirth, within a year after their marriage, he had nothing left for any other woman. He lived alone with the undiminished vision of her. Not the most scandal-mongering mother in Zion had ever hinted that Mr. Pengilly looked damply upon the widows in his fold. Little book learning had Andrew Pengilly in his youth, and to this day he knew nothing of biblical criticism, of the origin of religions, of the sociology which was beginning to absorb church leaders, but his Bible he knew and believed, word by word, and somehow he had drifted into the reading of ecstatic books of mysticism. He was a mystic complete. The world of plows and pavements and hatred was less to him than the world of angels, whose silver robes seemed to flash in the air about him as he meditated alone in his cottage. He was as ignorant of modern Sunday school methods as of single tax or Lithuanian finances, yet few Protestants had read more in the early fathers. On Frank Shallard's first day in Catawba, when he was unpacking his books in his room at the residence of Deacon Halter, the druggist, the Reverend Mr. Pengilly was announced. Frank went down to the parlor, gilded cattails and a basket of stereopticon views, and his loneliness was warmed by Mr. Pengilly's enveloping smile, his drawling voice. "Welcome, brother. I am Pengilly of the Methodist Church. I never was much of a hand at seeing any difference between the denominations, and I hope we'll be able to work together for the glory of God. I do hope so, and I hope you'll go fishing with me. I know," enthusiastically, "a pond where there's some elegant pickerel." Many evenings they spent in Mr. Pengilly's cottage, which was less littered and odorous than that of the village atheist Doc Lim stables, only because the stalwart ladies of Mr. Pengilly's congregation vied in sweeping for him dusting for him, disarranging his books and hen-tracked sermon notes, and bullying him into the matter of rubbers and winter flannels. They would not let him prepare his own meals. They made him endure the several boarding houses in turn, but sometimes of an evening he would cook scrambled eggs for Frank. He had pride in his cooking. He had never tried anything but scrambled eggs. His living room was overpowering with portraits and carbon points. Though every local official board pled with him about it, he insisted on including Madonnas, Cinquecento, Resurrection, St. Francis of Assisi, and even a Sacred Heart, with such Methodist worthies as the Leonidas Hemline and the cloaked romantic Francis Asbury. In the bay window was a pyramid of wire shelves filled with geraniums. Mr. Pengelly was an earnest gardener, except during such weeks as he fell into dreams and forgot to weed and water, and through the winter he watched for the geranium leaves to wither enough so that he could pick them off and be able to feel busy. All over the room were the aged dog and ancient cat, who detested each other, never ceased growling at each other, and at night slept curled together. In an antiquated and badly listed rocking chair, padded with calico cushions, Frank listened to Mr. Pengelly's ramblings. For a time they talked only of externals, gossip of their parishes, laughter at the man who went from church to church, fretting the respectable by shouting "Hallelujah!" Local chatter, not without a wholesome and comforting malice. Frank was at first afraid to bear his youthful hesitancies to so serene an old saint, but at last he admitted his doubts. "How," he demanded, "would you reconcile a loving God with one who would strike down an Uzzah for the laudable act of trying to save the Ark of the Covenant from falling? Who would kill 42 children, and somewhat ludicrously, for shouting at Elisha, as any small boy in Catawba today would shout? Was it reasonable? And if it wasn't, if any part of the Bible was mythical, where to stop? How could we know if anything in the Bible was inspired?" Mr. Pengelly was not shocked, nor was he very agitated. His thin fingers together, far down in his plush chair, he mused. "Yes, I'm told the higher critics ask these questions. I believe it bothers people, but I wonder if perhaps God hasn't put these stumbling blocks in the Bible as a test of our faith, of our willingness to accept with all our hearts and souls a thing that may seem ridiculous to our minds. You see, our minds don't go far. Think, how much does an astronomer know about folks on Mars, if there are any folks there? Isn't it with our hearts, our faith, that we have to accept Jesus Christ, and not with our historical charts? Don't we feel his influence on our lives? Isn't it the biggest men that feel it the most? Maybe God wants to keep out of the ministry all the folks who are so stuck on their poor minds that they can't be humble and just accept the great overpowering truth of Christ's mercy. When do you feel nearest to God? When you're reading some awful smart book criticizing the Bible? Or when you kneel in prayer and your spirit just flows forth and you know that you're in communion with him? Oh, of course. Don't you think maybe he will explain these puzzling things in his own good time? And meanwhile, wouldn't you rather be a help to poor, sick, worried folks than write a cute little book finding fault? Oh, well, and has there ever been anything like the old book for bringing lost souls home to happiness? Hasn't it worked? In Andrew Pengelly's solacing presence, these seemed authentic arguments, actual revelations. Bruno Zachlin was far off and gray. and Frank was content. Equally did Mr. Pengilly console him about the intelligent workman who would have none of his church. The old man simply laughed. "Good heavens, boy, what do you expect as a preacher? A whole world that's saved and nothing for you to do? Reckon you don't get much salary, but how do you expect to earn that much? These folks don't go to any Christian church, huh? When the master started out, wasn't anybody going to a Christian church. Go out and get 'em." Which seemed disastrously reasonable to the shamed Frank, and he went out to get 'em, and didn't do so, and continued in his ministry. He heard in theological seminary of the practice of the presence of God as a papist mystery. Now he encountered it. Mr. Pengilly taught him to kneel, his mind free of all worries, all prides, all hunger, his lips repeating, "Be thou visibly present with me," not as a charm, but that his lips might be soiled with more earthly phases, and when he had become strained and weary and exalted, to feel a something glowing and almost terrifying about him, and to experience thus, he was certain, the actual, loving, proven nearness of the divinity. He began to call his mentor Father Pengilly, and the old man chided him only a little. Presently did not chide him at all, though. For all his innocence and his mysticism, Father Pengilly was not a fool, nor weak. He spoke up harshly to a loud-mouthed grocer, new come to town, who considered the patriarch a subject for what he called kidding, and who shouted, "Well, I'm getting tired of watching you and your preachers to pray for rain. Guess you don't believe this stuff much yourselves." He spoke to old Miss Udell, the purity specialist of town, when she came to snuffle that Amy Dove was carrying on with the boys in the twilight. "And I know how you like a scandal, sister," said he. "Maybe 'tain't Christian to deny you one, but I happen to know all about Amy. Now, if you'd go out and help poor old crippled Sister Eckstein do her washing, maybe you'd keep busy enough so's you can get along without your daily scandal." He had humor as well. Father Pengilly, he could smile over the cranks in the congregation. He liked the village atheist, Doc Lim Staples, and he had him at the house, and it healed Frank's spirit to hear, with what beatific calm, Father Pengilly listened to the doc's jibes about the penny pinchers and the sinners in the church. "Lim," said Father Pengilly, "you'll be surprised at this, but I must tell you that there's 2-3 sinners in your fold, too. Why, I've heard of even horse thieves that didn't belong to churches. That must prove something, I guess. Yes, sir, I admire to hear you tell about the kind-hearted atheists after reading about the cannibals, who are remarkably little plagued with us Methodists and Baptists." Not in his garden only, but in the woods along the river, Father Pengilly found God in nature. He was insane about fishing, though indifferent to the catching of any actual fish. Frank floated with him in a mossy scow in the placid backwater under the willows. He heard the gurgle of water among the roots and watched the circles from a leaping bass. The old man, his ruddy face and silver mustache shaded by a shocking hayfield straw hat, hummed, "There's a wideness in God's mercy, like the wideness in the sea." When Father Pengilly mocked him, "And you have to go to the books to find God, young man?" then Frank was content to follow him, to be his fellow preacher, to depend more on Pengilly's long experience than on irritating questions, to take any explanation of the validity of the Bible, of the mission of the church, the leadership of Christ, which might satisfy this soldier of the cross. Frank became more powerful as a preacher. He went from Catawba via pastorates in 2 or 3 larger towns to Eureka, a camp of 40,000 brisk industrialists, and here he was picked up and married by the amiable Bess. Part 4. Bess Needham, later to be Bess Shallard, was remarkably like a robin. She had the same cheerfulness, the same round ruddiness, and the same conviction that early rising, chirping, philoprogenitiveness, and strict attention to food were the aims of existence. She had met Frank at a church social. She had pitied what she regarded as his underfed pallor, and had directed her father, an amiable and competent dentist, to invite Frank home for a real feed and bright music on the phonograph. She listened fondly to his talk. She had no notion what it was about, but she liked the sound of it. He was stirred by her sleek neck, her comfortable bosom, by the dimpled fingers which stroked his hair before he knew that he longed for it. He was warmed by her assertion that he put it all over the Reverend Dr. Seeger, the older Baptist parson in Eureka. So she was able to marry him without a struggle, and they had 3 children in the shortest possible time. She was an admirable wife and mother. She filled the hot water bottle for his bed. She cooked corned beef and cabbage perfectly. She was polite to the most exasperating parishioners. She saved money, and when he sat with fellow clerics companionably worrying about the sacraments, she listened to him, and him alone, with beaming motherliness. He realized that with a wife and 3 children he could not consider leaving the church, and the moment he realized it, he began to feel trapped and to worry about his conscience all the more. Part 5. There was in Eureka, with its steel mills, its briskness, its conflict between hard-fisted manufacturers and hard-headed socialists, nothing of the contemplation of Catawba, where thoughts seemed far-off stars to gaze on throughout the mist. Here was a violent rush of ideas, and from this rose the Preachers' Liberal Club, toward which Frank was drawn before he had been in Eureka a fortnight. The ringleader of these liberals was Herman Castlebaum, the modernist rabbi, young, handsome, black of eye and blacker of hair, full of laughter, regarded by the elect of the town as a shallow charlatan and a dangerous fellow, and actually the most scholarly man Frank had ever encountered, except for Bruno Zeppelin. With him consorted a placidly atheistic Unitarian minister, a Presbyterian who was orthodox on Sunday and revolutionary on Monday, a wavering Congregationalist, and an Anglo-Catholic Episcopalian who was enthusiastic about the beauties of the ritual and the mythric origin of the same. And Frank's fretting wearily started all over again. He reread Harnack's What is Christianity?, Sunderland's Origin and Nature of the Bible, James's Varieties of Religious Experience, and Fraser's Golden Bough. He was in the pleasing situation where whatever he did was wrong. He could not content himself with the discussions of the Liberal Club. "If you fellows believe that way, why don't you get out of the church?" he kept demanding. Yet he could not leave them. Could not, and therefore greatly succeeded among the Baptist brethren. His good wife Bess, when he diffidently hinted of his doubts, protested, "You can't reach people just through their minds. Besides, they wouldn't understand you if you did come right out and tell them the truth as you see it. They aren't ready for it." His worst doubt was the doubt of himself, and in this quite undignified wavering he remained, envying equally Rabbi Castlebaum's public scoffing at all religion, and the thundering certainties of the cover-to-cover evangelicals, who each Sunday morning neatly pointed his conversation on the way to heaven, was himself tossed in a purgatory of self-despising doubt, where his every domestic virtue was cowardice, his every mystic aspiration a superstitious mockery, and his every desire to be honest a cruelty, which he must spare Bess and his well-loved brood. He was in this mood when the Reverend Elmer Gantry suddenly came, booming and confident, big and handsome and glossy, into his study and explained that if Frank could let him have $100, Elmer, and presumably the Lord, would be grateful and return the money within 2 weeks. The sight of Elmer as a fellow pastor was too much for Frank. To get rid of him, he hastily gave Elmer the $100 he had saved up toward the payment of the last 2 obstetrical bills, and sat afterward at his desk, his head between his lax hands, praying, "Oh, Lord, guide me." He leapt up. No, Elmer said the Lord had been guiding him. I'll take a chance on guiding myself. I will. Again weakly, but how can I hurt Bess, hurt my dad, hurt Father Pengilly? Oh, I'll go on. End of section 21, chapter 17. Section 22 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 22, Chapter 18, Part 1. The Reverend Elmer Gantry was writing letters. He had no friends, and the letters were all to inquirers about his prosperity classes at a small oak desk in the lobby of the O'Hearn House in Zenith. His Zenith classes here had gone not badly, not brilliantly. He had made enough to consider paying the $100 back to Frank Shallard, though certainly not enough to do so. He was tired of this slippery job. He was almost willing to return to farm implements, but he looked anything but discouraged in his morning coat, his wing collar, and his dotted blue bow tie. Writing at the other half of the lobby desk was a little man with an enormous hooked nose, receding chin, and Byzantine bald head. He was in a brown business suit with a lively green tie, and he wore horn-rimmed spectacles. Vice president of a bank, but started as a school teacher, Elmer decided. He was conscious that the man was watching him. A possible student? No, too old. Elmer leaned back, folded his hands, looked as pontifical as possible, cleared his throat with a learned sound, and beamed. The little man kept glancing up, rat-like, but did not speak. "Beautiful morning," said Elmer. "Yes, lovely. On mornings like this, all nature exemplifies the divine joy." "Oh, my goodness. No business for me here. He's a preacher or an osteopath," Elmer lamented within. This is Dr. Gantry, I believe." "Why, yes. I'm sorry. I'm Bishop Toomas of the Zenith area of the Methodist Church. I had the great pleasure of hearing one of your exordiums the other evening, Dr. Gantry." Elmer was hysterically thrilled. Bishop Wesley R. Toomas? For years he had heard of the bishop as one of the giants, one of the pulpit orators, one of the profound thinkers, exalted speakers, and inspired executives of the Methodist Church North. He had addressed 10,000 at Ocean Grove. He had spoken in Yale Chapel. He had been a success in London. Elmer rose, and with a handshake, which must have been most painful to the bishop, he glowed. "Well, well, well, sir. This certainly is a mighty great pleasure, sir. It sure is. So you came and listened to me? Well, wish I'd known that. I'd have asked you to come up, sit on the platform." Bishop Toomas had risen also. He waved Elmer back into his chair, himself perched like a keen little hawk, and trilled, "No, no, not at all, not at all. I came only as a humble listener. I dare say I have, by chance and circumstance of age, had more experience of Christian life and doctrine than you, and I can't pretend I exactly, in every way, agreed with you, you might say. But at the same time, that was a very impressive thought about the need of riches to carry on the work of the busy workaday world, as we have it at present, and the value of concentration in the silence as well as in those happy moments of more articulate prayer. Yes, yes, I firmly believe that we ought to add to our Methodist practice some of the great truths about the, alas, too often occulted and obstructed inner divine powers possessed in unconsciousness by each of us, as new thought has revealed them to us, and that we ought, most certainly, not to confine the Church to already perceived dogmas, but encourage it to grow. It stands to reason that really devout prayer and concentration should most materially affect both bodily health and financial welfare. Yes, yes. I was interested in what you had to say about it, and the fact that I am going to address the Chamber of Commerce luncheon this noon along much of these same lines, and if you happen to be free, I should be very glad if... They went, Elmer and Bishop Toomas, and Elmer added to the bishop's observations a few thoughts, and the most caressing compliments about bishops in general, Bishop Wesley R. Toomas in particular, pulpit oratory, and the beauties of prosperity. Everybody had a radiant time, except possibly the members of the Chamber of Commerce. And after the luncheon, Elmer and the bishop walked off together. My, I feel flattered that you should know so much about me. I am, after all, a very humble servant of the Methodist Church, of the Lord, that is, and I should not have imagined that any slight local reputation I might have would have penetrated into the New Thought world, breathed the bishop. Oh, I'm not a New Thoughter. I'm temporarily conducting these courses as a sort of psychological experiment, you might say. Fact is, I'm an ordained Baptist preacher, and of course, in seminary, your sermons were always held up to us as models. I'm afraid you flatter me, Doctor. Not at all. In fact, they attracted me so that, despite my great reverence for the Baptist Church, I felt after reading your sermons there was more breadth and vigor in the Methodist Church, and I've sometimes considered asking some Methodist leader, like yourself, about my joining your ministry. Is that a fact? Is that a fact? We could use you. Oh, I wonder if you couldn't come out to the house tomorrow night for supper, just a potluck with us. I should be most honored, Bishop. Alone in his room, Elmer exulted. That's the stunt. I'm sick of playing this lone game. Get in with a real big machine like Methodists. Maybe have to start low down, but climb fast. Be a bishop myself in 10 years, with all their spondulics and big churches and big membership and everything to back me up. Me for it. Oh, Lord, thou hast guided me. No, honest, I mean it. No more hell-raising, real religion from now on. Hooray! Oh, Bish, you watch me hand you the old flattery. Part 2. The Episcopal Palace. Beyond the somber length of the drawing-room, an alcove with growing arches and fan tracery, remains of the Carthusian Chapel, a dolorous crucifixion by a pupil of El Greco, the sky menacing and wind-driven behind the gaunt figure of the dying god, mullioned windows that still sparkled with the bearings of hard-riding bishops long since ignoble dust. The refectory table, a stony expanse of ancient oak, set round with grudging monkish chairs, and the library, on either side of the lofty fireplace, austerely shining rows of calf-bound wisdom, now dead, as were the bishops. The picture must be held in mind, because it is so beautifully opposite to the residence of the Reverend Dr. Wesley R. Toomas, Bishop of the Methodist area of Zenith. Bishop Toomas's abode was out in the section of Zenith called Devon Woods, near the junction of the Chaloosa and Appleseed rivers. That development, quite new in 1913 when Elmer Gantry first saw it, much favored by the next to the best surgeons, lawyers, real estate dealers, and hardware salesmen. It was a chubby, modern house, mostly in tapestry bricks, with vari-colored imitation tiles, a good deal of imitation half-timbering in the gables, and a screened porch with rocking chairs, much favored on summer evening by the Episcopal but democratic person of Dr. Toomas. The living room had built-in bookshelves with leaded glass, built-in seats with thin brown cushions, and a huge electrolier with shades of wrinkled glass in ruby, emerald, and watery blue. There were a great many chairs, club chairs, Morris chairs, straight wooden chairs with burnt work backs, and a great many tables, so that progress through the room was apologetic. But the features of the room were the fireplace, the books, and the foreign curios. The fireplace was an ingenious thing. Basically, it was composed of rough-hewn blocks of green stone. Set in between the larger boulders were pebbles, pink and brown and earth-colored, which the good bishop had picked up all over the world. This pebble, the bishop would chirp, guiding you about the room, was from the shore of the Jordan, and this was a fragment from the Great Wall of China, and this he had stolen from a garden in Florence. They were by no means all the attractions of the fireplace. The mantel was of cedar of Lebanon, genuine, bound with brass strips from a shipwreck in the Black Sea in 1902. The bishop himself had bought the brass in Russia in 1904. The andirons were made from plowshares as used by the bishop himself when but an untutored farm lad, all unaware of coming glory in the cornfields of Illinois. The poker was, he assured you, a real whaling harpoon picked up, surprisingly cheap, at Nantucket. Its rude shaft was decorated with a pink bow. This was not the doing of the bishop, but of his lady. Himself, he said, he preferred the frank, crude, heroic strength of the bare wood. But Mrs. Toomas felt it needed a touch, a brightening. Set in the rugged chimney of the fireplace was a plaque of smooth marble, on which was carved in artistic and curly gilded letters, "The virtue of the home is peace. The glory of the home is reverence." The books were, as the bishop said, worth browsing over. There were naturally the Methodist Discipline and the Methodist Hymnal, both handsomely bound, Roycrofty in limp blue calfskin with leather ties. There was an impressive collection of Bibles, including a very ancient one dated 1740, and one extra illustrated with all the Hoffman pictures and 160 other biblical scenes. And there were the necessary works of theological scholarship benefiting a bishop, Moody's sermons, Farrer's Life of Christ, Flowers and Beasties of the Holy Land, and In His Steps by Charles Sheldon. The more workaday ministerial books were kept in the study. But the bishop was a man of the world, and his books fairly represented his tastes. He had a complete Dickens, a complete Walter Scott, Tennyson in the red line edition bound in polished tree calf with polished gilt edges, many of the better works of Macaulay and Ruskin, and for lighter moments, novels by Mrs. Humphrey Ward, Winston Churchill, and Elizabeth of the German Garden. It was in travel and nature study that he really triumphed. These were represented by not less than 50 volumes with such titles as How to Study the Birds, Through Madagascar with Camp and Camera, My Summer in the Rockies, My Mission in Darkest Africa, Pansies for Thoughts, and London from a Bus. Nor had the bishop neglected history and economics. He possessed the Reverend Dr. Hockett's Complete History of the World, illustrated in 11 handsome volumes, a second-hand copy of Hadley's Economics, and The Solution of Capitalism versus Labor, Brotherly Love. Yet not the fireplace, not the library, so much as the souvenirs of foreign travel gave to the bishop's residence a flair beyond that of most houses in Devon Woods. The bishop and his lady were fond of travel. They had made 6 months' inspection of missions in Japan, Korea, China, India, Borneo, Java, and the Philippines, which gave the bishop an authoritative knowledge of all Oriental governments, religions, psychology, commerce, and hotels. But besides that, 6 several summers they had gone to Europe, and usually on the more refined and exclusive tours. Once they had spent 3 solid weeks, seen nothing but London, with side trips to Oxford, Canterbury, and Stratford. Once they had taken a 4-day walking trip in the Tyrol, and once on a Channel steamer they had met a man who, a steward said, was a lord. The living room reeked with these adventures. There weren't exactly so many curios. The bishop said he didn't believe in getting a lot of foreign furniture and stuff when we made the best in the world right here at home. But as to pictures, the Toomases were devotees of photography, and they had brought back the whole world in shadow. Here was the Temple of Heaven at Peking, with the bishop standing in front of it. Here was the Great Pyramid, with Mrs. Toomas in front of it. Here was the cathedral in Milan, with both of them in front of it. This had been snapped for them by an Italian guide, an obliging gentleman who had assured the bishop that he believed in prohibition. Part 3. Into this room Elmer Gantry came with overpowering politeness. He bent almost as though he were going to kiss it over the hand of Mrs. Toomas, who was a large lady with eyeglasses and modest sprightliness, and he murmured, "If you could only know what a privilege this is." She blushed and looked at the bishop as if to say, "This, my beloved, is a good egg." He shook hands reverently with the bishop and boomed, "How good it is of you to take in a homeless wanderer." "Nonsense, nonsense, brother. It is a pleasure to make you at home. Before supper is served, perhaps you'd like to glance at 1 or 2 of the books and pictures and things that Mother and I have picked up in the many wanderings to which we have been driven in carrying on the work. Now, this may interest you. This is a photograph of the House of Parliament, or Westminster, as it is also called in London, England, corresponding to our capital in Washington. Well, well, is that a fact? And here's another photo that might have some slight interest. This is a scene very rarely photographed. In fact, it is so interesting that I sent it to the National Geographic magazine, and while they were unable to use it because of an overload of material, one of the editors wrote to me, I have the letter someplace, and he agreed with me that it was a very unusual and interesting picture. It is taken right in front of the Sacré-Cœur, the famous church in Paris, up on the hill of Montmartre, and if you examine it closely, you will see by the curious light that it was taken just before sunrise, and yet you see how bully it came out. The lady to the right there is Mrs. Toomas. Yes, sir, a real breath right out of Paris. Well, say, that certainly is interesting. Paris, eh? But, oh, Dr. Gantry, a sadly wicked city. I do not speak of the vices of the French themselves. That is for them to settle with, their own consciousness, though I certainly do advocate the most active and widespread extension of our American Protestant missions there, as in all other European countries which suffer under the blight and darkness of Catholicism. But what saddens me is the thought, and I know whereof I speak, I myself have seen the regrettable spectacle, that would sadden you, Dr. Gantry, is the sight of fine young Americans going over there and not profiting by the sermons in stones, the history to be read in those historical structures, but letting themselves be drawn into a life of heedless and hectic gaiety, if not indeed actual immorality. Oh, it gives one to think, Dr. Gantry. Yes, it certainly must. By the way, Bishop, it isn't Dr. Gantry, it's Mr. Gantry, just plain reverend. But I thought in your circulars... Oh, that was a mistake on the part of the man who wrote them for me. I've talked to him good. Well, well, I admire you for speaking about it. It is none too easy for us poor, weak mortals to deny honors and titles, whether they are rightly or wrongly conferred upon us. Well, I'm sure that it is but a question of time when you will wear the honor of a Doctor of Divinity degree, if I may, without immodesty, so refer to a handle which I myself happen to possess. Yes, indeed, a man who combines strength with eloquence, charm of presence, and a fine, high-grade vocabulary, as you do, it is but a question of time when... Wesley, dear, supper is served. Oh, very well, my dear. The ladies, Dr. Gantry, Mr. Gantry, as you have already observed, they seem to have this strange notion that a household must be run on routine lines, and they don't hesitate, bless 'em, to interrupt even an abstract discussion to bid us to come to the festal board when they feel it's time. And I, for one, make haste to obey, and... After supper there's a couple of other photographs that might interest you, and I do want you to take a peep at my books. I know a poor bishop has no right to yield to the lust for material possessions, but I plead guilty to one vice, my inordinate love for owning fine items of literature. Yes, dear, we're coming at once. Toujours la femme, Mr. Gantry, always the ladies. Are you, by the way, married? Not yet, sir. Well, you must take care of that. I tell you, in the ministry there is always a vast, though often coarse, unfair amount of criticism of the unmarried preacher, which seriously cramps him. Yes, my dear, we are coming. There were rolls hidden in the cornucopia folded napkins, and supper began with a fruit cocktail of orange, apple, and canned pineapple. Well, said Elmer with a courtly bow to Mrs. Toomis, I see I'm in high society, beginning with a cocktail. I tell you, I just have to have my cocktail before the eats. It went over immensely. The bishop repeated it, choking. Part 4. Elmer managed, during supper, to let them know that not only was he a theological seminary man, not only had he mastered psychology, oriental occultism, and the methods of making millions, but also he had been general manager for the famous Miss Sharon Falconer. Whether Bishop Toomis was considering, I want this man, he's a comer, he'll be useful to me, is not known. But certainly he listened with zeal to Elmer, and cooed at him, and after supper, with not more than an hour of showing him the library and the mementos of far-off roamings, he took him off to the study. away from Mrs. Toomas, who had been interrupting every quarter of an hour with her own recollections of roast beef at Simpson's, prices of rooms on Bloomsbury Square, meals on the French Wagon Restaurant, the speed of French taxicabs, and the view of the Eiffel Tower at sunset. The study was less ornate than the living room. There was a business-like desk, a phonograph for dictation, a card catalog of possible contributors to funds, a steel filing cabinet, and the bishop's own typewriter. The books were strictly practical. Cruden's Concordance, Smith's Dictionary of the Bible, an Atlas of Palestine, and the 3 published volumes of the bishop's own sermons. By glancing at these for not more than 10 minutes, he could have an address ready for any occasion. The bishop sank into his golden oak revolving desk chair, pointed at his typewriter, and sighed. From this horrid room you can get a hint of how pressed I am by practical affairs. What I should like to do is to sit down quietly there at my beloved machine and produce some work of pure beauty that would last forever, where even the most urgent temporal affairs tend, perhaps, to pass away. Of course, I have editorials in the Advocate, and my sermons have been published. He looked sharply at Elmer. Oh, yes, of course, Bishop, I've read them. That's very kind of you, but what I've longed for all these years is sinfully worldly literary work. I've always fancied, perhaps vainly, that I have a talent. I've longed to do a book, in fact, a novel. I have rather an interesting plot. You see, this farm boy, brought up in circumstances of want, with very little opportunity for education, he struggles hard for what book learning he attains, but there, in the green fields, in God's own pure meadows, surrounded by the leafy trees and the stars overhead at night, breathing the sweet open air of the pastures, he grows up a strong, pure, and reverent young man, and of course he goes up to the city. I had thought of having him enter the ministry, but I don't want to make it autobiographical, so I shall have him enter a commercial line, but one of the more constructive branches of the great realm of business, say like banking. Well, he meets the daughter of his boss. She is a lovely young woman, but tempted by the manifold temptations of gaieties of the city, and I want to show how his influence guides her away from the broad paths that lead to destruction, and what a splendid effect he has, not only on her, but on both sides of the mart of affairs. Yes, I long to do that, but sitting here, just us two, one almost feels as though it would be pleasant to smoke. Do you smoke? No, thanks be to God, Bishop. I can honestly say that for years I have never known the taste of nicotine or alcohol. God be praised. When I was younger, being kind of, you might say, a vigorous fellow, I was led now and then into temptation. But the influence of Sister Falconer, oh, there was a sanctified soul, like a nun, only strictly Protestant, of course. They so uplifted me that now I am free of all such desires. I am glad to hear that, brother, so glad to hear it. Now, Gantry, the other day you said something about having thought of coming into the Methodist fold. How seriously have you thought about it? Oh, very. I wish you would. I mean, of course, neither you nor I is necessary to the progress of that great Methodist Church, which day by day is more destined to instruct and guide our beloved nation. But I mean, when I meet a fine young man like you, I like to think of what spiritual satisfaction he could have in this institution. Now, the work you're doing at present is inspiring to many fine young men, but it is single-handed. It has no permanence. When you go, much of the good you have done dies because there is no institution like the living church to carry it on. You ought to be in one of the large denominations, and of these I feel, for all my admiration of the Baptist, that the Methodist Church is in some ways the great exemplar. It is so broad-spirited and democratic, yet very powerful. It is the real church of the people. Yes, I rather believe you're right, Bishop. Since I talked with you, I've been thinking, if the Methodist Church would want to accept me, what would I have to do? Would there be much red tape? Oh, it would be a very simple matter. As you're already ordained, I could have the district conference, which meets next month at Sparta, recommend you to the annual conference for membership. I am sure when the annual conference meets in spring of next year, a little less than a year from now, with your credits from Terwilliger and Mizpah, I could get you accepted by the conference and your orders recognized. Till then, I can have you accepted as a preacher on trial. And I have a church right now at Banjo Crossing that is in need of just such leadership as you could furnish. Banjo has only 900 people, but you understand it would be necessary for you to begin at the bottom. The brethren would be very properly jealous if I gave you a first-class appointment right at the first. But I am sure I could advance you rapidly. Yes, we must have you in the church. Great is the work for consecrated hands, and I'll bet a cookie I live to see you a bishop yourself. Part 5. He couldn't, Elmer complained, back in the refuge of his hotel, sink to a crossroads of 900 people with a salary of perhaps $1,100. Not after the big tent and Sharon's throngs, not after sweets and morning coats and being Dr. Gantry to brokers' wives in ballrooms. But also he couldn't go on. He would never get to the top in the New Thought business. He admitted that he hadn't quite the creative mind. He could never rise to such originality as, say, Mrs. Riddle's humorous oracle, "Don't be scared of upsetting folks, 'cause most of 'em are topsy-turvy anyway, and you'll only be putting 'em back on their feet." Fortunately, except in a few fashionable churches, it wasn't necessary to say anything original to succeed among the Baptist or Methodist. He would be happy in a regular pastorate. He was a professional. As an actor enjoyed grease paint and call boards and stacks of scenery, so Elmer had the affection of familiarity for the details of his profession. Hymn books, communion service, training the choir, watching the ladies' aid grow, the drama of coming from the mysteries backstage, so unknown and fascinating to the audience, to the limelight of the waiting congregation. And his mother. He had not seen her for 2 years, but he retained the longing to solace her, and he knew that she was only bewildered over his New Thought harlequinade. But 900 population? He held out for a fortnight, demanded a bigger church from Bishop Toomas, brought in all his little clippings about eloquence in company with Sharon. Then the Zenith lectures closed, and he had ahead only the most speculative opportunities. Bishop Toomas grieved. "I am disappointed, brother, that you should think more of the size of the flock than of the great, great opportunities for good ahead of you." Elmer looked his most flushing, gallant boy's self. "Oh, no, Bishop, you don't get me, honest. I just wanted to be able to use my training where it might be of the most value. But I'm eager to be guided by you." 2 months later, Elmer was on the train to Banjo Crossing as pastor of the Methodist Church in that amiable village under the sycamores. End of section 22, chapter 18. Section 23 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 23, Chapter 18, Part 1. A Thursday in June, 1913. The train wandered through orchard land and cornfields, 2 seedy day coaches and a baggage car. Hurry and efficiency had not yet been discovered on this branch line, and it took 5 hours to travel the 120 miles from Zenith to Banjo Crossing. The Reverend Elmer Gantry was in a state of grace, having resolved henceforth to be pure and humble and humanitarian. He was benevolent to all his traveling companions. He was mothering the world, whether the world liked it or not. But he did not insist on any outward distinction as a parson, a professional good man. He wore a quietly modest gray sack suit, a modestly rich maroon tie, not just as a minister, but as a citizen, he told himself. It was his duty to make life breezier and brighter for his fellow wayfarers. The aged conductor knew most of his passengers by their first names, and they hailed him as Uncle Ben. But he resented strangers on their home train. When Elmer shouted, "Lovely day, brother," Uncle Ben looked at him as if to say, "Well, 'tain't my fault." But Elmer continued his Philadelphian violences till the old man sent in the brakeman to collect the tickets the rest of the way. As a traveling salesman who tried to borrow a match, Elmer roared, "I don't smoke, brother, and I don't believe George Washington did either." His benignancies were received with so little gratitude that he almost wearied of good works. But when he carried an old woman's suitcase off the train, she fluttered at him with the admiration he deserved, and he was moved to pat children upon the head, to their terror, and to explain crop rotation to an ancient who had been farming for 47 years. Anyway, he satisfied the day's lust for humanitarianism, and he turned back the seat in front of his, stretched out his legs, looked sleepy so that no one would crowd in beside him, and rejoiced in having taken up a life of holiness and authority. He glanced out at the patchy country with satisfaction. Rustic, yes, but simple, and the simple, honest hearts of his congregation would yearn toward him as the bookkeepers could not be depended upon to do in prosperity classes. He pictured his hearty reception at Banjo Crossing. He knew that his district superintendent, a district superintendent is a lieutenant bishop in the Methodist Church, formerly called a presiding elder, had written the hour of his coming to Mr. Nathaniel Benham of Banjo Crossing, and he knew that Mr. Benham, the leading trustee of the local church, was the chief general merchant in the Banjo Valley. Yes, he would shake hands with all of his flock, even the humblest, at the station. He would look into their clear and trusting eyes and rejoice to be their shepherd, leading them on and upward for at least a year. Banjo Crossing seemed very small as the train staggered into it. There were back porches and with wash tubs and broken-down chairs. There were wooden sidewalks. As Elmer pontifically descended at the red frame station, as he looked for the reception and the holy glee, there wasn't any reception, and the only glee visible was on the puffy face of the station agent as he observed a city fella trying to show off. "He, there ain't no bus," giggled the agent. "Guess you'll have to carry your own valises over to the hotel." "Where," demanded Elmer, "is Mr. Benham, Mr. Nathaniel Benham?" "Oh, that? Ain't seen him today. Guess you'll find him at the store, about as usual, seeing if he can't do some farmer out of 2 cents on a batch of eggs. Traveling man? I am the new Methodist preacher. Oh, well, say, that a fact. Pleased to meet you. Wouldn't have thought of you were a preacher. You look too well fed. You're going to room at Mr. Pete Clark's, the widow Clark's. Leave your valises here, and I'll have my boy fetch 'em over. Well, good luck, brother. Hope you won't have much trouble with your church. The last fellow did, but then he was kind of pernickety. Wasn't just plain folks. Oh, I'm just plain folks, and mighty happy, after the great cities, to be among them, was Elmer's amiable greeting. But what he observed as he walked away was, I am like hell. Altogether depressed now, he expected to find the establishment of Brother Benham a littered and squalid crossroads store, but he came to a 2-story brick structure with plate-glass windows, and in the alley the half-dozen trucks with which Mr. Benham supplied the farmers for 20 miles up and down the Banjo Valley. Respectful, Elmer walked through the broad aisles, past the counters trim as a small department store, and found Mr. Benham dictating letters. If in a small way Nathaniel Benham had commercial genius, it did not show in his aspect. He wore a beard like a bath sponge, and in his voice was a righteous twang. Yes, he quacked, I'm Reverend Elmer Gantry, the new pastor. Benham rose, not too nimbly, and shook hands dryly. Oh, yes, the presiding elder said you were coming today. Glad you've come, brother, and I hope the blessings of the Lord will attend your labors. You're to board at the widow Clark's. Anybody'll show you where it is. Apparently, he had nothing else to say. A little bitterly, Elmer demanded, I'd like to look over the church. Have you a key? Now, let's see. Brother James might have one. He's got the paint and carpenter shop right up here on Front Street. No, I guess he hasn't either. We got a young fella, just a boy you might say, who's doing the janitorial work now, and I guess he'd have a key. But this being vacation, he's off fishing more'n likely. Tell you, you might try Brother Fitzer, the shoemaker. He might have a key. You married? No, I've been engaged in evangelist work, so I've been denied the joys and solaces of domestic life. Where are you born? Kansas. Folks Christians? They certainly were. My mother was, she is, a real consecrated soul. Smoke or drink? Certainly not. Do any monkeying with this higher criticism? No, indeed. Ever go hunting? Well, yes. That's fine. Well, glad you're with us, brother. Sorry I'm busy. Say, Mother and I expect you for supper tonight, 6:30. Good luck. Benham's smile, his handshake were cordial enough, but he was definitely giving dismissal, and Elmer went out in a fury alternating with despair. To the condensation of a rustic storekeeper after the mounting glory with Sharon? He walked toward the house of the widow Clark, to which a loafer had directed him. He hated the shabby village, hated the chicken coops in the yards, the frowsy lawns, the old buggies staggering by, the women with plump aprons and wet red arms, women who made his delights of amorous adventures seem revolting, and all the plodding yokels with their dead eyes and sagging jaws and sudden guffawing. Fallen to this, and at 32, a failure. As he waited on the stoop of the square, white, characterless house of the widow Clark, he wanted to dash back to the station and take the first train anywhere. In that moment, he decided to return to farm implements and the bleak, lonely freedom of the traveling man. Then the screen door was opened by a jolly, ringleted girl of 14 or 15 who caroled, "Oh, is it Reverend Gantry? My, and I kept you waiting? I'm terribly sorry. Ma's just sick and she can't be here to welcome you, but she had to go over to Cousin Etta's. Cousin Etta busted her leg. Oh, please come in. My, I didn't guess we'd have a young preacher this time." She was charming in her excited innocence. After a faded provincial fashion, the square hall was stately with its Civil War chromos. Elmer followed the child, Jane Clark she was, up to his room. As she frisked before him, she displayed 6 inches of ankle above her clumsy shoes, and Elmer was clutched by that familiar feeling, swifter than thought, more elaborate than the strategy of a whole war, which signified that here was the girl he was going to pursue. But as suddenly, almost wistfully, in his weary desire for peace and integrity, he begged himself, "No, don't, not any more. Let the kid alone. Please be decent. Lord, give me decency and goodness." The struggle was finished in the half-minute of ascending the stairs, and he could shake hands casually, say carelessly, "Well, I'm mighty glad you are here to welcome me, sister, and I hope I may bring a blessing on this house." He felt at home now, warmed, restored. His chamber was agreeable, turkey-red carpet, stove a perfect shrine of polished nickel, and in the bow window a deep armchair. On the 4-poster bed was a crazy quilt, and pillow shams embroidered with lambs and rabbits, and the motto, "God bless our slumbers." This was going to be all right. Kind of like home, after those doggone hotels, he meditated. He was again ready to conquer Banjo Crossing, to conquer Methodism, and when his bags and trunk had come, he set out, before unpacking, to view his kingdom. Part 2. Banjo Crossing was not extensive, but to find the key to the First Methodist Church was a Scotland Yard melodrama. Brother Fitzshire, the shoemaker, had lent it to Sister Anderson of the Ladies' Aid, who had lent it to Mrs. Prishatsky, the scrub woman, who had lent it to Pussy Burns, president of the Epworth League, who had lent it to Sister Fitzshire, consort of Brother Fitzshire, so that Elmer captured it next door to the shoemaker's shop from which he had irritably set out. Each of them, Brother Fitzshire and Sister Fitzshire, Sister Prishatsky and Sister Burns, Sister Anderson, and most of the people from whom he had inquired directions along the way, asked him the same questions. "You the new Methodist preacher?" And "Not married, are you?" And "Just come to town?" And "Here you come from the city. Guess you're pretty glad to get away, aren't you?" He hadn't much hope for his church building. He had not seen it yet. It was hidden behind the school building. But he expected a hideous brown hulk with plank buttresses. He was delighted then, proud as a worthy citizen elected mayor, when he came to an agreeable little church covered with gray shingles, crowned with a modest spire, rimmed with cropped lawn and flower beds. Excitedly he let himself in, greeted by the stale tomb-like odor of all empty churches. The interior was pleasant. It would hold 290, perhaps. The pews were of a light yellow, too glaring, but the walls were of soft cream, and in the chancel, with a white arch graceful above it, was a seemly white pulpit and a modest curtained choir loft. He explored. There was a goodish Sunday school room, a basement with tables, and a small kitchen. It was all cheerful, alive. It suggested a chance of growth. As they returned to the auditorium, he noted one good-colored memorial window, and through the clear glass of the others, the friendly maples looked at him. He walked around the building. Suddenly he was overwhelmed and exalted with the mystic pride of ownership. It was all his own, and as such it was all beautiful. What beautiful soft gray shingles! What an exquisite spire! What a glorious maple tree! Yes, and what a fine cement walk! What a fine new ash can! What a handsome announcement board! Soon to be starred with his own name. His! To do with as he pleased, and oh, he would do fine things, aspiring things, very important things. Never again, with this new reason for going on living, would he care for lower desires, for pride, for the adventure of women. Part 3. He entered the church again. He sat proudly in each of the 3 chairs on the platform, which, as a boy, he had believed to be reserved for the 3 persons of the Trinity. He stood up, leaned his arms on the pulpit, and to a worshiping throng, many standing, he boomed, "My brethren!" He was in an ecstasy such as he had not known since his hours with Sharon. He would start again. Sad started again. He vowed, never lie or cheat or boast. This town, it might be dull, but he would enliven it, make it his own creation, lift it to his own present glory. He would. Life opened before him, clean, joyous, full of the superb chances of a Christian knighthood. Some day he would be a bishop. Yes, but even that was nothing compared with the fact that he had won a victory over his lower nature. He knelt, and with his arms wide in supplication, he prayed, "Lord, thou hast stooped to my great unworthiness, and taken even me to thy kingdom, who this moment hast shown me the abiding joy of righteousness. Make me whole, and keep me pure in all things, our Father. Thy will be done. Amen." He stood by the pulpit, tears in his eyes, his meaty hands clutching the cover of the great leather Bible till it cracked. The door at the other end of the aisle was opening, and he saw a vision standing on the threshold in the June sun. He remembered afterward, from some forgotten literary adventure in college, a couplet which signified to him the young woman who was looking at him from the door. Pale beyond porch and portal, crowned with calm leaves, she stands. She was younger than himself, yet she suggested a serene maturity, a gracious pride. She was slender, but her bosom was full, and some day she might be portly. Her face was lovely, her forehead wide, her brown eyes trusting, and smooth her chestnut hair. She had taken off her rose-trimmed straw hat and was swinging it in her large, graceful hands. Virginal, stately, kind, most generous. She came passively down the aisle, a hand out, crying, "It's Reverend Gantry, isn't it? I'm so proud to be the first to welcome you here in the church. I'm Cleo Benham. I lead the choir. Perhaps you've seen Papa? He's a trustee. He has the store." "You sure are the first to welcome me, Sister Benham, and it's a mighty great pleasure to meet you. Yes, your father was so nice as to invite me for supper tonight." They shook hands with ceremony and sat beaming at each other in the front pew. He informed her that he was certain there was going to be a great spiritual awakening here. And she told him what lovely people there were in the congregation in the village, in the entire surrounding country. And her panting breast told him that she, the daughter of the village magnate, had instantly fallen in love with him. Part 4. Cleo Benham had spent 3 years in the Sparta Women's College, specializing in piano, organ, French, English literature, strictly expurgated, and study of the Bible. Returned to Banjo Crossing, she was a fervent church worker. She played the organ and rehearsed the choir. She was the superintendent of the juvenile departments in the Sunday school. She decorated the church for Easter, for funerals, for the Halloween supper. She was 27, 5 years younger than Elmer. Though she was not very lively in summer evening front porch chatter, though on the few occasions when she sinned against the discipline and danced, she seemed a little heavy on her feet, though she had a corseted purity which was dismaying to the earthy young men of Banjo Crossing. Yet she was handsome, she was kind, and her father was reputed to be worth not a cent less than $75,000. So almost no eligible male in the vicinity had hinted at proposing to her. Gently and compassionately, she had rejected them one by one. Marriage must, she felt, be a sacrament. She must be the helpmeet of someone who was doing a tremendous amount of good in the world. This good she identified with medicine or preaching. Her friends assured her, "My, with your Bible training and your music and all, you'd make a perfect pastor's wife, just dandy. You'd be such a help to him." But no detached preacher or doctor had happened along, and she had remained insulated, a little puzzled, hungry over the children of her friends, each year more passionately given to hymnody and agonized solitary prayer. Now, with innocent boldness, she was exclaiming to Elmer, "We were so afraid the bishop would send us some pastor that was old and worn out. The people here are lovely, but they're kind of slow-going. They need somebody to wake them up. I'm so glad that he sent somebody that was young and attractive. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I was just thinking of the church, you understand." Her eyes said that she had not been just thinking of the church. She looked at her wristwatch, the first in Banjo Crossing, and chanted, "Why, my gracious, it's 6 o'clock. Would you like to walk home with me instead of going to Mrs. Clark's? You could wash up at Papa's." "You can't lose me," exulted Elmer, hastily amending, as the slangy youngsters say. "Yes, indeed, I should be very pleased to have the pleasure of walking home with you." Under the elms, past the rose bushes, through dust emblazoned by the declining sun, he walked with his stately abbess. He knew that she was the sort of wife who would help him to capture a bishopric. He persuaded himself that, with all her virtue, she would eventually be interesting to kiss. He noted that they made a fine couple. He told himself that she was the first woman he had ever found who was worthy of him. Then he remembered Sharon. But the pang lasted only for a moment. In the secure village peace, in the gentle flow of Cleo's voice. Part 4. Once he was out of the sacred briskness of his store, Mr. Nathaniel Benham forgot discounts and became an affable host. He said, "Well, well, brother," ever so many times, and shook hands profusely. Mrs. Benham, she was a large woman, rather handsome. She wore figured foulard and an apron over it. She had been helping in the kitchen. Mrs. Benham was equally cordial. "I'll just bet you're hungry, brother," cried she. And he was, after a lunch of ham sandwich and coffee at a station room on the way down. The Benham house was the proudest mansion in town. It was of yellow clapboards with white trim. It had a huge green porch and a little turret, a staircase window with a border of colored glass, and there was a real fireplace, though it was never used. In front of the house, to Elmer's admiration, was one of the 3 automobiles, which were all that were to be found in 1913 in Banjo Crossing. It was a bright red Buick with brass trimming. The Benham supper was as replete with fried chicken and theological questions as Elmer's first supper with Deacon Bains in Schernheim. But here was wealth, for which Elmer had a touching reverence. And here was Cleo. Lulu Bains had been a tempting mouthful. Cleo Benham was of the race of queens. To possess her, Elmer gloated, would in itself be an empire worth any battling. And yet he did not itch to get her in the corner and bust her, as he had Lulu. The slope of her proud shoulders did not make his fingers taut. After supper, on the screened porch, pleasant by dusk, Mr. Benham demanded, "What charges have you been holding, Brother Gantry?" Elmer modestly let him know how important he had been in the work of Sister Falconer. He admitted his scholarly research at Mizpah Seminary. He made quite enough of his success at Schernheim, and he let it be known that he had been practically assistant sales manager of the Pequot Farm Implement Company. Mr. Benham grunted with surprised admiration. Mrs. Benham gurgled, "My, we're lucky to have a real high-class preacher for once." And Cleo? She leaned toward Elmer in a deep willow chair, and her nearness was a charm. He walked back happily in the June darkness. He felt neighborly when an unknown muttered, "Evening, Reverend." And all the way he saw Cleo, proud as Athena, yet pliant as gold-skinned Aphrodite. He had found his work, his mate, his future. Virtue, he pointed out, certainly did pay. End of section 23, chapter 19. Section 24 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 24, Chapter 20, Parts 1 through 6. Part 1. He had 2 days to prepare his first sermon and unpack his trunk, his bags, and the books which he had purchased in Zenith. His possessions were not very consistent. He had a beautiful new morning coat, 3 excellent lounge suits, patent leather shoes, a noble derby, a flourishing top hat, but he had only 2 suits of underclothes, both ragged. His socks were of black silk, out at the toes. For breast pocket display, he had silk handkerchiefs, but for use, only cotton rags torn at the hem. He owned perfume, hair oil, talcum powder. His cufflinks were of solid gold, but for dressing gown, he used his overcoat. His slippers were a frowsy pope, and the watch which he carried on a gold and platinum chain was a $1 alarm clock. He had laid in a fruitful theological library. He had bought the 50 volumes of the Expositor's Bible Source of ready-made sermons, second-hand, for $13.75. He had the sermons of Spurgeon, Jefferson, Brooks, and J. Wilbur Chapman. He was willing to be guided by these masters and not insist on forcing his own ideas on the world. He had a very useful book by Bishop Aberman, The Very Appearance of Evil, advising young preachers to avoid sin. Elmer felt that this would be unusually useful in his new life. He had a dictionary. He liked to look at the colored plates depicting jewels, flags, plants, and aquatic birds. He had a Bible dictionary, a concordance, a history of the Methodist Church, a history of Protestant missions, commentaries on individual books of the Bible, an outline of theology, and Dr. Argyle's The Pastor and His Flock, which told how to increase church collections, train choirs, take exercise, placate deacons, and make pasteboard models of Solomon's temple to lead the little ones to holiness in the Sunday school. In fact, he had a sufficient library, God's artillery in black and white, as Bishop Toomas wittily dubbed it, to inform himself of any detail in the practice of a professional good man. He would be able to produce sermons which would be highly informative about the geography of Palestine, yet useful to such of his fold as might have a sneaking desire to read magazines on the Sabbath. Thus guided, he could increase the church membership. He could give advice to errant youth. He could raise missionary funds so that the heathen in Calcutta and Peking might have the opportunity to become like the Reverend Elmer Gantry. Part 2. Though Cleo took him for a drive through the country, most of the time before Sunday he dedicated to refurbishing a sermon which he had often and successfully used with Sharon. The text was from Romans 1:16, quote, "For I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation to every one that believeth." Close quote. When he came up to the church on Sunday morning, tall and ample, grave and magnificent, his face fixed in a smile of friendliness, his morning coat bright in the sun, a Bible under his arm, Elmer was exhilarated by the crowd filtering into the church. The street was filled with country buggies and a Ford or two. As he went round to the back of the church, passing a knot at the door, they shouted cordially, "Good morning, brother, and fine day, Reverend." Cleo was waiting for him with the church choir, Miss Kloof, school teacher, Mrs. Deeble, wife of the implement dealer, Ed Perkins, delivery man for Mr. Benham, and Ray Fawcett, butter maker at the creamery. Cleo held his hand and rejoiced. "What a wonderful crowd there is this morning! I'm so glad." Together they peeped through the parlor door into the auditorium, and he almost put his arm around her firm waist. It would have seemed natural, very pleasant, and right and sweet. When he marched out to the chancel, the church was full, a dozen standing. They all breathed with admiration. He learned later that the last pastor had had trouble with his false teeth and a fondness for whining. He led the singing. "Come on now," he laughed. "You've got to welcome your new preacher. The best way is to put a lot of lung power into it and sing like the dickens. You can all make some kind of noise. Make a lot." Himself he gave example, his deep voice rolling out in hymns of which he had always been fond. "I love to tell the story," and "My faith looks up to thee." He prayed briefly. He was weary of prayers in which the priest ramblingly explained to God that God really was God. This was, he said, his first day with the new flock. Let the Lord give him ways of showing them his love and his desire to serve them. Before his sermon he looked from brother to brother. He loved them all that moment. They were his regiment, and he the colonel, his ship's crew, and he the skipper, his patients, and he the loyal physician. He began slowly, his great voice swelling to triumphant certainty as he talked. Voice, sureness, presence, training, power, he had them all. Never had he so well liked his role. Never had he acted so well. Never had he known such sincerity of histrionic instinct. He had solid doctrine for the older stalwarts. With comforting positiveness, he preached that the atonement was the one supreme fact in the world. It rendered the most sickly and threadbare the equals of kings and millionaires. It demanded of the successful that they make every act a recognition of the atonement. For the young people, he had plenty of anecdotes, and he was not afraid to make 'em laugh. While he did tell the gloomy incident of the boy who was drowned while fishing on Sunday, he also gave them the humorous story of the lad who declared he wouldn't go to school, because it said in the 23rd Psalm that the Lord made him lie down in green pastures, and he sure did prefer that to school. For all of them, but particularly for Cleo, sitting at the organ, her hands clasped in her lap, her eyes loyal, he winged into poetry. To preach the good news of the gospel, that was not, as the wicked pretended, a weak, sniveling, sanctimonious thing. It was a job for strong men and resolute women. For this the Methodist missionaries had faced the ferocious lion and the treacherous fever of the jungle, the poisonous cold of the Arctic, the parching desert, and the fields of battle. Were we to be less heroic than they? Here, now, in Banjo Crossing, there was no triumph of business so stirring, no despairing need of a sick friend so urgent as the call to tell blinded and perishing sinners of the necessity of repentance. Repentance, 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 in the name of the Lord God. His superb voice trumpeted it, and in Cleo's eyes were inspired tears. Beyond controversy, it was the best sermon ever heard in Banjo Crossing, and they told him so as he cheerily shook hands with them at the door. "Enjoy your discord a lot, Reverend." And Cleo came to him, her 2 hands out, and he almost kissed her. Part 3. Sunday school was held after morning services. Elmer determined that he was not going to attend Sunday school every week. Not on your life. Sneak in a nap before dinner. But this morning he was affable and expansively there, encouraging the little ones by a bright, short talk in which he advised them to speak the truth, obey their fathers and mothers, and give heed to the revelations of their teachers, such as Miss Mittie Lamb, the milliner, and Oscar Schultz, manager of the potato warehouse. Banjo Crossing had not yet touched the modern Sunday school methods, which in the larger churches in another 10 years were to divide the pupils as elaborately as public schools and to provide training classes for the teachers. But at least they had separated the children up to 10 years from the older students, and of this juvenile department Cleo Benham was superintendent. Elmer watched her going from class to class. He saw how naturally and affectionately the children talked to her. She'd make a great wife and mother, a great wife for a preacher, a great wife for a bishop, he noted. Section 4. Evening services at the Banjo Crossing Methodist Church had normally drawn less than 40 people, but there were 100 tonight, when flumblingly Elmer broke away from the old-fashioned church practice and began what was later to become his famous lively Sunday evenings. He chose the brighter hymns, Onward Christian Soldiers, Wonderful Worlds of Life, Brighten the Corners Where You Are, and the triumphant paean of When the Roll is Called Up Yonder, I'll Be There. Instead of making them drone through many stanzas, he had them sing one from each hymn. Then he startled them by shouting, "Now I don't want any of you old fellows to be shocked or say it isn't proper in church, because I'm going to get the spirit wakened and maybe get the old devil on the run. Remember, the Lord who made sunshine and the rejoicing hills must have been behind the fellows that wrote the glad songs. So I want you all to pipe up good and lively with Dixie. Yes, sir. Then for the old fellows like me, we'll have a stanza of that magnificent old reassurance of righteousness, how firm a foundation. Well, they did look shocked, some of them, but the youngsters, the boys and girls, keeping an aseptic tryst in the back of the pews, were delighted. He made them sing the chorus of Dixie over and over, till all but one or two of the rheumatic saints looked cheerful. His text was from Galatians, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, and peace. Don't you ever listen for 1 second, he commanded, to those wishy-washy fellows that carry water on both shoulders, that love to straddle the fence, that are scared of the sternness of the good old-time Methodist doctrine, and tell you that details don't mean anything, that dogmas and the discipline don't mean anything. They do. Justification means something. Baptism means something. It means something that the wicked and worldly stand for this horrible stinking tobacco and this insane alcohol, which makes a man like a murderer. But we Methodists keep ourselves pure and unspotted and undefiled. But tonight, on this first day of getting acquainted with you, brothers and sisters, I don't want to go into these details. I want to go down to the fundamental thing which details merely carry out. And that fundamental thing, what is it? What is it? What is it but Jesus Christ and his love for each and every one of us? Love, love, love. How beauteous the very word. Not carnal love, but the divine presence. What is love? Listen, it is the rainbow that stands out in all its glorious many-colored hues, illuminating and making glad again the dark clouds of life. It is the morning and evening star that in glad refulgence there on the odd horizon call nature's hearts to an uplifted rejoicing in God's marvelous firmament. Round about the cradle of the babe, sleeping so quietly while o'er him hangs in almost agonized adoration his loving mother, shines the miracle of love. And at the last sad end, comforting the hearts that bear its immortal permanence, round even the quiet tomb shines love. What is great art? And I am not speaking of ordinary pictures, but of those celebrated old masters with their great moral lessons. What is the mother of art? The inspiration of the poet, the patriot, the philosopher, and the great man of affairs, be he businessman or statesman. Yes, what inspires their every effort save love? Oh, do you not sometimes hear, stealing o'er the plains at dawn, coming as it were from some far distant secret place, a sound of melody? When our dear sister here plays the offertory, do you not seem sometimes to catch the distant rustle of the wings of cherubim? And what is music? Lovely, lovely music. What is fair melody? Ah, music, 'tis the voice of love. Ah, 'tis the magician that makes royal kings out of plain folks like us. 'Tis the perfume of the wondrous flower. 'Tis the strength of the athlete, strong and mighty to endure mid the heat and the dust of the valorous conquest. Ah, love, love, love. Without it we are less than beasts. With it earth is heaven, and we are the gods. Yes, that is what love, created by Christ Jesus and conveyed through all the generations by his church, particularly, it seems to me, by the great, broad, democratic, liberal brotherhood of the Methodist Church, that is what it means to us. I am reminded of an incident in my early youth while I was in the university. There was a young man in my class, I will not give you his name, except to say we called him Jim, a young man pleasing to the eye, filled with every possibility for true, deep Christian service, but alas, so beset with the boyish pride of mere intellect, of mere smart aleck egotism, that he was unwilling to humble himself before the source of all intellect and accept Jesus as his Savior. I was very fond of Jim. In fact, I had been willing to go and room with him in the hope of bringing him to his senses and getting him to embrace salvation. But he was a man who had read books by folks like Ingersoll and Thomas Paine, fool, swell-headed folks that thought they knew more than Almighty God. He would quote their polluted and devil-inspired ravings instead of listening to the cool, healing stream that gushes blessedly forth from the Holy Bible. Well, I argued and argued and argued. I guess that shows I was pretty young and foolish myself. But one day I was inspired to something bigger and better than any arguments. I just said to Jim, all of a sudden, "Jim," I said, "do you love your father?" A fine old Christian gentleman his father was, too, a country doctor with that heroism, that self-sacrifice, that wide experience which the country doctor has. "Do you love your old dad?" I asked him. Naturally, Jim was awful fond of his father, and he was kind of hurt that I should have asked him. "Sure, of course I do," he says. "Well, Jim," I says, "does your father love you?" "Why, of course he does," said Jim. "Then look here, Jim," I said, "if your earthly father can love you, how much more must your Father in heaven, who created all love, how much more must he care and yearn for you?" Well, sir, that knocked him right over. He forgot all the smart-aleck things he had been reading. He just looked at me, and I could see a tear quivering in the lad's eyes as he said, "I see what you mean now, and I want to say, friend, that I'm going to accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Master." Oh, yes, 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 how beautiful it is, the golden glory of God's love. Do you not feel it? I mean that. I don't mean just a snuffling, lazy, mechanical acceptance, but a passionate. He had 'em. It had been fun to watch the old fanatics who had objected to the singing of Dixie come under his spell and admit his power. He had preached straight at one of them after another. He had conquered them all. At the end, they all shook hands even more warmly than in the morning. Cleo stood back, hypnotized. When he came to her, she intoned, her eyes unseeing, "Oh, Reverend Gantry, this is the greatest day our old church has ever known." Did you like what I said of love? Oh, yes, yes. She spoke as one asleep. She seemed not to know that he was holding her hand. Softly, she walked out of the church beside him, unspeaking, and of her tranced holiness he felt a little awe. Part 6. In his attention to business, Elmer had not given special heed to the collections. It had not been carelessness, for he knew his technique as a professional good man. But the first day he felt he ought to establish himself as a spiritual leader. And when they all understood that, he would see to it that they paid suitably for the spiritual leadership. Was not the laborer worthy of his hire? End of section 24 of Elmer Gantry. Section 25 of Elmer Gantry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 25, Chapter 20, Parts 7 through 12. Part 7. The reception to welcome Elmer was held the next Tuesday evening in the basement of the church. From 7:30, when they met, till 7:45, he was busy with prodigious amounts of handshaking. They told him he was very eloquent, very spiritual. He could see Cleo's pride at their welcome. She had the chance to whisper, "Do you realize how much it means? Mostly they aren't anything like so welcoming to a new preacher. Oh, I am so glad." Brother Benham called them to order in the basement, and Sister Kilween sang "The Holy City" as a solo. It was pretty bad. Brother Benham, in a short, hesitating talk, said they had been delighted by Brother Gantry's sermons. Brother Gantry, in a long and gushing talk, said that he was delighted by Brother Benham, the other Benhams, the rest of the congregation, Banjo Crossing, Banjo County, the United States of America, Bishop Toomas, and the Methodist Episcopal Church North in all its departments. Cleo concluded the celebration with a piano solo, and there was a great deal more of handshaking. It seemed to be the rule that whoever came or was pushed within reach of the pastor, no matter how many times during the evening, should attack his hand each time. And they had cake and homemade ice cream. It was very dull, and to Elmer, very grateful. He felt accepted, secure, and ready to begin his work. Part 8. He had plans for the Wednesday evening prayer meeting. He knew what a prayer meeting in Banjo Crossing would be like. They would drone a couple of hymns, and the faithful, half a dozen of them, always using the same words, would pop up and mumble, "Oh, I thank the Lord that he has revealed himself to me and has shown me the error of my ways, and oh, that those who have not seen his light and whose hearts are heavy with sin may turn to him this evening while they still have life and breath," which they never did. And the sullenly unhappy woman in the faded jacket at the back would demand, "I want the prayers of the congregation to save my husband from the sins of smoking and drinking." I may not, Elmer meditated, be as swell a scholar as old Toomas, but I can invent a lot of stunts and everything to wake the church up and attract the crowds, and that's worth a whole lot more than all this yowling about the prophets and theology. He began his stunts with that first prayer meeting. He suggested, "I know that a lot of us want to give testimony, but sometimes it's hard to think of new ways of saying things, and let me suggest something new. Let's give our testimony by picking out hymns that express just how we feel about the dear Savior and his help. Then we can all join together in the gladsome testimony." It went over. "That's a fine fellow, that new Methodist preacher," said the villagers that week. They were shy enough and awkward and apparently indifferent, but in a friendly way they were spying on him, equally ready to praise him as a neighbor or snicker at him as a fool. "Yes," they said, "a fine fellow, and smart's a whip, and mighty eloquent, and a real husky man. Looks you right straight in the eye. Only thing that bothers me, he's too good to stay here with us, and if he is so good, why'd they ever send him here in the first place? What's wrong with him? Boozer, do you think?" Elmer, who knew his Paris, Kansas, his Gritsmacher Springs, had guessed that precisely these would be the opinions, and he took care as he hand-shook his way from store to store, house to house, to explain that for years he had been out in the evangelistic field, and that by advice of his old and true friend, Bishop Toomis, he was taking this year in a small garden patch to set up for his labors to come. He was assiduous but careful in his pastoral calls on the women. He praised their gingerbread Morris chairs and souvenirs of Niagara and their children's school exercise books. He became friendly as he could be to any male, with the village doctor, the village homeopath, the lawyer, the station agent, and all the staff at Benham's store. But he saw that if he was to take the position suitable to him in the realm of religion, he must study. He must gather several more ideas and ever so many new words to be put together for the enlightenment of the generation. Part 9. His duties at Banjo Crossing were not violent, and hour after hour in his quiet chamber at the residence of the widow Clark, he gave himself trustingly to scholarship. He continued his theological studies. He read all the sermons by Beecher, Brooks, and Chapman. He read 3 chapters of the Bible daily, and he got clear through the letter G in the Bible dictionary. Especially, he studied the Methodist discipline in preparation for his appearance before the annual Conference Board of Examiners as a candidate for full conference membership, full ministerhood. The discipline, which is a combination of Methodist prayer book and bylaws, was not always exciting. Elmer felt a lack of sermon material and spiritual quickening in the paragraph, "The concurrent recommendation of 2/3 of all the members of the several annual conferences present and voting, and of 2/3 of all the members of the lay electoral conferences present and voting, shall suffice to authorize the next ensuing general conference by a 2/3 vote to alter or amend any of the provisions of this Constitution, excepting Article 10, Paragraph 1. And also, whenever such alteration or amendment shall have been first recommended by a general conference by 2/3 vote, then so soon as 2/3 of all the members of the several annual conferences present and voting, and 2/3 of all the members of the lay electoral conferences present and voting shall have concurred therein, such alteration or amendment shall take effect, and the result of the vote shall be announced by the general superintendents." He liked better, from the articles of religion in the discipline, the offering of Christ, once made, is that perfect redemption, propitiation, and satisfaction for all the sins of the whole world, both original and actual. And there is none other satisfaction for sin but that alone. Wherefore, the sacrifice of masses, in which it is commonly said that the priest doth offer Christ for the quick and the dead, to have remission of pain or guilt, is a blasphemous fable and dangerous deceit. He wasn't altogether certain what it meant, but it had such a fine, uplifting roll. Blasphemous fable and dangerous deceit. Fine. He informed his edified congregation the next Sunday that the infallibility of the Pope was a blasphemous fable and a dangerous deceit, and they almost jumped. He had much edification from these rules for a preacher's conduct in the discipline. Be serious. Let your motto be holiness to the Lord. Avoid all lightness, jesting, and foolish talking. Converse sparingly, and conduct yourself prudently with women. Tell everyone under your care what you think wrong in his conduct and temper, and that lovingly and plainly, as soon as may be, else it will fester in your heart. As a general method of employing our time, we advise you, 1, as often as possible, to rise at 4, 2, from 4 to 5 in the morning, and from 5 to 6 in the evening to meditate, pray, and read the Scriptures with notes. Extirpate out of our church buying or selling goods which have not paid the duty laid upon them by government. Extirpate bribery receiving anything, directly or indirectly, for voting at any election. Elmer became a model in all these departments, except perhaps avoiding lightness and jesting, conducting himself in complete prudence with women, telling everyone under his care what he thought wrong with them. That would have taken all his spare time, arising at 4 and extirpating sellers of smuggled goods. For his grades, to be examined by the annual conference, he wrote to Dean Prosper at Mizpah. He explained to the dean that he had seen a great new light, that he had worked with Sister Falconer, but that it had been the early influences of Dean Prosper which, working somewhat slowly, had led him to his present perfection. He received the grades with a letter in which the dean observed, quote, "I hope you will not overwork your new zeal for righteousness. It might be hard on folks. I seem to recall a tendency in you to overdo a lot of things. As a Baptist, let me congratulate the Methodists on having you. If you really do mean all you say about your present state of grace, well, don't let that keep you from going right on praying. There may still be virtues for you to acquire." Close quote. "Well, by God," raged the misjudged saint, and "oh, rats, that's the odds. Got the credentials anyway, and he says I can get my B.D. by passing an examination. Trouble with old Prosper is he's one of those smart alecks. To hell with him." Part 10. Along with his theological and ecclesiastical researches, Elmer applied himself to more worldly literature. He borrowed books from Clio and from the tiny village library, housed in the public school, and on his occasional trips to Sparta, the nearest sizable city, he even bought a volume or two when he could find good editions second-hand. He began with Browning. He had heard a lot about Browning. He had heard that he was a stylish poet and an inspiring thinker. But personally, he did not find that he cared so much for Browning. There were so many lines that he had to read 3 or 4 times before they made sense. And there was so much stuff about Italy and all those WAP countries. But Browning did give him a number of new words for the notebook of polysyllables and phrases which he was to keep for years, and which was to secrete material for some of his most rotund public utterances. There has been preserved a page from it. Incinerate, burn up. Merovingian French tribe about A.D. 500. Remark, Golgotha was scene of crucifixion. Leigh Hunt, poet, 1840. No good. Lapin blue, a flower. Defeasance, making nicks. Chanson, pronounced chanson, French kind of song. Remark, man worthwhile is a man who can smile when everything goes dead wrong. Sermon on Man says that other planets inhabit it. Nix, 'cause Bible says 0 of Christ trying to save them. Tennyson. Elmer found more elevating than Browning. He liked Maud. She resembled Clio, only not so friendly, and he delighted in the homicides and morality of Idols of the King. He tried Fitzgerald's Omar, which had been recommended by his literary set at Terwilliger, and he made a discovery which he thought of communicating through the press. He had heard it said that Omar was non-religious, but when he read, "Myself when young did eagerly frequent doctor and saint, and heard great argument about it and about, but evermore came out by the same door wherein I went," he perceived that in this quatrain Omar obviously meant that though teachers might do a whole lot of arguing, Omar himself stuck to his beliefs in Jesus. In Dickens, Elmer had a revelation. He had not known that any literature published previous to the Saturday Evening Post could be so thrilling. He did not care so much for the humor. It seemed to him that Mr. Dickens was vulgar and almost immoral. When he got Pickwick drunk and calls Mantalini to contemplate suicide, but he loved the sentiment. When Paul Dombey died, Elmer could have wept. When Miss Nickleby protected her virtue against Sir Mulberry Hawk, Elmer would have liked to have been there, both as a parson and as an athlete, to save her from that accursed society man, so typical of his class in debauching youth and innocence. "Yes, sir, you bet. That's great stuff," exulted Elmer. "There's a writer that goes right down to the depths of human nature. Great stuff. I'll preach on him when I get these hicks educated up to literary sermons." But his artistic pursuits could not be all play. He had to master philosophy as well, and he plunged into Carlyle and Elbert Hubbard. He terminated the first plunge very icy with haste. But in the biographies by Mr. Hubbard, at that time dominating America, Elmer found inspiration. He learned that Rockefeller had not come to be head of Standard Oil by chance, but by labor, genius, and early Baptist training. He learned that there are sermons in stones, edification in farmers, beatitude in bankers, and style in adjectives. Elmer, who had always lived as publicly as a sparrow, could not endure keeping his literary treasures to himself. But for once, Cleo Benham was not an adequate mate. He felt that she had read more of such belles lettres as the Message to Garcia than even himself, so his companion in artistic adventure was Clyde Tippy, the Reverend Clyde Tippy, pastor of the United Brethren Church of Banjo Crossing. Clyde was not, like Elmer, educated. He had left high school after his second year, and since then he had only had 1 year in a United Brethren seminary. Elmer didn't think much, he decided, of all this associating with fellowshipping with a lot of rival preachers. It was his job, wasn't it, to get their parishioners away from them? But it was an ecstasy to have for once a cleric to whom he could talk down. He called frequently on the Reverend Mr. Tippy, which, at the age of 26, Clyde occupied with his fat wife and 4 children. Mr. Tippy had pale blue eyes, and he wore a 14.5 collar encircling a 13 neck. "Clyde," crowed Elmer, "if you're going to reach the greatest number and not merely satisfy their spiritual needs, but give 'em a rich, full, joyous life, you gotta explain great literature to 'em." "Yes, maybe that's right. Haven't had time to read much, but I guess there's a lot of fine lessons to be learned out of literature," said the Reverend Mr. Tippy. "Is there? Say, listen to this from Longfellow, the poet. Life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. And this, just get the dandy swing to it. Lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing leave behind us footprints in the sands of time. I read that way back in school, reader, but I never had anybody to show me what it meant, like I'm going to do with my congregation. Just think, the grave is not its goal. Why, say, Longfellow is just as much of a preacher as you or I are, eh? Yes, I guess so. I'll have to read some of his poetry. Could you lend me the book? You bet I will, Clyde. Be a fine thing for you. A young preacher like you has got to remember, if you'll allow an older hand to say so, that our education isn't finished when we start preaching. We got to go on enlarging our mental horizons. See how I mean? Now I'm going to start you off reading David Copperfield. Say, that's full of fine passages. There's this scene where this David, he had an aunt that everybody thought she was simply an old crab. But the poor little fellow, his father-in-law, I hope it won't shock you to hear a preacher say it, but he was an old son of a gun. That's what he was. And he treated David horribly, simply horribly. And David ran away and found his aunt's house. And then it proved she was fine and dandy to him. Say, it'll just make the tears come to your eyes. The place where he finds her house, and she don't recognize him, and he tells her who he is, and then she kneels right down beside him and shows him how none of us are justified in thinking other folks are mean just because we don't understand them. You bet. Yes, sir, David Copperfield, you sure can't go wrong reading that book. David Copperfield? I've heard the name. It's mighty nice of you to come and tell me about it, brother. Oh, that's nothing at all. Mighty glad to help you in any way I can, Clyde. Elmer's success as a literary and moral evangel to Mr. Clyde Tippie sent him back to his excavations with new fervor. He would lead the world not only to virtue, but to beauty. Considering everything, Longfellow seemed the best news to carry to the surprised and waiting world, and Elmer managed to get through many pages, solemnly marking the passages which he was willing to sanction, and in which did not mention wine. Ah, nothing is too late till the tired world shall cease to palpitate. Cato learned Greek at 80. Sophocles wrote his grand Oedipus, and Simonides bore off the prize of verse from his compeers when each had numbered more than 80 years. Elmer did not, perhaps, know very much about Simonides, but with these instructive lines he was able to decorate a sermon in each of the pulpits he was henceforth to hold. He worked his way with equal triumph through James Russell Lowell, Whittier, and Ella Wheeler Wilcox. He gave up Kipling because he found that he really enjoyed reading Kipling and concluded that he could not be a good poet. But he was magnificent in discovering Robert Burns. Then he collided with Josiah Royce. Part 11. Bishop Wesley R. Toomas had suggested to Elmer that he ought to read philosophy, and he had recommended Royce. He himself, he said, hadn't been able to give so much time to Royce as he would have liked, but he knew that here was a splendid field for any intellectual adventurer. So Elmer came back from Sparta with the 2 volumes of Royce's The World and the Individual, and 2 new detective stories. He would skip pleasantly but beneficially through Royce, then pick up whatever ideas he might find in all these other philosophers he had heard mentioned, James, Kant, and Bergson, and Who was that fellow with the funny name? Spinoza. He opened the first volume of Royce confidently and drew back in horror. He had a nice, long, free afternoon in which to become wise. He labored on. He read each sentence 6 times. His mouth drooped pathetically. It did not seem fair that a Christian knight who is willing to give his time to listening to people's ideas should be treated like this. He sighed and read the first paragraph again. He sighed, and the book dropped into his lap. He looked around. On the stand beside him was one of the detective stories. He reached for it. It began as all proper detective stories should begin, with the tap room of the Cat and Fiddle Inn on a stormy night, when gusts of rain beat against the small ancient casement, but within all was bright and warm. The turkey-red curtains shone in the firelight, and the burnished candles of the beer pump. An hour later, Elmer had reached the place where the Scotland Yard inspector was attacked from the furze bush by the maniac. He excitedly crossed his legs, and Royce fell to the floor and lay there. But he kept at it. In less than 3 months, he had reached page 51 of the first volume of Royce. Then he bogged down in a footnote. Start of footnote. The scholastic textbooks, namely, as for instance the Disputations of Suarez, employ our terms much as follows. Being, ends, taken quite in the abstract, such writers said, is a word that will equally apply both to the what and to the that. Thus, if I speak of the being of a man, I may, according to this usage, mean either the ideal nature of a man, apart from man's existence, or the existence of a man. The term being is so far indifferent to both of the sharply sundered senses. In this sense, being may be viewed as of 2 sorts. As the what, it means the essence of things, or the esse essentia. In this sense, by the being of a man, you mean simply the definition of what a man as an idea means. As the that, being means the existent being, or esse existentia. The esse existentia of a man, or its existent being, would be what it would possess only if it existed. And so the scholastic writers in question always have to point out whether by the term ends, or being, they in any particular passage are referring to the what or to the that, to the esse existentia or to the existentia. End of footnote. The Reverend Elmer Gantry drew his breath, quietly closed the book, and shouted, "Oh, shut up!" He never again read any philosophy more abstruse than that of Wallace D. Wattles or Edward Bach. Part 12. He did not neglect his not very arduous duties. He went fishing, which gained him credit among the males. He procured a dog, also a sound, manly thing to do, and though he occasionally kicked the dog in the country, he was clamorously affectionate with it in the town. He went up to Sparta now and then to buy books, attend the movies, and sneak into theaters. And though he was tempted by other diversions even less approved by the Methodist discipline, he really did make an effort to keep from falling. By enthusiasm and brass, he raised most of the church debt and made agitation for a new carpet. He risked condemnation by having a cornet solo right in the church one Sunday evening. He kept himself from paying too much attention, except for rollickingly kissing her once or twice, to the 14-year-old daughter of his landlady. He was, in fact, full of good works and clerical exemplariness. But the focus of his life now was Cleo Benham. End of section 25, chapter 20. Section 26 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 26, Chapter 21, Part 1. With women, Elmer had always considered himself what he called a quick worker. But the properties of the ministry, the delighted suspicion with which the gossips watched a preacher who went courting, hindered his progress with Cleo. He could not, like the young blades in town, walk with Cleo up the railroad tracks or through the willow-shaded pasture by Banjo River. He could hear 10,000 Methodist elders croaking, "Avoid the very appearance of evil." He knew that she was in love with him, had been ever since she had first seen him, a devout yet manly leader, standing by the pulpit in the late light of summer afternoon. He was certain that she would surrender to him whenever he should demand it. He was certain that she had every desirable quality, and yet, somehow, she did not stir him. Was he afraid of being married and settled with monogamic? Was it simply that she needed awakening? How could he awaken her when her father was always in the way? Whenever he called on her, old Benham insisted on staying in the parlor. He was, strictly outside of business hours, an amateur of religion, fond of talking about it, just as Elmer, shielded by the piano, was always ready to press Cleo's hand. Benham would lumber up and twang. "What do you think, brother? Do you believe salvation comes by faith or works?" Elmer made it all clear, muttering to himself, "Well, you old devil, with that cutthroat store of yours, you better get into heaven on faith, for God knows you'll never do it on works." And when Elmer was about to slip out to the kitchen with her to make lemonade, Benham held him by demanding, "What do you think of John Wesley's doctrine of perfection?" "Oh, it's absolutely sound and proven," admitted Elmer, wondering what the devil Mr. Wesley's doctrine of perfection might be. It is possible that the presence of the elder Benhams, preventing too close a communication with Cleo, kept Elmer from understanding what it meant that he should not greatly have longed to embrace her. He translated his lack of urgency into virtue, and went about assuring himself that he was indeed a reformed and perfected character, and so went home and hung about the kitchen, chattering with little Jane Clark in pastoral jokiness. Even when he was alone with Cleo, when she drove him in the proud Benham motor for calls in the country, even while he was volubly telling himself how handsome she was, he was never quite natural with her. Part 2. He called on an evening of late November, and both her parents were out attending Eastern Star. She looked dreary and red-eyed. He crowed benevolently while they stood at the parlor door. "Why, Sister Cleo, what's the matter? You look kind of sad." "Oh, it's nothing." "Come on now, tell me. I'll pray for you or beat somebody up, whichever you prefer." "Oh, I don't think you ought to joke about. Anyway, it's really nothing." She was staring at the floor. He felt buoyant and dominating, so delightfully stronger than she. He lifted her chin with his forefinger, demanding, "Look up at me now." In her naked eyes there was such a shameful, shameless longing for him that he was drawn. He could not but slip his arm around her, and she dropped her head on his shoulder, weeping, all her pride gone from her now. He was so exalted by the realization of his own power that he took it for passion, and suddenly he was kissing her, unconscious of the pale fineness of her skin, her flattering yielding to him. Suddenly he was blurting, "I've loved you, oh, terrible, ever since the first second I saw you." As she sat on his knee, as she drooped against him unresisting, he was certain that she was very beautiful, altogether desirable. The Benhams came home, Mrs. Benham to cry happily over the engagement, and Mr. Benham to indulge in a deal of cordial backslapping, and such jests as, "Well, my golly, now I'm going to have a real live preacher in the family. I guess I'll have to be so doggone honest that the store won't hardly pay." Part 3. His mother came on from Kansas for the wedding in January. Her happiness in seeing him in his pulpit, in seeing the beauty and purity of Cleo, and the prosperity of Cleo's father, was such that she forgot her long dragging sorrow in his many disloyalties to the God she had given him, in his having deserted the Baptist sanctuary for the dubious, the almost agnostic liberalisms of the Methodists. With his mother present, with Cleo going about roused to a rosy excitement, with Mrs. Benham mothering everybody and frantically cooking, with Mr. Benham taking him out to the back porch and presenting him with a check for $5,000, Elmer had the feeling of possessing a family, of being rooted and solid and secure. For the wedding, there were scores of coconut cakes and hundreds of orange blossoms, roses from a real city florist in Sparta, new photographs for the family album, a tub of strictly temperance punch, and beautiful but modest lingerie for Cleo. It was tremendous. But Elmer was a little saddened by the fact that there was no one whom he wanted for best man, no one who had been his friend since Jim Lefferts. He asked Ray Fawcett, butter maker at the creamery and choir singer in the church, and the village was flattered that out of the hundreds of intimates Elmer must have had in the great world outside, he should have chosen one of their own boys. They were married during a half-blizzard by the district superintendent. They took the train for Zenith to stop overnight on their way to Chicago. Not till he was on the train, the shouting and the rice showers over, did Elmer gasp to himself, looking at Cleo's rather unchanging smile, "Oh, good God, I've gone and tied myself up, and I never can have any fun again." But he was very manly, gentlemanly, in fact. He concealed his distaste for her and entertained her with an account of the beauties of Longfellow. Part 4. Cleo looked tired, and toward the end of the journey, in the winter evening, with the gale desolate, scarce to be listening to his observations on graded Sunday school lessons, the treatment of corns, his triumphs at Sister Falconer's meetings, and the inferiority of the Reverend Clyde Tipperay. "Well, you might pay a little attention to me anyway," he snarled. "Oh, I'm sorry. I really was paying attention. I'm just tired. All the preparations for the wedding and everything." She looked at him beseechingly. "Oh, Elmer, you must take care of me. I'm giving myself to you entirely. Oh, completely." "Huh? So you look at it as a sacrifice to marry me, do you?" "Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way." "And I suppose you think I don't intend to take care of you?" "Sure. Probably I'll stay out late at night and play cards and gamble and drink and run around after women. Of course. I'm not a minister of the gospel. I'm a saloon keeper." "Oh, dear, 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 oh, my dearest, I didn't mean to hurt you. I just meant You are so strong and big, and of course I'm not a tiny little thing, but I haven't got your strength." He enjoyed feeling injured, but he was warning himself, "Shut up, you chump. You'll never educate her to make love if you go bawling her out." He magnanimously comforted her. "Oh, I know, of course, you poor dear. Fool thing anyway, your mother having this big wedding, and all the eats and the relatives coming in and everything." And with all this, she still seemed distressed. But he patted her hand and talked about the cottage they were going to furnish in Banjo Crossing, and as he thought of the approaching zenith of their room at the O'Hearn house, there was no necessity for a full suite as formerly, when he had to impress the prosperity pupils. He became more ardent, whispered to her that she was beautiful, stroked her arm till she trembled. Part 5. The bellboy had scarcely closed the door of their room with its double bed when he had seized her, torn off her overcoat with its snow-wet collar, and hurled it on the floor. He kissed her throat. When he had loosened his clasp, she retreated, the back of her hand fearfully at her lips, her voice terrified as she begged, "Oh, don't! Not now! I'm afraid!" "That's damned nonsense!" he raged, stalking her as she backed away. "Oh, no! Please!" "Say, what the devil do you think marriage is?" "Oh, I've never heard you curse before." "My God, I wouldn't, if you didn't act so's it'd try the patience of a saint on a monument." He controlled himself. No, I'm sorry. Guess I'm kind of tired, too." There, little girl. Didn't mean to scare you. Excuse me. Just showed I was crazy in love with you, don't you see?" To his broad and apostolic smirk, she responded with a weak smile, and he seized her again, laid his thick hand on her breast. Between his long embraces, though his anger at her limpness was growing, he sought to encourage her by shouting, "Come on now, Clee, show some spunk." She did not forbid him again. She was merely a pale acquiescent, pale save when she flushed happily as he made fun of the old-fashioned long-sleeved nightgown which she timidly put on in the indifferent privacy of the bathroom. "Gee, you might as well wear a gunny sack," he roared, holding out his arms. She tried to look confident as she slowly moved toward him, and she did not succeed. Fella ought to be brutal for her own sake, he told himself, and seized her shoulders. When he awoke beside her and found her crying, he really did have to speak up to her. "You look here now. The fact you're a preacher's wife doesn't keep you from being human. You're a fine one to teach brats in Sunday school," he said, and many other strong-spirited things, while she wept, her hair disordered around her meek face, which he hated. Part 6. The discovery that Cleo would never be a lively lover threw him the more into ambition when they had returned to Banjo Crossing. Cleo, though she was unceasingly bewildered by his furies, found something of happiness in furnishing their small house, arranging his books, admiring his pulpit eloquence, and in receiving, as the pastor's wife, homage even from her old friends. He was able to forget her, and all his thought went to his holy climbing. He was eager for the annual conference in the spring. He had to get on to a larger town, a larger church. He was bored by Banjo Crossing. The life of a small-town preacher, prevented from engaging even in the bucolic pleasures, is rather duller than that of a watchman at a railroad crossing. Elmer hadn't actually enough to do. Though later in institutional churches he was to be as hustling as any other businessman, now he had not over 20 hours a week of real activity. There were 4 meetings every Sunday, if he attended Sunday school and Epworth League as well as church. There was church meeting on Wednesday evening, choir practice on Friday, and the Ladies' Aid and the Missionary Society every fortnight or so, and perhaps once a fortnight a wedding, a funeral. Pastoral calls took not over 6 hours a week. With the aid of his reference books, he could prepare his 2 sermons in 5 hours, and on weeks when he felt lazy or the fishing was good, that was 3 hours more than he actually took. In the austerities of the library, Elmer was indolent. But he did like to rush about, meet people, make a show of accomplishment. It wasn't possible to accomplish much in banjo. The good villagers were content with his Sunday and Wednesday meeting piety. But he did begin to write advertisements for his weekly services, the inception of that salesmanship of salvation which was to make him known and respected in every advertising club and forward-looking church in the country. The readers of notices to the effect that services would be held as usual in the Banjo Valley Pioneer were startled to find among the Presbyterian Church, the Disciples' Church, the United Brethren Church, the Baptist Church, this advertisement: "Wake up, Mr. Devil. If old Satan were as lazy as some would-be Christians in this burg, we'd all be safe. But he isn't. Come out next Sunday, 10:30 a.m., and hear a red-blooded sermon by Reverend Gantry on Would Jesus Play Poker? At the M.E. Church." He improved his typewriting, and that was a fine thing to do. The Reverend Elmer Gantry's powerful nature had been cramped by the slow use of a pen. It needed the gallop of the keys, and from his typewriter were increasingly to come floods of new moral and social gospels. In February, he held 2 weeks of intensive evangelistic meetings. He had in a traveling missioner who wept, and his wife who sang. Neither of them, Elmer chuckled privately, could compare with himself, who had worked with the Sharon Falconer. But they were now new to Banjo Crossing, and he saw to it that it was himself who, at the climax of hysteria, charged down into the frightened mob and warned them that unless they came up and knelt in subjection, they might be snatched to hell before breakfast. There were 12 additions to the church and 5 renewals of faith on the part of backsliders, and Elmer was able to have published in the Western Christian Advocate a note which carried his credit through all the circles of the saints. The church at Banjo Crossing has had a remarkable and stirring revival under Brother T.R. Feasels and Sister Feasels, the singing evangelist, assisted by the local pastor, Reverend Gantry, who was himself formerly in evangelistic work as assistant to the late Sharon Falconer. A great outpouring of the Spirit and far-reaching results were announced, with many united with the church. He also, after letting his town know how much it added to his burdens, revived and every week for 2 weeks personally supervised a junior Epworth League, the juvenile department of that admirable association of young people whose purpose is, it has itself announced, to take the wreck out of recreation and make it recreation. He had a note from Bishop Toomas hinting that the bishop had most gratifying reports from the district superintendent about Elmer's diligent and genuinely creative efforts, and hinting that at the coming annual conference, Elmer would be shifted to a considerably larger church. "Fine," glowed Elmer. "Gosh, I'll be glad to get away. These rubes here get as much out of high-class religion, like I give them, as a fleet of mules." Part 7. Ishua Rogers was dead, and they were holding his funeral at the Methodist Church. As farmer, as storekeeper, as postmaster, he had lived all his 79 years in Banjo Crossing. Old J.F. Whittlesey was shaken by Ishua's death. They had been boys together, young men together, neighbors on the farm, and in his last years, when Ishua was nearly blind and living with his daughter Jenny, J.F. Whittlesey had come into town every day to spend hours sitting with him on the porch, wrangling over Blaine and Grover Cleveland. Whittlesey hadn't another friend left alive. To drive past Jenny's now and not see old friend Ishua made the world empty. He was in the front row at the church. He could see his friend's face in the open coffin. All of Ishua's meanness and fussiness and care was wiped out. There was only the dumb nobility with which he had faced blizzard and August heat, labor and sorrow. Only the heroic thing Whittlesey had loved in him. And he would not see Ishua again ever. He listened to Elmer, who his eyes almost filled at the drama of a church full of people mourning their old friend, lulled them with Revelation's triumphant song. These are they that come out of the great tribulation, and they washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore are they before the throne of God, and they serve him day and night in his temple. And he that sitteth on the throne shall spread his tabernacle over them. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more. Neither shall the sun strike upon them, nor any heat. For the Lamb that is in the midst of the throne shall be their shepherd, and shall guide them unto fountains of waters of life. And God shall wipe away every tear from their eyes. They sang, O God, our help in ages past. And Elmer led the singing, while old Whittlesey tried to pipe up with them. They filed past the coffin. When Whittlesey had his last moment's glimpse of Ishua's sunken face, his dry eyes were blind, and he staggered. Elmer caught him with his great arms and whispered, He has gone to his salvation, to his great reward. Don't let's sorrow for him. In Elmer's confident strength, old Whittlesey found reassurance. He clung to him, muttering, God bless you, brother, before he hobbled out. Part 8. You were wonderful at the funeral today. I've never seen you so sure of immortality, worshipped Cleo as they walked home. Yeah, but they didn't appreciate it, not even when I said about how this old fella was a sure enough hero. We got to get on to some burg where I'll have a chance. Don't you think God's in Banjo Crossing as much as in a city? Oh, now, Cleo, don't go and get religious on me. You simply can't understand how it takes it out of a fella to do a funeral rite and send them all home solaced. You may find God here, but you don't find the salaries. He was not angry with Cleo now, nor bullying. In these 2 months he had become indifferent to her, indifferent enough to stop hating her and to admire her conduct of the Sunday school, her tactful handling of the good sisters of the church when they came snooping to the parsonage. I think I'll take a little walk, he muttered when they reached home. He came to the widow Clark's house, where he had lived as bachelor. Jane was out in the yard, the March breeze molding her shirt about her, rosy face darker and eyes more soft as she saw the pastor hailing her, magnificently raising his hat. She fluttered toward him. You folks ever miss me? I guess you're glad to get rid of the old preacher that was always cluttering up the house. Well, we miss you awfully. He felt his whole body yearning toward her. Hurriedly he left her, and wished he hadn't left her, and hastened to get himself far from the danger to his respectability. He hated Cleo again now, in an injured, puzzled way. I think I'll sneak up to Sparta this week, he fumed. Then, no, conference coming in 10 days. Can't take any chances till after that. Part 9. The annual conference, held in Sparta late in March, the high time of the year when the Methodist preachers of half a dozen districts were together for prayer and rejoicing, to hear the progress of the kingdom, and incidentally to learn whether they were to have better jobs this coming year. The bishop presiding, Wesley R. Toomis, himself, with his district superintendents grave and bustling. The preachers trying to look as though prospective higher salaries were unworthy of their attention. Between meetings, they milled about in the large auditorium of the Preston Memorial Methodist Church, visiting laymen and nearly 300 ministers. Veteran county parsons, whiskered and bespectacled, rusty-coated and stooped, still serving 2 county churches, or 3 or 4, driving their 50 miles a week, content for reading with the Scriptures and the Weekly Advocate. New-fledged country preachers, their large hands still calloused from plow handle and reins, content for learning with 2 years of high school, content with the Old Testament for history and geology. The preachers of the larger towns, most of them hard to recognize as clerics, in their neat business suits and modest foreign hands, frightfully cordial one to another, perhaps a quarter of them known as modernists and given to reading popular manuals of biology and psychology. The other 3/4 still devoted to banging the pulpit apropos of Genesis. But moving through these masses, easily noticeable, the inevitable successes, the district superintendents, the pastors of large city congregations, the conceivable candidates for college presidencies, mission boards, boards of publication, bishoprics. They were not all of them leonine and actor-like, these staff officers. No, few were gaunt or small, wiry, spectacled, and earnest, but they were all admirable politicians, long in memory of names, quick to find flattering answers. They believed that the Lord rules everything, but that it was only friendly to help him out, and that the enrollment of political allies helped almost as much as prayer in becoming known as suitable material for lucrative pastorates. Among these leaders were the Savonarolas, gloomy fellows viewing the progress of machine civilization with biliousness, capable of drawing thousands of auditors by their spicy but chaste denunciations of burglary, dancing, and show windows filled with lingerie. Then the renowned liberals, preachers who filled city tabernacles or churches in university towns by showing that skipping whatever seemed to be unreasonable in the Bible did not interfere with considering it all divinely inspired, and that there are large moral lessons in the paintings of Landseer and Rosa Bonheur. Most notable among the aristocrats were a certain number of large, suave, deep-voiced, inescapably cordial clerical gentlemen who would have looked well in Shakespearean productions or as floor walkers, and with them was presently to be found the Reverend Elmer Gantry. He was a newcomer. He was merely hoping to have the conference recognize his credentials and accept him as a member, and he had only a tiny church. Yet from somewhere crept the rumor that he was a man to be watched, to be enrolled in one's own political machine, and he was called brother by a pastor whose sacred rating was said to be not less than 10,000 a year. They observed him. They conversed with him, not only on the sacraments but on automobiles and the use of pledge envelopes, and as they felt the warmth of his handshake, as they heard the amiable bim-bum of his voice, saw his manly eyes, untroubled by doubts or scruples, and noted that he wore his morning clothes as well as any spiritual magnate among them, they greeted him and sought him out and recognized him as a future captain of the hosts of the Almighty. Cleo's graciousness added to his prestige. For 3 full days before bringing her up to the conference, Elmer had gone out of his way to soothe her, flatter her, and assure her that whatever misunderstandings they might have had, all was now a warm snugness of domestic bliss, so that she was eager, gently deferential to the wives of older pastors as she met them at receptions at hotels. Her obvious admiration of Elmer convinced the better clerical politicians of his domestic safeness, and they knew that he had been sent for by the bishop. Oh, they knew it. Nothing that the bishop did in these critical days was not known. There were many among the middle-aged ministers who had become worried over prolonged stays in small towns, and who wanted to whisper to the bishop how well they would suit larger opportunities. The list of appointments had already been made out by the bishop and his council, yet surely it could be changed a little, just the least little bit. But they could not get near him. Most of the time the bishop was hidden away from them at the house of the president of the Winnemac Wesleyan University. But he sent for Elmer, and even called him by his first name. "You see, Elmer, I was right. The Methodist Church just suits you," and said the bishop, his eyes bright under his formidable brows, "and I am to give you a larger church already. It wouldn't be cricket, as the English say. Ha ha, England! How you will enjoy going there sometime. You will find such a fruitful source of the broadest type of sermons in travel. I know that you and your lovely bride, I've had the pleasure of having her pointed out to me, you will both know the joy and romance of travel one of these days. But as I was saying, I can give you a rather larger town this time, though it wouldn't be proper to tell you which one till I read out the list of appointments to the conference. And in the near future, if you continue as you have in your studies and attention to the needs of your flock, and in your excellence of daily living, which the district superintendent has noted, why, you'll be due for a much larger field of service. God bless you." Part 10. Elmer was examined by the conference and readily admitted to membership. Among the questions from the discipline, which he was able to answer with a hearty yes, were these: Are you going on to perfection? Do you expect to be made perfect in love in this life? Are you earnestly striving after it? Are you resolved to devote yourself fully to God and His work? Have you considered the rules for a preacher, especially those relating to diligence, to punctuality, and to doing the work to which you are assigned? Will you recommend fasting or diligence, both by precept and example? It was, the conference members said one to another, a pleasure to examine a candidate who could answer the questions with such ringing certainty. Celebrating his renunciations of all fleshy devices and pleasures by wolfing a steak, fried onions, fried potatoes, corn, 3 cups of coffee, and 2 slices of apple pie with ice cream, Elmer condescended to Cleo. "I went through a whooping. I like to see any of the other boobs I was with in the seminary answer up like I did." Part 11. They listened to reports on collections for missions, on the creation of new schools and churches. They heard ever so many prayers. They were polite during what were known as inspirational addresses by the bishop and the Reverend Dr. S. Palmer Schutz, but they were waiting for the moment when the bishop would read the list of appointments. They looked as blank as they could, but their nails creased their palms as the bishop rose. They tried to be loyal to their army, but this lean parson thought of the boy who was going to college. This worried-filled youngster thought of the operation for his wife. This aged campaigner, whose voice had been failing, wondered whether he would be kept on in his well-padded church. The bishop's snappy voice popped. "Sparta District, Albee Center, W.A. Vance, Ardmore, Abraham Mundon, and Elmer listened with them, suddenly terrified. What did the bishop mean by a rather larger town? Some horrible hole with 1,200 people? Then he startled and glowed, and his fellow priests nodded to him in congratulation as the bishop read out Rudd Center, Elmer Gantry. For there were 4,900 people in Rudd Center. It was noted for good works and a large pop factory, and he was on his way to greatness, to inspiring the world and becoming a bishop. End of section 26, chapter 21. Section 27 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 27, Chapter 22, Part 1. A year he spent in Rudd Center, 3 years in Vulcan, and 2 years in Sparta. As there were 4,100 people in Rudd Center, 47,000 in Vulcan, and 129,000 in Sparta, it may seem that the Reverend Elmer Gantry was climbing swiftly in Christian influence and character. In Rudd Center, he passed his mitzvah final examination and received his Bachelor of Divinity degree from the seminary. In Rudd Center, he discovered the art of joining, which was later to enable him to meet the more enterprising and solid men of affairs, oculists and editors and manufacturers of bathtubs, and enlist their practical genius in his crusades for spirituality. He joined the Masons, the Oddfellows, and the Maccabees. He made the Memorial Day address to the GAR, and he made the speech welcoming the local representative home from Congress after having won the poker championship at the House. Vulcan was marked, aside from his labor for perfection, by the birth of his 2 children, Nat, in 1916, and Bernice, whom they called Bunny, in 1917, and by his ceasing to educate his wife in his ideals of amour. It all blew up a month after the birth of Bunny. Elmer had, that evening, been addressing the Rod and Gun Club dinner. He had pointed out that our Lord must have been in favor of rods and guns, for, he said, I want you boys to notice that the Master, when he picked out his first disciples, didn't select a couple of stoop-shouldered, pigeon-toed mollycoddles, but a pair of first-class fishermen. He was excited to intoxication by their laughter. Since Bunny's birth, he had been sleeping in the guest room. But now, walking airily, he tiptoed into Cleo's room at 11 with that look of self-conscious innocence which passionless wives instantly catch and dread. Well, you sweet thing, it sure went off great. They all liked my spiel. Why, you poor lonely girl, shame you have to sleep all alone here, poor baby, he said, stroking her shoulder as she sat propped against the pillows. Guess I'll have to come sleep here tonight. She breathed hard, tried to look resolute. Oh, please, not yet. Part 1. What do you mean? Please, I'm tired tonight. Just kiss me good night and let me pop off to sleep. Meaning my attentions aren't welcome to your majesty? He paced the floor. Young woman, it's about time for a showdown. I've hinted at this before, but I've been as charitable and long-suffering as I could. But by God, you've gotten away with too much. And then you try to pretend, just kiss me good night. Sure. I'm going to be a monk. I'm going to be one of these milk-and-water husbands that's perfectly content to hang around the house and not give one little yip if his wife don't care for his method of hugging. Well, believe me, young woman, you got another guess coming. And if you think that just because I'm a preacher, I'm a willy boy, you don't even make the smallest effort to learn some passion, but just act like you had hard work putting up with me. Believe me, there's other women a lot better and prettier yet, and more religious, that haven't thought I was such a damn pest to have around. I'm not going to stand, never even making the slightest effort. Oh, Elmer, honestly I have. If you'd only been more tender and patient with me at the very first, I might have learned. Rats! All damned nonsense. Trouble with you is you always were afraid to face hard facts. Well, I'm sick of it, young woman. You can go to the devil. This is the last time, believe me. He banged the door. He had satisfaction in hearing her sob that night, and he kept his vow about staying away from her for almost a month. Presently he was keeping it all together. It was a settled thing that they had separate bedrooms, and all the while he was almost as confused, as wistful as she was. And whenever he found a woman parishioner who was willing to comfort him, or whenever he was called on important but never explained affairs to Sparta, he had no bold swagger of satisfaction, but a guilt, an uneasiness of sin, which displayed itself in increasingly furious condemnation of the same sin from his pulpit. Oh God, if I could only have gone with Sharon, I might have been a decent fellow, he mourned, in his sorrow sympathetic with the world. But the day after, in the sanctuary, he would be salving that sorrow by raging, and these dance-hall proprietors, these tempters of lovely, innocent girls whose doors open to the pit of death and horror, they shall have reward. They shall burn in uttermost hell, burn, literally, burn. And for their suffering we shall have but joy that the Lord's justice has been resolutely done. Part 2. Something like statewide fame began to cling about the Reverend Elmer Gantry during his 2 years in Sparta, 1918 to 1920. In the spring of 18, he was one of the most courageous defenders of the Midwest against the imminent invasions of the Germans. He was a 4-minute man. He said violent things about atrocities and sold liberty bonds hugely. He threatened to leave Sparta to its wickedness while he went out to take care of our poor boys as a chaplain, and he might have done so had the war lasted another year. In Sparta, too, he crept from timidly sensational church advertisements to such blasts as might have shaken the devil himself. Anyway, they brought 600 delightful sinners to church every Sunday evening, and after one sermon on the horrors of booze, a saloon keeper, slightly intoxicated, remarked, "Whoop!" and put a $50 bill on the plate. To this day, with all the advance in intellectual advertising, has there been seen a more arousing effort to sell salvation than Elmer's prose poem in the Sparta World Chronicle on a Saturday in December 1919? Would you like your mother to go bathing without stockings? Do you believe in old-fashioned womanhood that can love and laugh and still be the symbols of God's own righteousness, bringing a tear to the eye as one remembers the brooding tenderness? Would you like to see your own dear mammy indulging in mixed bathing, or dancing what the hell's own fool monkey shine, the one-step? Reverend Elmer Gantry will answer these questions and others next Sunday morning. Gantry shoots straight from the shoulder. Poplar Avenue Methodist Church. Follow the crowd to the beautiful times at the beautiful church with the beautiful chimes. Part 3. While he was in Sparta, national prohibition arrived with its high-colored opportunities for pulpit orators, and in Sparta he was inspired to his greatest political campaign. The obviously respectable candidate for mayor of Sparta was a Christian businessman, a Presbyterian who was a manufacturer of rubber overshoes. It is true that he was accused of owning the buildings in which were several of the worst brothels and blind tigers in the city, but it had amply been explained that the unfortunate gentleman had not been able to kick out his tenants, and that he gave practically all his receipts from the property to missionary work in China. His opponent was a man in every way objectionable to Elmer's principles, a Jew, a radical who criticized the churches for not paying taxes, a sensational and publicity-seeking lawyer who took the cases of labor unions and Negroes without fee. When he consulted them, Elmer's official board agreed that the Presbyterian was the only man to support. They pointed out that the trouble with the radical Jew was that he was not only a radical, but a Jew. Yet Elmer was not satisfied. He had possibly less objection to the houses of ill fame than one would have judged from his pulpit utterances, and he certainly approved the Presbyterian's position that we must not try dangerous experiments in government, but adhere courageously to the proven merits and economies of the present administration. But talking with members of his congregation, Elmer found that the plain people, and the very plain people, did make up much of a large percentage of his flock, hated the Presbyterian, and had a surprised admiration for the Jew. "He's awful kind to poor folks," said they. Elmer had what he called a hunch. All the swells are going to support this guy McGarry, but darned if I don't think the Yid'll win, and anybody that roots for him will stand ace high after the election, he reasoned. He came out boisterously for the Jew. The newspapers squealed, and the Presbyterians bellowed, and the rabbis softly chuckled. Not only from his pulpit, but in scattered halls, Elmer campaigned and thundered. He was smeared once with rotten eggs in a hall near the red light district, and once an illicit booze dealer tried to punch his nose. But that was a very happy time for Elmer. The booze dealer, a bulbous, angry man, climbed up on the stage of the hall and swayed toward Elmer, waving with his fists, rumbling, "You damn lying gospel shark, I'll show you." The forgotten star of the Terwilliger team leaped into life. He was calm as in a scrimmage. He strode over, calculatingly regarded the point of the bootlegger's jaw, and caught him on it exact. He saw the man slumping down, but he did not stand looking. He swung back to the reading stand and went on speaking. The whole audience rose, clamorous with applause, and Elmer Gantry had for a second time become the most famous man in town. The newspapers admitted that he was affecting the campaign, and one of them swung to his support. He was so strong on virtue and the purity of womanhood and the evils of liquor that to oppose him was to admit one's self a debauchee. At the business meeting of his church, there was a stirring squabble over his activities. When the leading trustee, a friend of the Presbyterian candidate, declared that he was going to resign unless Elmer stopped, and an aged janitor shrieked, and all the rest of us will resign unless the Reverend keeps it up." There was gleeful and unseemly applause, and Elmer beamed. The campaign grew so bellicose that reporters came up from the Zenith newspapers, one of them the renowned Bill Kingdom of the Zenith Advocate-Times. Elmer loved reporters. They quoted him on everything from the Bible in the schools to the Armenian Mandate. He was careful not to call them boys, but gentlemen, not to slap them too often on the back. He kept excellent cigars for them, and he always said, "I'm afraid I can't talk to you as a preacher. I get too much of that on Sunday. I'm just speaking as an ordinary citizen who longs to have a clean city in which to bring up his kiddies." Bill Kingdom almost liked him, and the story about the crusading parson, which he sent up to the Zenith Advocate-Times, "The thunder of the whole state of Winnemac," was run on the third page with a photograph of Elmer thrusting out his fist as if to crush all the sensualists and malefactors in the world. Sparta papers reprinted the story and spoke of it with reverence. The Jew won the campaign, and immediately after this, 6 months before the annual conference of 1920, Bishop Toomas sent for Elmer. Part 4. "At first I was afraid," said the bishop. "You were making a great mistake in soiling yourself in this Sparta campaign. After all, it's our mission to preach the pure gospel and the saving blood of Jesus, and not to monkey with politics. But you've been so successful that I can forgive you, and the time has come. At the next conference, I shall be able to offer you at least a church here in Zenith, and a very large one, but with problems that call for heroic energy. It's the old Wellspring Church down here on Stanley Avenue, corner of Dodsworth, in what we call Old Town. It used to be the most fashionable and useful Methodist church in town, but the section has run down, and the membership has declined from something like 1,400 to about 800, and under the present pastor, you know him, old Serrier, fine noble Christian gentleman, a great soul, but a pretty rotten speaker. I don't guess they have more than 100 or so at morning service." Shame, Elmer, wicked shame to see this great institution, meant for the quickening of such vast multitudes of souls, declining, and by thunder, not hardly giving a cent for missions. I wonder if you could revive it. Go look it over and the neighborhood, and let me know what you think, or whether you'd rather stay in Sparta. You'll get less salary at Wellspring than you're getting in Sparta. 4,000, isn't it? But if you would build up the church, guess the official board will properly remunerate your labors. A church in Zenith. Elmer would almost have taken it with no salary whatsoever. He could see his Doctor of Divinity degree in hand, his bishopric or college presidency or fabulous pulpit in New York. He found the Wellspring M.E. Church, a hideous gray-stone hulk with gravy-colored windows, and a tall spire ornamented with 10 gargoyles and alternate layers of tiles in distressing red and green. The neighborhood had been smart, but the brick mansions, once leisurely among lawns and gardens, were scabrous and slovenly, turned into boarding houses with delicatessen shops in the basements. Gosh, this section never will come back. Too many of the doggone hoi polloi. Bunch of wops. Nobody for 10 blocks that would put more than 10 cents in the collection. Nothing doing. I'm not going to run a soup kitchen and tell a bunch of dirty bums to come to Jesus. Not on your life. But he saw, a block from the church, a new apartment house, and near it an excavation. Might come back in apartments at that. Mustn't jump too quick. Besides, these folks need a gospel just as much as the swell-headed plutes out on Royal Ridge, reflected the Reverend Mr. Gantry. Through his old acquaintance, Gil O'Hearn, of the O'Hearn House, Elmer met a responsible contractor and inquired into the fruitlessness of the Wellspring Vineyard. Yes, they're dead certain to build a bunch of apartment houses, and pretty good ones, in that neighborhood these next few years. Be a big residential boom in Old Town. It's near enough in to be handy to the business section, and far enough from the Union Station so they haven't got any warehouses or wholesalers. Goodbye, Reverend. Oh, I'm not buying. I'm just selling the gospel, said the Reverend, and he went to inform Bishop Toomas that after prayer and meditation he had been led to accept the pastorate of the Wellspring Church. So, at 39, Caesar had come to Rome, and Rome heard about it immediately. End of section 27, chapter 22. Section 28 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 28, Chapter 23, Parts 1 through 3. Part 1. He did not stand by the altar now, uplifted in a vow that he would be good and reverent. He was like the new general manager of a factory as he bustled for the first time through the Wellspring Methodist Church zenith, and his first comment was, "The plant's run down, have to buck it up." He was accompanied on his inspection by his staff, Miss Bundle, church secretary and personal secretary to himself, a decayed and plaintive lady, distressingly free of seductiveness, Miss Wiesiger, the deaconess, given to fat and good works, and A.F. Cherry, organist and musical director, engaged only on part-time. He was disappointed that the church could not give him a pastoral assistant or a director of religious education. He'd have them soon enough and boss them. Great. He found an auditorium which would hold 1,600 people, but which was offensively gloomy in its streaky windows, its brown plaster walls, its cast-iron pillars. The rear wall of the chancel was painted a lugubrious blue, scattered with stars which had ceased to twinkle, and the pulpit was of dark oak, crowned with a foolish, tasseled, faded green velvet cushion. The whole auditorium was heavy and forbidding. The stretch of empty, brown-grained pews stared at him dolorously. Certainly must have been a swell church of cheerful Christians that made this layout. I'll have a new church here in 5 years with some pep to it, and Gothic fixings and an up-to-date educational and entertainment plant, reflected the new priest. The Sunday school rooms were spacious enough, but dingy, scattered with torn hymn books. The kitchen in the basement for church suppers had a rusty, ancient stove and piles of chipped dishes. Elmer's own study and office was airless and looked out on the flivvered, colored yard of a garage, and Mrs. Cherry said the organ was rather more than wheezy. "Oh, well," Elmer conferred with himself afterward, "what do I care? Anyway, there's plenty of room for the crowds, and believe me, I'm the boy can drag 'em in. God, what a frump that Bundle woman is. One of these days I'll have a smart girl secretary, a good looker. Well, Hooray, we're ready for the big work. I'll show this town what high-class preaching is. Not for 3 days did he chance to think that Cleo might also like to see the church. Part 2. Though there were nearly 400,000 people in Zenith and only 900 in Banjo Crossing, Elmer's reception in the Zenith church basement was remarkably like his reception in the Banjo basement. There were the same rugged, hard-handed brothers, the same ample sisters renowned for making doughnuts, the same brisk little men given to giggling and pious jests. There were the same homemade ice cream and homemade oratory. But there were 5 times as many people as at the Banjo reception, and Elmer was ever a lover of quantity. And among the transplanted rustics were several prosperous professional men, several well-gowned women, and some pretty girls who looked as though they went to a dancing school, discipline or not. He felt cheerful and loving toward them, his, as he pointed out to them, fellow crusaders marching on resolutely to the achievement of the kingdom of God on earth. It was easy to discover which of the members present from the official board of the church were most worth his attentions. Mr. Ernest Ophthalmus, one of the stewards, was the owner of the Gem of the Ocean Pie and Cake Corporation. He looked like a puffy and bewildered urchin suddenly blown up to vast size. He was very rich, Miss Bundle whispered, and he did not know how to spend his money except on his wife's diamonds and the cause of the Lord. Elmer paid court to Mr. Ophthalmus and his wife, who spoke quite a little English. Not so rich, but even more important, Elmer guessed, was T.J. Rigg, the famous criminal lawyer, a trustee of Wellspring Church. Mr. Rigg was small, deep-wrinkled, with amused and knowing eyes. He would be, Elmer felt instantly, a good man with whom to drink. His wife's face was that of a girl, round and smooth and blue-eyed, though she was 50 and more, and her laughter was lively. Those are the folks I can shoot straight with, decided Elmer, and he kept near them. Rigg hinted, "Say, Reverend, why don't you and your good lady come up to my house after this, and we can loosen up and have a good laugh and get over this sewing circle business?" "I'd certainly like to." As he spoke, Elmer was considering that if he was really to loosen up, he could not have Cleo about. "Only I'm afraid my wife has a headache, poor girl. We'll just send her along home, and I'll come with you." "After you shake hands a few thousand more times." "Exactly." Elmer was edified to find that Mr. Rigg had a limousine with a chauffeur, one of the few in which Elmer had yet ridden. He did not like to have his Christian brethren well-heeled, but the sight of the limousine made him less chummy with the Riggses and more respectful and unctuous. And when they had dropped Cleo at the hotel, Elmer leaned gracefully back on the velvet seat, waved his large hand poetically, and breathed, "Such a welcome the dear people gave me. I am so grateful. What a real outpouring of the Spirit." "Look here," sniffed Rigg, "you don't have to be pious with us. Ma and I are a couple of old dragoons. We like religion, like the good old hymns, takes us back to the hick town we came from, and we believe religion is a fine thing to keep people in order. They think of higher things instead of all these strikes and big wages and the kind of hell-raising that's thrown the industrial system all out of kilter. And I like a fine, upstanding preacher that can give a good show. So I'm willing to be a trustee, but we ain't pious, and any time you want to let down, and I reckon there must be times when a big cuss like you must get pretty sick of listening to the sniveling sisterhood. You just come to us, and if you want to smoke or even throw in a little jolt of liquor, as I've been known to do, why, we'll understand. How about it, Ma?" "You bet," said Mrs. Rigg, "and I'll go down to the kitchen if cook isn't there, and I'll fry you up a couple of eggs, and if you don't tell the rest of the brethren, there's always a couple of bottles of beer on the ice. Like one?" "Would I?" cheered Elmer. "You bet I would. Only I cut out drinking and smoking quite a few years ago. Oh, I had my share before that, but I stopped, absolute, and I'd hate to break my record. But you go right ahead, and I want to say that it'll be a mighty big relief to have some folks in the church that I can talk to without shocking 'em half to death. Some of these holier-than-thou birds, Lord, they won't let a preacher be a human being." The Riggs' house was large, rather faded, full of books which had been read, history, biography, travels. The smaller sitting room with its log fire and large padded chairs looked comfortable, but Mrs. Riggs shouted, "Oh, let's do go out to the kitchen and shake up a Welsh rabbit. I love to cook, and I don't dast till after the servants go to bed." So his first conference with T.J. Rigg, who became the only authentic friend Elmer had known since Jim Lefferts, was held at the shiny white enamel-topped table in the huge kitchen, with Mrs. Rigg stalking about, bringing them Welsh rabbit with celery, cold chicken, whatever she found in the icebox. "I want your advice, Brother Rigg," said Elmer. "I want to make my first sermon here something something that'll make 'em sit up and listen. I don't have to get the subject in for the church ads till tomorrow. Now, what do you think of some pacifism?" "Eh?" "I know what you think. Of course, during the war I was just as patriotic as anybody. 4-minute man, and in another month I'd have been in uniform. But honest, some of the churches are getting a lot of kick out of hollering pacifism now the war is all safely over. Some of the biggest preachers in the country. But far as I've heard, nobody started it here in Zenith yet, and that might make a big sensation." "Well, yes, that's so, and of course it's perfectly all right to adopt pacifism as long as there's no chance for another war. Or do you think, the congregation here, do you think a more dignified and a kind of, you might say, poetic expository sermon would impress 'em more? Or what about a good, vigorous, right out from the shoulder attack on vice? Booze and immorality like short skirts, by golly, girl skirts getting shorter every year." "Now that's what I'd vote for," said Rigg. "That's what gets 'em. Nothing like a good, juicy vice sermon to bring in the crowds, yes, sir. Fearless attack on all this drinking and this awful sex immorality that's getting so prevalent." Mr. Rigg meditatively mixed a highball, keeping it light because next morning in court he had to defend a lady accused of running a badger game. You bet. Some folks say sermons like that are just sensational, but I always tell 'em, once the preacher gets the folks into the church that way, and mighty few appreciate how hard it is to do a good vice sermon. Jolt 'em enough, and yet not make it too dirty. Once you get in the folks, then you can give 'em some good, solid, old-time religion, and show 'em salvation, and teach 'em to observe the laws, and do an honest day's work for an honest day's pay, instead of clock-watching, like my doggone clerks do. Yep, if you ask me, try the vice. Oh, say, Ma, do you think the Reverend would be shocked by that story about the chambermaid and the traveling man that Mark was telling us?" Elmer was not shocked. In fact, he had another droll tale to tell himself. He went home at 1. I'll have to have a good time with those folks, he reflected, in the luxury of a taxicab. Only better be careful with old Rig. He's a shrewd bird, and he's on to me. Now, what do you mean? Indignantly. What do you mean by on to me? There's nothing to be on to. I refused to drink, and a cigar, didn't I? I never cuss except when I lose my temper, do I? I'm leading an absolutely Christian life, and now I'm bringing a whale of a lot more souls into churches than any of these pussyfootin' tin saints that are afraid to laugh and jolly people. On to me nothing. Part 3. On Saturday morning, on the page of religious advertisements in the Zenith newspaper, Elmer's first sermon was announced in a 2-column spread as dealing with the promising problem, can strangers find haunts of vice in Zenith? Well, they could, and with gratifying ease, said Elmer in his sermon. He said it before at least 400 people, as against the 100 who had normally been attending. He himself was a stranger in Zenith, and he had gone forth and had been appalled, aghast, bowed, in shocked horror at the amount of vice, and such interesting and attractive vice. He had investigated Brown's Island, a rackety beach and dance floor and restaurant at South Zenith, and he had found mixed bathing. He described the ladies' legs. He described the 2 amiable young women who had picked him up. He told of the waiter, too, though he denied that Brown's restaurant itself sold liquor, had been willing to let him know where to get it, and where to find an all-night game of poker. And mind you, playing poker for keeps, you understand, Elmer explained. On Washington Avenue North, he had found 2 movies in which the dreadful, painted purveyors of putrescent vice, he meant the movie actors, had on the screen danced suggestive steps which would bring blush of shame to the cheeks of any decent woman, and in which the same purveyors had taken drinks which he assumed to be the deadly cocktails. On his way to his hotel after these movies, 3 ladies of the night had accosted him, right under the white way of lights. Street corner loafers. He had apparently been very chummy with them, had told them of blind pigs, of dope peddlers, of strange lecheries. That, he shouted, is what one stranger was able to find in your city, now my city and well-beloved. But could he find virtue so easily? Could he? Or just a lot of easy-going churches lollygagging along, while the just God threatens the city with the fire and devouring brimstone that destroyed proud Sodom and Gomorrah in their abominations? Listen. With the help of God Almighty, let us raise here in this church a standard of virtue that no stranger can help seeing. We're lazy. We're not burning with a great fever of righteousness. On your knees, you slothful, and pray God to forgive you and to aid you and me to form a brotherhood of helpful, joyous, fiercely righteous followers of every commandment of the Lord our God. The newspapers carried almost all of it. It had just happened that there were reporters present. It had just happened that Elmer had been calling up the Advocate-Times on Saturday. It had just happened that he remembered he had met Bill Kingdom, the Advocate's reporter, in Sparta. It had just happened that to help out good old Bill, he had let him know there would be something stirring in the church come Sunday. The next Saturday, Elmer advertised, is there a real devil sneaking around with horns and hooves? And on Sunday, there were 700 present. Within 2 months, Elmer was preaching ever more confidently and dramatically to larger crowds than were drawn by any other churches in Zenith except 4 or 5. But, he's just a new sensation. He can't last out. Hasn't got the learning and staying power. Besides, Old Town is shot to pieces, said Elmer's fellow vintners, particularly his annoyed fellow Methodists. End of section 28 of Elmer Gantry. Section 29 of Elmer Gantry by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Section 29, Chapters 23, Parts 4 through 7. Part 4. Cleo and he had found a gracious old house in Old Town, to be had cheap because of the ragged neighborhood. He had hinted to her that since he was making such a spiritual sacrifice as to take a lower salary in coming to Zenith, her father, as a zealous Christian, ought to help him out, and if she should be unable to make her father perceive this, Elmer would regretfully have to be angry with her. She came back from a visit to Banjo Crossing with $2,000. Cleo had an instinct for agreeable furniture. For the old house with its white mahogany paneling, she got reproductions of early New England chairs and commodes and tables. There was a white-framed fireplace and a fine old crystal chandelier in the living room. Some class! We could entertain the Bontons here. Believe me, I'll soon be having a lot of 'em coming to church. Sometimes I do wish, though, I'd gone out for the Episcopal Church. Lots more class there, and they don't beef if a minister takes a little drink, he said to Chloe. Oh, Elmer, how can you, when Methodism stands for... Oh, God, I do wish that just once you wouldn't deliberately misunderstand me. Here I was just carrying on a philosophical discussion, and not speaking personal, and you go and... His house in order, he gave attention to clothes. He dressed as calculatingly as an actor. For the pulpit, he continued to wear morning clothes. For his church study, he chose offensively inoffensive lounge suits, gray and brown and striped blue, with linen collars and quiet blue ties. For addresses before slightly boisterous lunch clubs, he went in for manly tweeds and manly soft collars, along with his manly voice and manly jesting. He combed his thick hair back from his strong square face and permitted it to hang mane-like just a bit over his collar, but it was still too black to be altogether prophetic. The 2,000 was gone before they had been in Zenith a month. But it's all a good investment, he said. When I meet the big bugs, they'll see how I may have a dump of a church in a bum section, but I can put up as good a front as if I were preaching on Chickasaw Road. Part 5. If in Banjo Crossing Elmer had been bored by inactivity, in Zenith he was almost exhausted by the demands. Wellspring Church had been carrying on a score of institutional affairs, and Elmer doubled them, for nothing brought in more sympathy, publicity, and contributions. Rich old hyenas who never went to church would ooze out $100 or even $500 when you described the shawled mothers coming tearfully to the milk station. There were classes in manual training, in domestic science, in gymnastics, in bird study for the poor boys and girls of Old Town. There were troops of Boy Scouts, of campfire girls. There were ladies' aid meetings, women's missionary society meetings, regular church suppers before a prayer meeting, a Bible training school for Sunday school teachers, a sewing society, nursing and free food for the sick and poor, half a dozen clubs of young men and women, half a dozen circles of matrons, and a men's club with monthly dinners for which the pastor had to snare prominent speakers without payment. The Sunday school was like a small university, and every day there were dozens of callers who asked the pastor for comfort, for advice, for money. Young men in temptation, widows wanting jobs, old widows wanting assurance of immortality, hobos wanting handouts, and eloquent book agents. Where in Banjo the villagers had been shy to expose their cancerous sorrows, in the city there were always lonely people who reveled in being a little twisted, a little curious, a little shameful, who yearned to talk about themselves and who expected the pastor to be forever interested. Elmer scarce had time to prepare his sermons, though he really did yearn now to make them original and eloquent. He was no longer satisfied to depend upon his barrel. He wanted to increase his vocabulary. He was even willing to have new ideas lifted out of biology and biography and political editorials. He was out of the house daily at 8 in the morning, usually after a breakfast in which he desired to know of Cleo why the deuce she couldn't keep Ned and Bunny quiet while he read the papers. And he did not return till 6, burning with weariness. He had to study in the evening. He was always testy. His children were afraid of him, even when he boisterously decided to enact the kind parent for one evening and to ride them piggyback, whether or no they wanted to be ridden piggyback. They feared God properly and kept his commandments, did Nat and Bunny, because their father so admirably prefigured God. When Cleo was busy with meetings and clubs at the church, Elmer blamed her for neglecting the house. When she slackened her church work, he was able equally to blame her for not helping him professionally. And obviously it was because she had so badly arranged the home routine that he had never had time for morning family worship, and he made up for it by the violence of his grace before meat, during which he glared at the children if they stirred in their chairs, and always the telephone was ringing, not only in his office but at home in the evening. What should Miss Weisiger, the deaconess, do about this old Miss Malley, who wanted a new nightgown? Could the Reverend Gantry give a short talk on advertising and the church to the Ad Club next Tuesday noon? Could he address the Letitia Music and Literary Club on religion and poetry next Thursday at 4, just when he had a meeting with the official board? The church janitor wanted to start the furnace, but the coal hadn't been delivered. What advice could the Reverend Mr. Gantry give to a young man who wanted to go to college and had no money? From what book was that quotation about Cato learned Greek at 80, Sophocles, which he had used in last Sunday's sermon? Would Mr. Gantry be so kind and address the Lincoln School next Friday morning at 9:15? The dear children would be so glad of any message he had to give them, and the regular speaker couldn't show up. Would it be all right for the girls' basketball team to use the basement tonight? Could the Reverend come out right now to the house of Ben T. Evers, 2616 Appleby Street, 5 miles away, because grandmother was very ill and needed consolation? What the dickens did the Reverend mean by saying last Sunday that hellfire might be merely spiritual and figurative? Didn't he know that was again Matthew 5:29, quote, "Thy whole body could be cast into hell," close quote. Could he get the proof of the church bulletin back to the printers right away? Could the officers of the Southwest Circle of Women meet in Mr. Gantry's study tomorrow? Would Reverend Gantry speak at the Old Town Improvement Association banquet? Did the Reverend want to buy a second-hand motor car in A1 shape? Could the Reverend... God, said the Reverend. And, Why, no, of course, you couldn't answer him for me, Cleo. but at least you might try to keep from humming when I'm simply killing myself trying to take care of all these blame fools and sacrificing myself and everything. And then the letters. In response to every sermon, he had messages informing him that he was the bright hope of evangelism, and that he was a cloven-hoof fiend, that he was a rousing orator, and a human saxophone. One sermon on the delights of heaven, which he pictures as a perpetual summer afternoon at a lake resort, brought in the same mail 4 comments. I have got an idea for you very important. Since hearing yours of last Sunday evening, why don't you hold services every evening to tell people and so forth about heaven and danger of hell? We must hurry the church in a bad way, and it's up to us who have an infallible proofs of heaven and hell to hasten. Yes, we must rescue the perishing, make everywhere the call of the Lord, fill the churches, and empty these damnable theaters. Yours for his coming, James C. Wiggers, 2113A McGrew Street. The writer is an honest and unwavering Christian, and I want to tell you, Gantry, that the only decent and helpful and enjoyable thing about your sermon last Sunday a.m. was your finally saying, "Let us pray." Only you should have said, "Let me pray," by your wibbly-wobbly emphasis on heaven and your fear to emphasize the horrors of hell. You get people into an easygoing, self-satisfied frame of mind where they slip easily into sin, while pretending to be an earnest, literal believer in every word of the Scriptures. You are an atheist in sheep's clothing. I am a minister of the gospel and know whereof I speak. Yours, Almond Jewings Strafe. I heard your rotten old-fashioned sermon last Sunday. You pretend to be liberal, but you are just a hidebound conservative. Nobody believes in material heaven or hell anymore, and you make yourself ridiculous by talking about them. Wake up and study some modern dope. A student. Dear brother, your lovely sermon last Sunday about heaven was the finest I have ever heard. I am quite an old lady, and not awful well, and in my ills and griefs, especially about my grandson who drinks, your wonderful words give me such a comfort I cannot describe to you. Yours admirably, Mrs. R. Gomery. And he was expected, save with the virulent anonymous letters, to answer all of them. In his stuffy office, facing a shelf of black-bound books, dictating to the plaintive Miss Bundle, who never caught an address, who always single-spaced the letters which should have been double-spaced, and who had a speed which seemed adequate until you discovered that she attained it by leaving out most of the verbs and adjectives. Part 6. Whether or not he was irritable on weekdays, Sundays were to his nervous family a hell of keeping out of his way, and for himself they had the strain of a theatrical first night. He was up at 7, looking over his sermon notes, preparing his talk to the Sunday school, and snarling at Cleo. Good Lord, you might have breakfast on time today at least, and why in heaven's name you can't get that furnace man here so I won't have to freeze while I'm doing my studying? He was at Sunday school at 9:45, and often he had to take the huge men's Bible class and instruct it in the more occult meanings of the Bible, out of his knowledge of the original Hebrew and Greek, as denied to the laity. Morning church services began at 11. Now that he had as many as 1,000 in the audience, as he peeped out at them from the study, he had stage fright. Could he hold them? What the deuce had he intended to say about communion? He couldn't remember a word of it. It was not easy to keep on urging the unsaved to come forward as though he really thought they would, and as though he cared a hang whether they did or not. It was not easy on communion Sundays when they knelt around the altar rail to keep from laughing at the sanctimonious eyes and prim mouths of brethren whom he knew to be crooks in private business. It was not easy to go on saying with proper conviction that whosoever looked on a woman to lust after her would go booming down to hell, when there was a pretty and admiring girl in the front row. And it was hardest of all when he had done his public job, when he was tired and wanted to let down, to stand about after the sermon and be hand-shaken by aged spinster saints who expected him to listen without grinning, while they quavered that he was a silver-plated angel and that they were just like him. To have to think up a new, bright, pious quip for each of them. To see large sporting males regarding him the while as though he were an old woman in trousers. By the time he came home for Sunday lunch, he was looking for a chance to feel injured and unappreciated and pestered and put upon, and he usually found the chance. There was still ahead of him for the rest of the day the Sunday evening service, often the Epworth League, sometimes special meetings at 4. Whenever the children disturbed his Sunday afternoon nap, Elmer gave an impression of the prophets. Why, all he asked of Nat and Bunny was that, as a Methodist minister's children, they should not be seen on the streets or in the parks on the blessed Sabbath afternoon, and that they should not be heard about the house. He told them often that they were committing an unexampled sin by causing him to fall into bad tempers unbecoming a man of God. But through all these labors and this lack of domestic sympathy, he struggled successfully. Part 7. Elmer was as friendly as ever with the Bishop Toomis. When he had conferred early with the bishop and with the canny lawyer trustee T.J. Rigg as to what fellow clergymen in Zenith it would be worth his while to know. Among the ministers outside the Methodist Church, they recommended Dr. G. Prosper Edwards, the highly cultured pastor of the Pilgrim Congregational Church, Dr. John Jennison Drew, the active but sanctified leader of the Chatham Road Presbyterian Church, that solid Baptist, the Reverend Hosea Jessup, and Willis Fortune Tate, who, though he was an Episcopalian and very shaky as regards liquor and hell, had one of the suavest and most expensive flocks in town. And if one could endure the Christian Scientists' smirking conviction that they alone had the truth, there was the celebrated leader of the First Christian Science Church, Mr. Irving Tillish. The Methodist ministers of Zenith, Elmer met and studied at their regular Monday morning meetings in the funeral and wedding chapel of the Central Church. They looked like a group of prosperous and active businessmen. Only 2 of them ever wore clerical waistcoats, and of these only one comprised with the papacy and the heirs of Canterbury by turning his collar around. A few resembled farmers, a few stonemasons, but most of them looked like retail shops. The Reverend Mr. Chatterton Weeks indulged in claret-colored fancy socks, silk handkerchiefs, and an enormous emerald ring, and gave a pleasant suggestion of vaudeville. Nor were they too sanctimonious. They slapped one another's backs. They used first names. They shouted, "I hear you're grabbing all of the crowds in town, you old cuss." And for the manlier and more successful of them, it was quite the thing to use now and then a daring damn. It would, to an innocent layman, have been startling to see them sitting in rows like schoolboys, to hear them listening not to addresses on credit and the routing of hardware, but to short, helpful talks on faith. The balance was kept, however, by an adequate number of papers on trade subjects, the sort of pews most soothing to the back, the value of sending postcards, reading, "Where were you last Sunday, old scout? We sure did miss you at the men's Bible class." The comparative values of a giant imitation thermometer, a giant clock, and a giant automobile speedometer as a register of the money coming in during special drives. The question of gold and silver stars as rewards for Sunday school attendees, the effectiveness of giving the children's savings banks in the likeness of a jolly little church to encourage them to save their pennies for Christian work, and the morality of violin solos. Nor were the assembled clergy too inhumanly unboastful in their reports of increased attendance and collections. Elmer saw that the Zenith District Superintendent, one Fred Orr, could be neglected as a creeping and silent fellow who was all right at prayer and who seemed to lead an almost irritatingly pure life, but who had no useful notions about increasing collections. The Methodist preachers whom he had to take seriously as rivals were four. There was Chester Brown, the ritualist of the new and ultra-Gothic Asbury Church. He was almost as bad, they said, as an Episcopalian. He wore a clerical waistcoat buttoned up to his collar. He had a robed choir and the processional. He rumored once to have had candles on what was practically an altar. He was, to Elmer, distressingly literary and dramatic. It was said that he had literary gifts. His articles appeared not only in the Advocate, but in the Christian Century and the New Republic. Rather whimsical essays, safely Christian, but frank about the church's sloth and wealth and blindness. He had been professor of English literature and church history in the Lucock Church, and he did such sermons on books as Elmer, with his exhausting knowledge of Longfellow and George Eliot, could never touch. Dr. Otto Hickenlooper of the Central Church was an even more distressing rival. He was the most active institutional church of the whole state. He had not only manual training and gymnastics, but sacred pageants, classes in painting, never from the nude, classes in French and batik making and sex hygiene and bookkeeping and short story writing. He had clubs for railroad men, for stenographers, for bellboys, and after the church suppers the young people were encouraged to sit about in booths to which the newspapers referred flippantly as courting corners. Dr. Hickenlooper had come out hard for social services. He was in sympathy with the American Federation of Labor, the IWW, the Socialist, the Communist, and Nonpartisan League, which was more than they were with each other. He held Sunday evening lectures in the folly of war, the minimum wage, the need of clean milk, and once a month he had an open forum to which were invited the most dangerous radical speakers, who were allowed to say absolutely anything they liked, provided they did not curse, refer to adultery, or criticize the leadership of Christ. Dr. Malin Potts of the First Methodist Church seemed to Elmer at first glance less difficult to oust. He was fat, pompous, full of heavy rumbles of piety. He had a stage parson. "Ah, my dear brother," he boomed, "and how are we this morning, my dear doctor? And how is the lovely little wife?" But Dr. Potts had the largest congregation of any church of any denomination in Zenith. He was so respectable. He was so safe. People knew where they were with him. He was adequately flowery of speech. He could do up a mountain, a sunset, a burning of the martyrs, a reception of the same by the saints in heaven, as well as any preacher in town. But he never doubted, nor let anyone else doubt, that by attending the Methodist Church regularly and observing the rules of repentance, salvation, baptism, communion, and liberal giving, everyone would have a minimum of cancer and tuberculosis and sin, and unquestionably arrive in heaven. These three Elmer envied but respected. The one man he envied and loathed. That was Philip McGarry of the Arbor Methodist Church. Philip McGarry, Ph.D. of the University of Chicago in economics and philosophy. Only everybody who liked him, layman or fellow parson, seemed to call him Phil, was at the age of 35 known through the whole American Methodist Church as an enfant terrible. The various sectional editions of the Advocate admired him, but clucked like doting and alarmed hens over his frequent improprieties. He was accused of every heresy. He never denied them, and the only dogma he was known to give out positively was the leadership of Jesus, as to whose divinity he was indefinite. He was a stocky, smiling man, fond of boxing, and even at a funeral incapable of breathing, "Ah, sister." He criticized everything. He criticized even bishops for being too fat, for being too ambitious, for gassing about charity during the knockdown and drag-out strike. He criticized, but amiably, the social and institutional and generally philanthropic Dr. Otto Hickenlooper, with his clubs for the study of Karl Marx and his Sunday afternoon reception for lonely traveling men. "You're too good a lad, Otto," said Dr. McGarry, and openly in the preacher's Monday meetings, "you mean well, but you're one of these darned philanthropists." Nice word to use publicly. Darned, meditated the shocked Reverend Elmer Gantry. "All your stuff at Central, Otto," said Dr. McGarry, "is paternalistic. You hand out rations to the dear people and keep 'em obedient. You talk about socialism and pacifism and say a lot of nice things about 'em, but you always explain that reforms come in due time, which means never, and then only through the kind supervision of Rockefeller and Henry Ford. And I always suspect that your activities have behind them the sneaking purpose of luring the poor chumps into religion, even into Methodism." The whole ministerial meeting broke into yelps. "Well, of course, that's the purpose." "Well, if you'll kindly tell me why you stay in the Methodist Church when you think it's so important to—" "Just what are you, a minister of the gospel seeking except religion?" The meeting on such a morning was certain to stray from the consideration of using egg coal in church furnaces to the question as to what, when they weren't before their congregations and on record, they really believed about the whole thing. That was a very dangerous and silly thing, reflected Elmer Gantry. No telling where you'd get to if you went batting about a lot of these fool problems. Preach the straight Bible gospel and make folks good, he demanded, and leave all the ticklish questions of theology and social service to the profs. Philip McGarry wound up his cheerful attack on Dr. Hickenlooper the first morning when Elmer disgustedly encountered him by insisting, "You see, Otto, your reforms don't mean anything, or you wouldn't be able to hold on to as many prosperous, money-grabbing parishioners as you do. No risk of the working man in your church turning dangerous as long as you've got that tight-fisted Joe Hanley as one of your trustees. Thank heaven, I haven't got a respectable person in my whole bloomin' flock." "Yeah, that's where you give yourself away, McGarry," Elmer chuckled inwardly. "That's the first thing you've said that's true." Philip McGarry's church was in a part of the city incomparably more run down than Elmer's old town. It was called the Arbor, and it had in pioneer days been the vineyard-sheltered village along the Chalusa River, from which had grown the modern Zenith. Now it was all dives, brothels, wretched tenements, cheap jack shops. Yet here McGarry lived, a bachelor, seemingly well content, counseling pickpockets and scrub women, and giving on Friday evenings a series of lectures packed by eager Jewish girl students, radical workmen, old cranks, and wistful rich girls coming in limousines down from the spacious gardens of Royal Ridge. I'll have trouble with that McGarry if we both stay in this town. Him and I will never get along together, thought Elmer. Well, I'll keep away from him. I'll treat him with some of this Christian charity that he talks so darn much about and can't understand the real meaning of. We'll just dismiss him and most of these other birds. But the big three, how'll I handle them? He could not, even if he should have a new church, outdo Chester Brown in ecclesiastical elegance or literary messages. He could never touch Otto Hickenlooper in institutions and social service. He could never beat Malin Potts in appealing to the well-to-do respectables. Yet he could beat them all together. Planning it delightfully at the ministers' meetings, on his way home by the fireplace at night, he saw that each of these stars was so specialized that he neglected the good publicity-bringing features of the others. Elmer would combine them, be almost as elevating as Chester Brown, almost as institutional and meddling as Otto Hickenlooper, almost as solidly safe and moral as Malin Potts, and all three of them, in fact every preacher in town except one Presbyterian, were neglecting the, well, some people called it sensational, but that was just envy. The proper word, considered Elmer, was powerful, or perhaps fearless, or stimulating. All of them were neglecting a powerful, fearless, stimulating, and devil-challenging concentration on vice. Booze, legs, society, bridge, you bet. Not overdo it, of course, but the town would come to know that in the sermons of the Reverend Elmer Gantry there would always be something spicy and yet improving. Oh, I can put it over the whole bunch. Elmer stretched his big arms in joyous vigor. I'll build a new church. I'll take the crowds away from all of them. I'll be the big preacher in Zenith. And then Chicago, New York, Bishopric, whatever I want. Whee! End of section 29 of Elmer Gantry.